British History. 4-in-1 History of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, written by A.J.Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Introduction. The history of the British Isles is a fascinating and complex story, spanning centuries of cultural, social, and political developments. From the early Celtic societies of Scotland and Wales to the rise of the British Empire and the tumultuous events of the 20th century, the story of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland is one of remarkable diversity and complexity. This book bundle, British History, 4-in-1 History of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, provides a comprehensive overview of the history of these four nations, exploring the key events, people, and ideas that have shaped the British Isles over the centuries. Drawing on a wealth of primary and secondary sources, the books provide rich and detailed accounts of the historical developments that have made the British Isles the complex and diverse region it is today. Organized chronologically, the books cover key periods such as the Middle Ages, the Tudor and Stuart eras, the Industrial Revolution, and the two World Wars. They also explore contemporary issues facing the four nations, including the legacy of the Troubles in Northern Ireland, the rise of Scottish and Welsh nationalism, and the impact of Brexit on the future of the UK. But these books are not just a dry recitation of facts and figures. They provide detailed analysis of the key figures who have shaped the history of the British Isles, from William the Conqueror to Margaret Thatcher, and explore the lives of ordinary people and the impact of social movements such as feminism, labor unions, and civil rights. Whether you are a history buff, a student of British culture, or simply curious about the rich and complex history of the British Isles, British History, 4-in-1 History of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland is an essential read. With its engaging prose, rich detail, and fascinating insights, this book bundle is sure to captivate readers of all backgrounds and interests. Order your bundle today and discover the story of the British Isles. Book 1. History of England, written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Chapter 1. The Ancient Britons. In the early days of human civilization, the lands that would one day be called Britain were inhabited by nomadic tribes of hunter-gatherers. These early Britons lived in small groups, hunting game and foraging for food in the rich forests and valleys of the land. As time passed, these nomadic tribes began to settle in more permanent locations, building simple structures from the natural materials around them. These settlements grew in size and complexity, and the people of Britain began to develop their own distinct cultures and traditions. By the time of the Bronze Age, around 2000 BCE, the people of Britain had begun to master the use of metals in their tools and weapons, opening up new possibilities for agriculture, trade, and warfare. The Bronze Age saw the construction of impressive burial mounds and standing stones, which remain among the most enigmatic and impressive artifacts of prehistoric Britain. In the Iron Age, which began around 800 BCE, the people of Britain continued to develop their skills and technologies, constructing hill forts and other defensive structures to protect themselves from raiders and invaders. The Iron Age also saw the emergence of distinct regional cultures, such as the Picts of Scotland and the Druids of Wales. As the Roman Empire expanded into Europe in the 1st century BCE, the people of Britain came into contact with this great power. In 43 CE, the Romans invaded Britain, conquering the southern part of the island and establishing a new province known as Britannia. The Roman occupation of Britain lasted for nearly 4 centuries, and during this time, the people of Britain were exposed to new technologies, languages, and ideas. The Romans built impressive cities and roads throughout their province, leaving a lasting impact on the landscape of Britain. As the Roman Empire began to crumble in the 4th century CE, Britain was increasingly vulnerable to attack from outside forces. In the 5th century CE, a wave of Germanic tribes known as the Anglo-Saxons began to invade Britain, eventually driving the native Britons to the fringes of the island. The Anglo-Saxon invasion marked the beginning of a new era in the history of Britain, one in which new cultures, languages, and traditions would emerge, ultimately leading to the birth of a new nation, England. But the legacy of the prehistoric Britons, with their impressive engineering feats and rich cultural traditions, would live on, shaping the identity and character of the people of Britain for centuries to come. As the Roman Empire expanded into Europe, the people of Britain came into contact with a diverse array of Celtic tribes, each with its own distinct language, culture, and traditions. These tribes ranged from the Caledoni of Scotland to the Silures of Wales, each with its own unique history and mythology. The Celtic tribes of Britain were a formidable force, feared and respected by the Romans for their fierce warriors and rich cultural heritage. The Celts were known for their skilled metalworking, crafting intricate jewelry and weapons that were the envy of their neighbors. But the Celts were not content to remain isolated in their own tribes. Instead, they formed alliances and confederacies, uniting to resist outside invaders and preserve their way of life. One such confederacy was the Iceni, a tribe of East Anglia who, under the leadership of Queen Boudica, launched a rebellion against the Romans in 60 CE. The rebellion was brutally suppressed by the Roman governor, but it remains a testament to the fierce independence and bravery of the Celtic tribes. Another notable Celtic tribe was the Brigantes, who controlled much of northern England before the Roman invasion. The Brigantes were known for their impressive hill forts and skilled horsemen, and they played a significant role in the resistance against the Romans. Despite their impressive achievements and rich cultural heritage, the Celtic tribes of Britain were ultimately unable to resist the inexorable march of Roman conquest. The Romans established a network of roads, cities, and fortresses throughout Britain, permanently altering the landscape of the island. But the legacy of the Celtic tribes lived on, shaping the culture and identity of the people of Britain for centuries to come. Celtic languages, myths, and legends were passed down through the generations, becoming a cherished part of the national heritage. Today, the Celtic influence can still be felt in the names of towns and cities throughout Britain, from London, derived from the Celtic word for wild, to Edinburgh, named after the Celtic tribe of the Gododdin. The legacy of the Celtic tribes is a testament to the enduring power of culture and tradition, and a reminder that even the mightiest empires can be shaped and transformed by the people they conquer. The Druids were a powerful and influential group of religious leaders in ancient British society, revered for their wisdom and knowledge of the natural world. They were the guardians of the oral traditions and cultural heritage of the Celtic peoples, responsible for preserving the myths, legends, and histories that formed the backbone of their society. The Druids were also skilled astronomers and mathematicians, capable of predicting the movements of the stars and planets with great accuracy. They used their knowledge of astronomy to determine the appropriate times for planting, harvesting, and other important agricultural activities. But the Druids were more than mere scholars and priests. They were also political and social leaders, exerting significant influence over the affairs of their communities. The Druids were responsible for mediating disputes, settling legal cases, and ensuring the proper conduct of warfare. The influence of the Druids extended beyond the borders of their own tribes. They were respected and revered throughout ancient Britain, and their wisdom was sought out by kings and chieftains alike. The Druids also played a significant role in the resistance against Roman conquest. They were among the fiercest opponents of the Roman invaders, using their knowledge of the terrain and their formidable military skills to harass and impede the Roman legions. Despite their considerable power and influence, the Druids were eventually suppressed by the Romans. The Roman conquest of Britain brought with it a new religion, Christianity, which supplanted the older Celtic beliefs and customs. But the legacy of the Druids lived on, shaping the culture and identity of the people of Britain for centuries to come. The myths, legends, and traditions of the Celtic peoples were passed down through the generations, becoming a cherished part of the national heritage. Today, the influence of the Druids can still be felt in the landscape of Britain, from the standing stones and burial mounds that dot the countryside to the many place names derived from ancient Celtic words. The legacy of the Druids is a testament to the enduring power of culture and tradition, and a reminder that the wisdom and knowledge of our ancestors can still inspire and guide us today. The rebellion of Boudica against the Roman Empire in 60 CE was a momentous event in the history of Britain. Boudica was the queen of the Iceni, a tribe of East Anglia who had been allied with the Romans before they were betrayed and abused by the Roman governor, who confiscated their land and enslaved their people. Boudicca's response to this injustice was swift and decisive. She rallied her tribe, as well as several others, to launch a rebellion against the Roman oppressors. The rebels attacked several Roman settlements, including Londinium, modern-day London, Verulamium, modern-day St. Albans, and Camulodunum, modern-day Colchester. The rebellion was marked by ferocity and brutality on both sides. The rebels burned Roman buildings, sacked towns, and slaughtered civilians, while the Romans responded with equal force, crucifying rebels and slaughtering entire villages. Despite the odds against them, Boudicca's forces were initially successful, scoring several impressive victories against the Roman legions. At one point, they even threatened to drive the Romans out of Britain altogether. But the rebellion ultimately failed, as the Romans were able to marshal their forces and crush the rebels in a decisive battle. Boudicca herself was said to have taken her own life, rather than submit to Roman capture and enslavement. The legacy of Boudicca's rebellion is still felt in Britain today. She is remembered as a symbol of resistance against tyranny and oppression, and her story has been celebrated in literature, art, and popular culture. The rebellion also had a lasting impact on the relationship between Britain and Rome. The Romans were forced to acknowledge the need for greater diplomacy and cooperation with the native peoples of Britain, as well as the limits of their own power and authority. The legacy of Boudicca's rebellion is a reminder that even the mightiest empires can be challenged and defeated by the will of a determined people. Her story serves as a powerful symbol of the enduring struggle for freedom and justice, and a testament to the courage and resilience of the human spirit. The Roman conquest of Britain in 43 CE marked a significant turning point in the history of the island. For the first time, Britain was united under a single authority and integrated into the wider Roman Empire, bringing with it a new era of culture, language, and trade. The Roman presence in Britain was marked by a series of impressive achievements. They built a network of roads, bridges, and aqueducts that connected the far-flung corners of the island, making travel and trade easier than ever before. They also constructed impressive public works, including temples, amphitheaters, and public baths, that served as symbols of Roman power and culture. These buildings were often decorated with intricate mosaics and frescoes, showcasing the artistic and aesthetic sensibilities of the Roman people. The Romans also had a significant impact on the language and culture of Britain. Latin became the dominant language of the ruling elite, and many words from Latin still form the backbone of the English language today. Roman cultural influences can be seen in everything from the design of buildings to the style of dress and cuisine. But the Roman presence in Britain was not without its challenges. The Romans faced frequent resistance and rebellion from the native tribes, who resented the Roman presence on their land and the imposition of Roman culture and religion. The Roman occupation of Britain also had significant long-term effects on the island's political and social structures. The Roman legal system, with its emphasis on due process and individual rights, had a lasting impact on the development of British law and government. The Roman occupation also marked the beginning of the end for the ancient Celtic tribes of Britain. As the Roman influence grew stronger, the Celtic languages, myths, and traditions began to fade into obscurity, replaced by the more dominant Roman culture. Despite the challenges and complexities of the Roman occupation of Britain, its impact on British society cannot be denied. The legacy of the Roman presence can still be felt in everything from the layout of cities to the language we speak. The Romans brought with them a legacy of innovation, art, and culture that helped shape the course of British history for centuries to come. Chapter 2: The Anglo-Saxon Invasion. The Germanic migrations and settlements of the 5th and 6th centuries CE marked a significant turning point in the history of Britain. The arrival of Germanic tribes, including the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes, heralded a new era of political and social change that would transform the island in profound ways. The Germanic tribes originated in what is now Denmark, Germany, and the Netherlands, and had long been in contact with the Roman Empire through trade and diplomacy. But as the Roman Empire began to decline in the 4th and 5th centuries, the Germanic tribes began to migrate in greater numbers, seeking new lands and opportunities. The migration of the Germanic tribes had a significant impact on the political and social structure of Britain. The Roman administrative and legal systems were largely dismantled, replaced by a patchwork of smaller kingdoms and fiefdoms that were governed according to Germanic traditions. The Germanic tribes also brought with them a new language and culture that would have a lasting impact on the island. Old English, the language of the Germanic tribes, would eventually evolve into the language we know today as English, and many aspects of Germanic culture, including law, art, and religion, would become a fundamental part of British society. The migration of the Germanic tribes was not without its challenges, however. The arrival of the Germanic tribes led to frequent conflict and violence, as they competed with the native Celtic tribes for land and resources. The Germanic tribes also faced challenges from other migrating groups, including the Picts and Scots, who were moving southward from the Scottish Highlands. Despite these challenges, the Germanic tribes were ultimately successful in establishing a new political and social order in Britain. The kingdoms of Northumbria, Mercia, and Wessex, among others, emerged as dominant powers, each with its own unique culture, language, and political system. The legacy of the Germanic migrations and settlements can still be felt in Britain today. The English language, with its Germanic roots, remains the dominant language of the island, and many aspects of Germanic culture, including the concept of individual rights and the rule of law, continue to shape the country's political and social structures. The Germanic migrations and settlements were a pivotal moment in the history of Britain, marking the beginning of a new era of political, cultural, and linguistic change that would have a lasting impact on the island and its people. The early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of Britain emerged in the wake of the Germanic migrations of the 5th and 6th centuries CE. These kingdoms, which included Northumbria, Mercia, Wessex, and others, were characterized by their unique political and cultural systems, and would play a significant role in shaping the course of British history. The early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were marked by a complex web of alliances, rivalries, and wars. The rulers of these kingdoms, known as kings or chieftains, held varying degrees of power and influence over their subjects, and were constantly vying for greater control and territory. The early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were also marked by their unique cultural and linguistic identities. Each kingdom had its own dialect of Old English, and its own distinct artistic and religious traditions. Christianity, which had been introduced to Britain by the Romans, was gradually adopted by the Anglo-Saxons, although pagan beliefs and practices persisted for centuries. Despite the challenges and complexities of their political and cultural systems, the early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were remarkably successful in establishing a stable and prosperous society. The kingdoms were largely self-sufficient, with their own economies, legal systems, and social structures. The early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were also notable for their artistic and cultural achievements. The illuminated manuscripts and metalwork produced during this period, including the Lindisfarne Gospels and the Staffordshire Hoard, are considered masterpieces of early medieval art. But the early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were not immune to external threats. The Viking invasions of the 9th and 10th centuries, which brought with them a new wave of violence and disruption, challenged the stability and prosperity of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Despite these challenges, the early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms would continue to play a significant role in British history. The legacy of their political and cultural systems can still be seen in the modern-day institutions of British government and law, while their language and artistic traditions continue to inspire and influence contemporary British culture. The early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were a remarkable achievement of human ingenuity and perseverance, and a testament to the resilience and adaptability of the human spirit in the face of change and challenge. The conversion of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms to Christianity in the 7th and 8th centuries CE marked a significant turning point in the religious and cultural history of Britain. The spread of Christianity, which had been introduced to Britain by the Romans, transformed the island in profound ways, influencing everything from language and literature to art and architecture. The conversion to Christianity was a gradual and complex process, marked by a variety of factors and influences. The arrival of St. Augustine in 597 CE, sent by Pope Gregory the Great to convert the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, was a key moment in the spread of Christianity, but the process was also influenced by a variety of other factors, including trade, diplomacy, and the influence of Christian missionaries from Ireland. The spread of Christianity was also influenced by the unique cultural and linguistic identity of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The conversion process involved the translation of Christian texts, including the Bible, into Old English, the language of the Anglo-Saxons. This helped to create a unique form of Christianity that was adapted to the needs and cultural sensibilities of the Anglo-Saxon people. The spread of Christianity also had a significant impact on the artistic and cultural traditions of Britain. Christian symbols and motifs, such as the cross and the fish, became popular themes in art and literature, while Christian religious institutions, such as monasteries and cathedrals, became important centers of learning and culture. But the spread of Christianity was not without its challenges. Pagan beliefs and practices persisted in some parts of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, and the process of conversion was often accompanied by violence and coercion. Despite these challenges, the conversion to Christianity was ultimately successful, transforming the religious and cultural landscape of Britain in profound ways. The legacy of Christianity can still be seen in everything from the design of churches and cathedrals to the language we speak. The conversion to Christianity was a remarkable achievement of human history, a testament to the power of ideas and the influence of culture in shaping the course of human events. The spread of Christianity helped to create a new form of civilization in Britain, one that was marked by a unique blend of cultural and religious traditions that would have a lasting impact on the island and its people. The Viking invasions of the 9th and 10th centuries CE marked a significant challenge to the stability and prosperity of the early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of Britain. The Vikings, who had long been active in raiding and trading along the coasts of Britain, launched a series of devastating attacks that would leave a lasting impact on the island and its people. The Vikings, who originated in what is now Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, were known for their seafaring abilities and their warrior culture. They were feared throughout Europe for their raids on monasteries, towns, and villages, and their willingness to engage in brutal acts of violence and destruction. The Viking invasions of Britain began in earnest in the late 8th century and continued for over 200 years. The Vikings attacked a number of major cities and towns, including London, York, and Winchester, and established their own settlements and trading posts along the coast. The impact of the Viking invasions on the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms was significant. The raids and attacks led to widespread destruction and loss of life, as well as significant economic disruption. The Vikings also introduced new forms of warfare, including the use of longboats and siege weapons, which forced the Anglo-Saxons to adapt their own military strategies. Despite the challenges posed by the Vikings, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were remarkably resilient and were ultimately successful in repelling the invaders. The rise of powerful kings and the establishment of a more centralized political system helped to create a more stable and secure society, one that was better able to resist external threats. The Viking invasions also had a significant impact on the cultural and artistic traditions of Britain. The Vikings, who had their own unique artistic and cultural traditions, introduced a number of new styles and techniques that would have a lasting impact on the island. The intricate metalwork and jewelry produced by the Vikings, for example, would go on to influence the development of Anglo-Saxon art. The Viking invasions were a challenging and difficult time for the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of Britain, but they were ultimately successful in preserving their way of life and their cultural traditions. The legacy of the Viking invasions can still be seen in the place names and cultural traditions of Britain, and in the enduring spirit of resilience and determination that has come to define the island and its people. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle is a remarkable historical document that provides a window into the world of the early Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of Britain. Compiled over a period of several centuries, the Chronicle is a unique record of the political, social, and cultural history of Britain, and provides invaluable insights into the lives and experiences of its people. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle began as a series of annals, or short records of important events, that were compiled by monks in monasteries throughout the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Over time, these annals were combined and expanded, creating a more comprehensive and detailed record of Anglo-Saxon history. The chronicle covers a wide range of topics, including battles and wars, political alliances and rivalries, and social and cultural developments. It also provides insights into the everyday lives of ordinary people, including information about weather patterns, crop yields, and other aspects of daily life. One of the most significant aspects of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle is its role in preserving the cultural and linguistic identity of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. The Chronicle was written in Old English, the language of the Anglo-Saxons, and played a significant role in preserving and promoting the use of the language in the face of external threats. The Chronicle also played a significant role in shaping the historical narrative of Britain. By providing a record of important events and personalities, the Chronicle helped to establish a sense of continuity and legitimacy for the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, and helped to shape the understanding of their place in the broader sweep of British history. Despite its importance and significance, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle was not without its challenges. The manuscript was often subject to errors and revisions, and the chronology of events was not always accurate. Nevertheless, the Chronicle remains one of the most important and influential historical documents of its time, and continues to be studied and analyzed by scholars and historians to this day. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle is a remarkable testament to the ingenuity and resilience of the human spirit, and a reminder of the importance of preserving and celebrating the cultural and linguistic diversity of our world. It is a testament to the enduring legacy of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, and a reminder of the important role that history plays in shaping our understanding of ourselves and our place in the world. Chapter 3: The Norman Conquest. The Norman conquest of England in 1066 was one of the most significant events in the history of Britain, marking the beginning of a new era in the island's political, social, and cultural history. But the origins of the conquest can be traced back to a complex web of political, economic, and social factors that had been brewing for centuries. At the heart of the background to the Norman conquest was the question of succession. The death of King Edward the Confessor in 1066 left a power vacuum, with no clear heir to the throne. This led to a fierce struggle for power between a number of powerful noble families, each vying for control of the kingdom. The situation was complicated by the fact that England was not a unified political entity at the time, but rather a patchwork of small kingdoms and regions. This made it difficult to establish a stable and centralized political system, and created a fertile ground for political intrigue and conflict. The situation was further complicated by the role of external powers in the affairs of Britain. The Vikings, who had long been active in Britain, had established a number of settlements and trading posts along the coast, and continued to exert a significant influence on the island's political and economic affairs. The Normans, who had recently established themselves as a powerful force in northern France, also had a significant role to play in the background to the Norman conquest. The Normans, who were of Viking origin, had established a powerful military and political system in Normandy and were eager to expand their influence beyond the borders of France. The situation came to a head in 1066, when William the Conqueror, the Duke of Normandy, launched a massive invasion of England. The invasion, which was supported by a number of powerful Norman nobles, was a remarkable achievement of military organization and strategy, and marked the beginning of a new era in the history of Britain. The Norman conquest would have a profound impact on Britain, transforming its political, social, and cultural landscape in profound ways. The Normans introduced a number of important reforms and innovations, including a centralized system of government, a new legal system, and a new language and culture. But the Norman conquest was not without its challenges. The conquest led to widespread violence and disruption, as well as significant economic and social upheaval. The Normans also faced significant resistance from the Anglo-Saxon population, who saw the conquest as an unwelcome foreign intrusion into their way of life. Despite these challenges, the Norman conquest ultimately succeeded in establishing a new political and cultural order in Britain, one that would have a lasting impact on the island and its people. The legacy of the Norman conquest can still be seen in everything from the architecture of its castles and cathedrals to the language we speak, and continues to shape the course of British history to this day. The Battle of Hastings in 1066 was one of the most significant military engagements in the history of Britain, and marked a turning point in the island's political and cultural history. The battle was fought between the forces of William the Conqueror, the Duke of Normandy, and the Anglo-Saxon army of King Harold Godwinson, and was the culmination of a complex and tumultuous period in Britain's history. The origins of the battle can be traced back to the death of King Edward the Confessor in 1066. Edward had no direct heirs, and his death created a power vacuum that led to a bitter struggle for the throne. The main contenders were Harold Godwinson, the Earl of Wessex and a powerful Anglo-Saxon noble, and William the Conqueror, the Duke of Normandy and a powerful French noble. Harold emerged as the winner of this struggle, and was crowned King of England in January 1066. But William was not content to accept this, and immediately began preparations for an invasion of England. In September 1066, William and his army landed at Pevensey and began marching towards London. Harold and his army met William's forces at the Battle of Hastings on October 14, 1066. The battle was a fierce and bloody affair, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. At one point it looked as though Harold's forces might carry the day, but ultimately William emerged victorious, thanks in large part to the tactical advantages of his cavalry and archers. The aftermath of the battle was a period of great upheaval and change in Britain. William's victory marked the beginning of the Norman conquest and the establishment of a new political and cultural order in Britain. William introduced a number of important reforms and innovations, including a centralized system of government, a new legal system, and a new language and culture. But the Norman conquest was not without its challenges. The conquest led to widespread violence and disruption, as well as significant economic and social upheaval. The Normans faced significant resistance from the Anglo-Saxon population, who saw the conquest as an unwelcome foreign intrusion into their way of life. Despite these challenges, the Norman conquest ultimately succeeded in establishing a new political and cultural order in Britain, one that would have a lasting impact on the island and its people. The legacy of the Norman conquest can still be seen in everything from the architecture of its castles and cathedrals to the language we speak, and continues to shape the course of British history to this day. The Battle of Hastings and the Norman conquest stand as a testament to the power of military force to shape the course of history, and to the importance of understanding the complex and intertwined social, economic, and political factors that lead to conflict and change. They are a reminder of the enduring legacy of Britain's past, and of the ongoing importance of history in shaping our understanding of ourselves and our place in the world. The harrying of the North was a brutal and devastating military campaign conducted by William the Conqueror in the aftermath of his victory at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. The campaign, which lasted from 1069 to 1070, was aimed at crushing the resistance of the Northern English, who had risen up against Norman rule. The origins of the harrying of the North can be traced back to the aftermath of the Battle of Hastings. Despite his victory, William faced significant resistance from the Anglo-Saxon population, particularly in the north of England. The Anglo-Saxon nobles of the north refused to submit to Norman rule, and began a series of rebellions and uprisings aimed at driving the Normans out of their lands. William was determined to crush this resistance, and in 1069, he launched a massive military campaign aimed at subjugating the north of England. The campaign was marked by brutal tactics, including the deliberate destruction of crops, the killing of livestock, and the burning of entire towns and villages. The impact of the harrying of the North on the people of England was devastating. Tens of thousands of people were killed, and many more were forced to flee their homes and lands. The destruction of crops and livestock led to widespread famine and starvation, and many parts of the North were left uninhabitable for years to come. But the harrying of the North also had significant long-term effects on the history and culture of England. It marked a turning point in the Norman conquest and cemented William's hold on the English throne. It also had a profound impact on the culture and language of the North, which retained many of its distinct features despite the Norman conquest. The harrying of the North is a reminder of the brutal and violent nature of medieval warfare, and of the high costs of political and military conflict. It is also a testament to the power of military force to shape the course of history, and to the importance of understanding the complex and intertwined social, economic, and political factors that lead to conflict and change. The Norman conquest of England in 1066 brought significant changes to the religious landscape of the country, with the arrival of a new wave of Norman bishops and clergy who sought to reform and reshape the English Church. These changes had a profound impact on the development of English religion, culture, and politics, and marked the beginning of a new era in the history of the country. One of the most significant developments in the Norman Church in England was the establishment of a new system of episcopal governance, based on the model of the Norman Church in France. Under this system, bishops were appointed by the king and given significant powers over the administration and governance of their dioceses. This represented a significant departure from the previous Anglo-Saxon system, which was more decentralized and focused on local control. Another major development in the Norman Church was the introduction of new architectural styles and building techniques. Norman churches were characterized by their distinctive Romanesque architecture, with features such as rounded arches, barrel vaults, and elaborate decoration. This style was imported from Normandy and reflected the influence of continental European architectural trends. The Norman Church also introduced significant changes to the liturgy and religious practices of the English Church. Norman bishops and clergy sought to impose stricter discipline and higher standards of religious observance, and introduced a range of new practices and rituals. This included the introduction of the use of the Latin language in worship, the adoption of new forms of music and chant, and the promotion of celibacy and monasticism. The impact of the Norman Church on English society and culture was profound. The Norman bishops and clergy brought with them a new cultural and intellectual vibrancy, and helped to stimulate the development of new ideas and trends in art, literature, and philosophy. They also played a key role in shaping the political landscape of the country, and were often involved in the complex and volatile power struggles of the period. Despite their many achievements, however, the Norman Church was not without its critics and detractors. Many Anglo-Saxons resented the imposition of Norman religious practices and cultural norms, and saw the Norman bishops as a foreign intrusion into their way of life. This resentment would continue to simmer for many years, and would play a significant role in the social and political tensions of the medieval period. The Norman Church in England represents a fascinating chapter in the history of English religion and culture. It marked the beginning of a new era of intellectual and artistic vitality, and helped to shape the religious and cultural landscape of the country for centuries to come. But it was also a period of profound change and disruption, as the old ways of the Anglo-Saxon Church were swept away and replaced by a new order imposed by a powerful and dynamic Norman elite. The Domesday Book is one of the most remarkable documents in English history, and provides a fascinating insight into the social, economic, and political landscape of Norman England. Compiled in 1086 on the orders of William the Conqueror, the Domesday Book is a detailed survey of the land and property holdings of the entire country, and was used by the Norman rulers to establish a comprehensive system of taxation and governance. The Domesday Book was compiled in response to a series of crises and challenges faced by the Norman rulers in the early years of their reign. Following the Norman conquest in 1066, William and his followers faced significant opposition and resistance from the English population, who resented the imposition of Norman rule and sought to preserve their traditional way of life. This led to a series of rebellions and uprisings, which posed a significant threat to the stability and security of the country. To establish control over the country and to shore up their power, William and his advisors decided to undertake a comprehensive survey of the land and property holdings of the country. This survey was carried out by a team of scribes and clerks, who traveled throughout the country collecting information on the land, people, and resources of each locality. The result of this survey was the Domesday Book, a massive document that contains detailed information on the land and property holdings of every locality in the country. This information was used to establish a comprehensive system of taxation, which allowed the Norman rulers to extract revenue from the population and to fund their military campaigns and other activities. The Domesday Book also had significant cultural and historical importance for Norman England. It represented a major achievement in the development of administrative and bureaucratic systems, and helped to establish a new level of organization and control in the country. It also provided a detailed record of the social and economic conditions of the country in the years immediately following the Norman conquest, and has been used by historians and scholars to understand the development of English society and culture during this period. Despite its many achievements, however, the Domesday Book was also a symbol of the arbitrary and often oppressive nature of Norman rule. The imposition of a comprehensive system of taxation and governance represented a significant departure from the more decentralized and flexible systems of governance that had characterized the Anglo-Saxon period. Many English people resented the imposition of Norman rule and saw the Domesday Book as a symbol of their subjugation and oppression. Nevertheless, the Domesday Book remains one of the most important documents in English history, and a testament to the remarkable achievements of the Norman rulers in establishing a new system of governance and control in the country. Its influence can still be felt today, and it stands as a powerful symbol of the enduring legacy of Norman England. Chapter 4: The Plantagenets. The Angevin Empire was one of the most remarkable and expansive polities of the medieval period, encompassing a vast swath of territory that stretched from the Atlantic coast of France to the southern reaches of Italy. It was founded by Henry II of England, who inherited the crown of England in 1154, and quickly set about consolidating his power and extending his influence across the Channel. Under Henry's rule, the Angevin Empire grew to become one of the dominant powers of Europe, and played a significant role in shaping the political and cultural landscape of the continent. Henry's empire was characterized by its military strength, economic vitality, and cultural vibrancy, and was renowned throughout Europe for its innovations and achievements. One of the most significant achievements of the Angevin Empire was its consolidation of power and control over the territories of England and France. Henry's marriage to Eleanor of Aquitaine, one of the wealthiest and most powerful women of the period, gave him a claim to significant territories in southern France, which he was able to expand through a series of military campaigns and strategic alliances. In addition to his conquests in France, Henry also sought to extend his influence in other parts of Europe. He launched a series of campaigns in Ireland, where he sought to establish English control over the territory and to impose English law and culture on the native population. He also sought to establish a foothold in the Holy Land, and was a key player in the politics and diplomacy of the Crusades. The Angevin Empire was also characterized by its remarkable cultural achievements. The period saw significant developments in art, architecture, literature, and philosophy, as the various cultures and peoples of the empire interacted and exchanged ideas. The Angevin period was also marked by the growth of universities and other centers of learning, which helped to promote the development of new ideas and trends in science, mathematics, and other fields. Despite its many achievements, however, the Angevin Empire was not without its challenges and problems. The period was characterized by frequent conflicts and power struggles, as rival factions and interests vied for control of the empire. These conflicts often spilled over into open warfare, and led to significant bloodshed and loss of life. Moreover, the Angevin Empire was also characterized by its oppressive and arbitrary nature, particularly in its treatment of the native populations of the territories it conquered. English law and culture were often imposed on these populations without regard for their customs and traditions, leading to significant resentment and resistance. Nevertheless, the Angevin Empire remains one of the most remarkable and influential polities of the medieval period, and a testament to the power and vitality of medieval Europe. Its legacy can still be felt today, and it stands as a powerful symbol of the enduring cultural and political achievements of the period. The Magna Carta is one of the most significant documents in English history and has played a pivotal role in shaping the political and legal landscape of the country. It was signed in 1215 by King John of England, in response to a growing wave of dissatisfaction and discontent among the barons and nobles of the country. The Magna Carta was a landmark document in many respects, establishing a number of key principles and rights that have since become foundational to English law and governance. Perhaps most significantly, it established the principle of the rule of law, which holds that no one, not even the king, is above the law. It also established the principle of due process, which requires that legal proceedings be conducted fairly and impartially. In addition to these foundational principles, the Magna Carta also established a number of specific rights and protections for English citizens. These included the right to a fair trial, the right to freedom from arbitrary arrest and imprisonment, and the right to protection from unreasonable taxation and other forms of government overreach. Despite its many achievements, however, the Magna Carta was not without its limitations and shortcomings. Many of its provisions were specific to the concerns and grievances of the barons and nobles who had forced King John to sign it, and it did little to address the broader concerns of the general population. Moreover, the Magna Carta was not an immediate success, and its principles and protections were often ignored or flouted by subsequent English monarchs. It was not until the 17th century that the principles of the Magna Carta began to be more fully embraced and implemented by English law and governance. Nevertheless, the Magna Carta remains a symbol of the enduring legacy of English law and governance, and a testament to the power and resilience of the principles and values it embodies. It has been invoked and cited in countless legal cases and political debates, and remains a source of inspiration and guidance for those who seek to uphold the principles of justice, fairness, and accountability in English society and governance. The Magna Carta also has significant cultural and historical importance for England and the wider world. It represented a major milestone in the development of English political and legal systems, and helped to establish a new level of accountability and transparency in government. It also served as a model for other societies and polities around the world, and has been cited as an inspiration for movements for democracy and human rights. Despite its limitations and challenges, the Magna Carta remains one of the most significant and enduring documents in English history, and a testament to the enduring power and resilience of the principles of justice, fairness, and accountability that it embodies. Its legacy can still be felt today, and it stands as a powerful symbol of the enduring cultural and political achievements of the English people. The 100 Years' War was a protracted and bitter conflict that spanned much of the 14th and 15th centuries, and marked a defining period in the history of England and France. At its core, the war was a struggle for control over the territories and resources of France, which had long been coveted by English kings and nobles. The roots of the conflict can be traced back to the early years of the 14th century, when Edward III of England asserted his claim to the French throne, and launched a series of invasions and military campaigns aimed at securing his hold over French territories. These early campaigns were marked by a number of stunning English victories, including the Battle of Crécy in 1346 and the Battle of Poitiers in 1356. However, the tide of the conflict began to turn against the English in the mid-15th century, as French forces rallied and began to push back against English advances. The turning point of the war came in 1429, with the arrival of Joan of Arc, a French peasant girl who claimed to have received divine visions and led French forces to a string of stunning victories. Despite these setbacks, the English continued to wage war against the French for many years to come, and the conflict continued to take a heavy toll on both sides. It was not until 1453 that the war finally came to an end, with the English ultimately losing most of their French territories and being forced to pay a heavy price for their decades-long campaign. The 100 Years' War had a profound impact on the history and culture of England and France, and has been cited as a major factor in the emergence of English nationalism and the growth of French national identity. It also played a key role in the development of military tactics and technologies, with both sides introducing a range of innovations and strategies that would shape the course of warfare for centuries to come. Moreover, the 100 Years' War had significant political and economic implications, both for England and for Europe as a whole. It drained vast amounts of resources and manpower from both sides, and contributed to a period of political instability and turmoil in England that would continue for many years after the war's end. Despite its many complexities and challenges, however, the 100 Years' War remains a testament to the power and resilience of the human spirit, and to the enduring legacy of the cultural and political achievements of England and France. It serves as a reminder of the importance of perseverance, courage, and resilience in the face of adversity, and of the role that history can play in shaping the destiny of nations and peoples. The Black Death was a devastating pandemic that swept across Europe in the mid-14th century, leaving death and destruction in its wake. This pandemic, which was caused by the bubonic plague, had a profound impact on English society and marked a turning point in the history of the country. The origins of the Black Death can be traced back to the early years of the 14th century, when a series of climatic and environmental changes led to a proliferation of rat populations in Europe. These rats carried fleas infected with the Yersinia pestis bacterium, which caused the bubonic plague in humans. The first wave of the Black Death hit England in 1348 and quickly spread throughout the country, leaving thousands dead in its wake. The mortality rate was staggering, with some estimates suggesting that as much as a third of the country's population may have been killed by the disease. The impact of the Black Death on English society was far-reaching and profound. The massive loss of life had a significant impact on the country's economy, as many workers and craftsmen died, leaving a labor shortage that led to a rise in wages and a decline in the power of the landed aristocracy. The plague also contributed to a decline in religious faith, as many people began to question the morality of a God that would inflict such suffering on his people. Despite these challenges, however, the Black Death also played a role in shaping the course of English history in the centuries to come. The pandemic led to a number of social and economic changes, including a shift towards more centralized and powerful governments, and a growing sense of national identity and unity in the face of a common threat. Moreover, the Black Death played a key role in the development of medical science, as physicians and scientists began to study the causes and transmission of the disease, and to develop new treatments and preventive measures to combat future outbreaks. In the end, the legacy of the Black Death is one of both tragedy and resilience. It serves as a reminder of the fragility of human life and the power of disease to shape the course of history. But it also reminds us of the strength and resilience of the human spirit, and of our ability to overcome even the most devastating of challenges through perseverance, innovation, and a commitment to the common good. The Wars of the Roses were a series of conflicts that took place in England during the 15th century and marked a turning point in the country's history. These wars were fought between two rival branches of the House of Plantagenet, the House of Lancaster and the House of York, over control of the English throne. The origins of the Wars of the Roses can be traced back to the reign of King Henry VI, who suffered from mental illness and was unable to govern effectively. This led to a power vacuum in England, which was exploited by rival factions within the Plantagenet family, who sought to gain control over the throne and its attendant privileges. The conflict escalated into open warfare in 1455, with the Battle of St. Albans marking the beginning of a long and bitter struggle for control of the English crown. The Wars of the Roses were characterized by a series of bloody battles, political maneuvering, and complex alliances and betrayals, and took a heavy toll on both sides. Despite the many challenges posed by the Wars of the Roses, however, they also played a key role in shaping the course of English history. The conflict contributed to a growing sense of national identity and unity, as both the House of Lancaster and the House of York claimed to represent the best interests of the English people. Moreover, the Wars of the Roses paved the way for the rise of the Tudor dynasty, which emerged victorious from the conflict and went on to rule England for over a century. The Tudors were able to consolidate their power through a combination of strong leadership, political savvy, and a commitment to progressive policies and social reform. The Tudor era was marked by a number of significant cultural, political, and economic developments, including the expansion of the English navy, the establishment of the Church of England, and the growth of a vibrant artistic and literary culture. In the end, the Wars of the Roses serve as a reminder of the importance of political stability, effective governance, and a commitment to the common good in ensuring the long-term success and prosperity of a nation. They also remind us of the power of perseverance, resilience, and a sense of national pride in the face of even the most daunting of challenges. Chapter 5: The Tudors. The reign of Henry VII marked a pivotal moment in English history, as he successfully established the Tudor dynasty and ushered in a new era of stability, prosperity, and cultural achievement. Born in 1457, Henry was the son of Edmund Tudor, a Welsh nobleman, and Margaret Beaufort, a descendant of the Plantagenet dynasty. From an early age, Henry demonstrated a keen intelligence, political savvy, and a talent for diplomacy, which he would use to great effect throughout his reign. He came to power in 1485, following the Battle of Bosworth Field, which saw the defeat and death of Richard III, the last of the Plantagenet kings. With the establishment of the Tudor dynasty, Henry set about consolidating his power and establishing a strong, centralized government. He was aided in this task by his close advisor Thomas Cromwell, who helped him to modernize the English legal system, reform the church, and build a powerful navy to protect England's interests overseas. Under Henry's leadership, England also experienced a period of economic growth and cultural achievement. The king established trade relationships with other European powers, which helped to stimulate commerce and industry at home. He also supported the arts and sciences, sponsoring the work of writers, poets, and scholars such as William Shakespeare, John Skelton, and Erasmus. Despite these many achievements, however, Henry's reign was not without its challenges. He faced several uprisings and rebellions, including the Perkin-Warbeck conspiracy and the Cornish Rebellion of 1497, which tested his leadership and required him to take strong measures to maintain order and stability. Moreover, Henry's policies were not universally popular, particularly among the nobility, who resented his attempts to limit their power and privileges. This led to several conspiracies and plots against his life, including the infamous Simnel Conspiracy of 1487, which sought to place a pretender on the throne in Henry's place. Despite these challenges, however, Henry was able to maintain his grip on power and establish the Tudor dynasty as one of the most enduring and successful in English history. He passed on to his son, Henry VIII, a stable and prosperous kingdom, which would go on to become one of the dominant powers of Europe in the centuries to come. In the end, Henry VII's reign serves as a reminder of the importance of strong leadership, political savvy, and a commitment to the common good in ensuring the long-term success and prosperity of a nation. It also reminds us of the power of innovation, cultural achievement, and economic growth in shaping the course of history and laying the foundations for a brighter future. The English Reformation was a watershed moment in the history of England, marking a dramatic break with the Roman Catholic Church and the establishment of the Church of England. The origins of this movement can be traced back to the reign of Henry VIII, who famously sought to annul his marriage to Catherine of Aragon in order to marry Anne Boleyn. At the time, the Roman Catholic Church held a near monopoly on religious authority in England, and the Pope was considered the ultimate spiritual and temporal authority. However, Henry's dispute with the Pope over his marriage set off a chain of events that would ultimately lead to the establishment of a new English church, free from the authority of Rome. Henry's efforts to secure an annulment were initially rebuffed by the Pope, which led the king to take matters into his own hands. He convened a meeting of the English clergy and nobility, known as the Reformation Parliament, which passed a series of laws that effectively severed ties with Rome and established the Church of England as an independent institution. This move was met with widespread resistance and opposition, both from within England and from the wider Catholic world. The Pope excommunicated Henry, and the English Church was forced to defend its legitimacy and authority against accusations of heresy and apostasy. Despite these challenges, however, the English Reformation continued to gain momentum under the reigns of Henry's successors, Edward VI and Elizabeth I. The former was a staunch Protestant who sought to further the cause of the Reformation in England, while the latter was a masterful politician who was able to navigate the complex religious landscape of her day and establish a stable and successful Protestant church in England. The English Reformation had far-reaching consequences for English society and culture, and its impact can still be felt to this day. It marked a decisive break with the past and ushered in a new era of religious and intellectual freedom, which would help to shape the course of English history in the centuries to come. Moreover, the Reformation had important political and economic implications, as it helped to shift power away from the church and towards the state, and paved the way for the development of a more modern, secular society. It also played a key role in the rise of capitalism and the growth of the British Empire, as the Protestant work ethic and spirit of innovation helped to fuel England's economic and military expansion. Despite these many achievements, however, the English Reformation was not without its controversies and challenges. It sparked bitter religious and political divisions, which would take many years to heal, and it raised important questions about the relationship between church and state, and the nature of religious freedom and tolerance. In the end, however, the English Reformation stands as a testament to the power of religious and political reform, and to the enduring legacy of those who dared to challenge the established order and forge a new path for their country and their people. It reminds us of the importance of intellectual and spiritual freedom, and of the need for constant renewal and reform in order to ensure the continued success and prosperity of a nation. The reign of Queen Elizabeth I marked a golden age in English history, a time of cultural and economic prosperity and military glory. One of the most significant events of Elizabeth's reign was the Spanish Armada, a failed invasion attempt by the Spanish Navy in 1588 that has come to symbolize England's defiance and strength in the face of adversity. The origins of the conflict can be traced back to the religious and political tensions of the time, as Spain, a staunchly Catholic nation, sought to challenge the growing power and influence of Protestant England. The two countries had been engaged in a long-standing rivalry, fueled by territorial disputes, piracy, and the conflicting ambitions of their respective monarchs. When Elizabeth's forces aided the Dutch rebels in their struggle against Spanish rule, the conflict between the two nations reached a boiling point, and in 1588, the Spanish King Philip II launched an invasion fleet of 130 ships, carrying over 30,000 men. The English response to the invasion was swift and decisive. Under the leadership of Sir Francis Drake and other renowned naval commanders, the English fleet was able to outmaneuver and outgun the Spanish ships, inflicting heavy losses and forcing the surviving vessels to flee back to Spain. The victory was a significant moment in English history, and it helped to cement England's position as a major naval power and a leader in the Protestant world. It also marked a turning point in the wider struggle between Catholicism and Protestantism, and helped to reinforce the idea that England was a special and chosen nation, favored by God and destined for greatness. The victory over the Spanish Armada had profound political and cultural implications as well. It helped to strengthen Elizabeth's position as queen, and solidified her reputation as a wise and capable ruler. It also marked the beginning of a new era of national pride and identity, as the English people began to see themselves as a distinct and powerful nation, with a rich history and culture all their own. Furthermore, the victory over the Spanish Armada had important economic implications, as it helped to open up new trade routes and expand England's commercial reach. The growth of England's naval power and the development of new industries, such as shipbuilding, helped to fuel the country's economic growth and prosperity, laying the foundations for the Industrial Revolution and the rise of Britain as a global economic superpower. In summary, the Spanish Armada was a defining moment in English history, a victory that helped to shape the course of the nation's political, cultural, and economic development. It demonstrated England's military might and its ability to resist foreign invasion, while also reinforcing the country's sense of national pride and identity. The Spanish Armada stands as a testament to the power of a nation united in its determination to defend its freedom and sovereignty, and it continues to inspire and resonate with people around the world to this day. The Stuart succession crisis was a period of political turmoil and uncertainty in England, triggered by the death of Queen Elizabeth I in 1603. The question of who would succeed the childless queen had been a matter of debate for years, and it was widely believed that the throne would pass to the Scottish King James VI, who was the closest living relative of the Tudor monarch. However, the transition of power was not without its challenges. There were fears among the English nobility that James would bring with him the Scottish system of government, which was viewed as inferior and barbaric. Furthermore, there were concerns that James would use his new position to advance the interests of his Scottish supporters, at the expense of the English aristocracy. To address these concerns, James made a number of concessions to the English nobility, including promises to uphold English law and customs, and to maintain the Anglican Church as the established religion of the land. These promises were enshrined in the Union of the Crowns, a treaty that formally united England and Scotland under the rule of James I. Despite these concessions, the succession crisis continued to cast a shadow over the early years of James's reign. There were fears that the new king would be unable to govern effectively, given his Scottish background and lack of experience in English politics. There were also concerns about his religious affiliation, as James was a devout Protestant in a country that had been deeply divided by religious conflict. However, James was able to navigate these challenges, thanks in part to his diplomatic skill and political savvy. He was able to build strong relationships with key members of the English nobility, including the powerful Howard and Cecil families, and he was able to win over many of his critics with his intelligence and wit. Under James's rule, England experienced a period of relative stability and prosperity, as the new king worked to consolidate his power and establish his authority over the realm. He was successful in reining in the power of the nobility, while also supporting the growth of commerce and industry, laying the foundations for England's future economic success. However, the legacy of the Stuart succession crisis continued to be felt for years to come. The tensions between England and Scotland persisted, with many Scots viewing themselves as second-class citizens within the United Kingdom. Furthermore, the religious divisions that had emerged during the crisis continued to simmer, eventually leading to the outbreak of civil war in the mid-17th century. In summary, the Stuart succession crisis was a period of uncertainty and upheaval in English history, marked by fears of foreign influence and concerns about the future of the realm. However, it also represented a turning point in English politics, as the new king worked to establish his authority and build a strong central government. The legacy of the crisis would continue to shape English politics for years to come, as the nation navigated the complex issues of religion, nationality, and governance in the years ahead. The Tudor dynasty, which ruled England from 1485 to 1603, left an indelible mark on the country's culture and society. From the reign of Henry VII to that of Elizabeth I, England underwent significant changes in its politics, economy, and culture, which would shape the country for centuries to come. The Tudor period saw a renewed interest in the arts and culture, with writers, artists, and musicians flourishing under the patronage of the Tudor monarchs. The reign of Henry VIII was particularly notable for its cultural achievements, with the king himself a gifted musician and composer. The Tudor court became a center of artistic excellence, with poets like Edmund Spenser and William Shakespeare producing some of the greatest works of literature in the English language. The Tudor period was also marked by significant advances in technology and industry. The growth of the wool trade, for example, led to the development of new textile technologies, while the exploration and colonization of the New World opened up new markets and opportunities for trade. The reign of Elizabeth I, in particular, saw a period of economic growth and expansion, as England became a major player in the global economy. In addition to these economic and cultural developments, the Tudor period also witnessed significant changes in England's religious landscape. The reign of Henry VIII saw the break with Rome and the establishment of the Church of England, which would become the dominant religious institution in the country. The Tudor monarchs were also known for their strong support of the arts and education, with the founding of Oxford and Cambridge universities and the establishment of grammar schools across the country. Despite these achievements, the Tudor period was also marked by significant challenges and controversies. The religious conflicts that emerged during the reign of Henry VIII continued to simmer under his successors, leading to periods of unrest and instability. The Tudor monarchs also faced numerous external threats, including the Spanish Armada, which attempted to invade England during the reign of Elizabeth I. Overall, the impact of the Tudors on English culture and society was profound, shaping the country in ways that are still felt today. From the growth of the arts and industry to the establishment of the Church of England, the Tudors left an enduring legacy on the country and its people. While the period was not without its challenges, it is clear that the Tudor dynasty played a significant role in shaping the course of English history, and their achievements continue to be celebrated and studied to this day. Chapter 6: The Stuarts. The reign of James I, who ascended to the English throne in 1603, was marked by a number of significant developments in politics, religion, and culture. One of the most notable aspects of James's reign was his insistence on the doctrine of the divine right of kings, which held that monarchs were appointed by God and therefore had absolute authority over their subjects. James's belief in the divine right of kings was rooted in his own experiences as a monarch. As King of Scotland, he had faced significant challenges to his authority from the Scottish nobility, and he viewed the English monarchy as a way to establish a more stable and secure position for himself. To that end, he asserted his authority over the English Parliament, arguing that it had no right to challenge his decisions or question his authority. This stance put James at odds with many of his subjects, who saw Parliament as a vital check on royal power. James's refusal to grant Parliament certain rights and privileges, such as the right to petition the king or the right to free speech, led to tensions between the monarch and his subjects, which would culminate in the English Civil War some decades later. Despite these challenges, James's reign was marked by significant cultural and intellectual achievements. The period saw a flowering of literature and the arts, with writers like William Shakespeare and John Donne producing some of their greatest works. James himself was a scholar and author, and his reign saw the publication of the King James Bible, one of the most important translations of the Bible in the English language. James was also a patron of the arts, and he supported the development of new forms of music and theater. The period saw the rise of the Jacobean era, which was marked by a distinctive style of drama and literature. James's support for the arts helped to cement England's position as a cultural center, and his reign remains a significant period in the country's cultural history. Despite these cultural achievements, however, James's reign was marked by significant political tensions and challenges. His insistence on the divine right of kings put him at odds with many of his subjects, who saw his policies as a threat to their rights and liberties. The period also saw significant religious tensions, as James attempted to impose his own religious views on the country, leading to the rise of Puritanism and other dissenting movements. Overall, the reign of James I was a period of significant change and upheaval in English history. James's insistence on the divine right of kings put him at odds with many of his subjects, leading to significant political tensions and challenges. At the same time, however, the period was marked by significant cultural and intellectual achievements, which helped to shape the course of English culture and society for centuries to come. Despite its challenges, the reign of James I remains an important period in English history, and its legacy continues to be felt to this day. The Gunpowder Plot of 1605 is one of the most infamous events in English history. The plot was an attempt by a group of Catholic conspirators to blow up the Houses of Parliament and kill King James I, who they saw as a threat to their religious beliefs. The plot was discovered thanks to a tip-off, and the conspirators were quickly arrested and executed. The aftermath of the plot had far-reaching consequences for English society, as it led to a crackdown on Catholicism and a renewed focus on the security of the state. The Gunpowder Plot was rooted in the religious tensions of the time. James I was a Protestant monarch who had come to power after years of conflict between Catholics and Protestants in England. Many Catholics saw James as a threat to their beliefs, and hoped to replace him with a Catholic monarch who would be more sympathetic to their cause. The conspirators, led by Robert Catesby, and including the infamous Guy Fawkes, planned to blow up the Houses of Parliament during the state opening, when the king and his ministers would be present. They hoped that this would lead to a popular uprising and the establishment of a Catholic government. The plot was discovered thanks to a tip-off, and the conspirators were quickly arrested. Fawkes was caught red-handed in the cellars beneath the Houses of Parliament with barrels of gunpowder, and the others were tracked down and arrested in the days that followed. The aftermath of the gunpowder plot was significant for English society. The government used the plot as a justification for a crackdown on Catholicism, with many Catholics being arrested and executed for their alleged involvement in the conspiracy. The government also introduced a number of measures aimed at improving the security of the state, including the introduction of the Oath of Allegiance, which required all public officials to swear allegiance to the king and renounce the authority of the Pope. The gunpowder plot also had a significant impact on English culture and society. The figure of Guy Fawkes became a symbol of rebellion and resistance, with his image being used in political protests and popular culture for centuries to come. The story of the plot has been retold in countless books, films, and plays, and it remains a significant part of English folklore. In many ways, the gunpowder plot was a turning point in English history. It marked a shift in the country's religious and political landscape, with the government becoming more focused on security and the protection of the state. It also helped to cement the power of the Protestant monarchy, which would continue to dominate English politics for centuries to come. Despite its significance, however, the gunpowder plot remains a source of controversy and debate. Some have argued that the plot was exaggerated by the government in order to justify its crackdown on Catholicism, while others have questioned the official version of events and suggested that there may have been other, more complex motivations behind the plot. Regardless of the truth of the matter, the gunpowder plot remains a significant event in English history, and its legacy continues to be felt to this day. Whether seen as a symbol of rebellion and resistance, or as a reminder of the dangers of religious extremism, the plot remains a powerful and enduring part of English culture and identity. The English Civil War was a conflict that shook the foundations of English society and led to significant political and social change. The war was fought between the Royalists, who supported the king, and the Parliamentarians, who were opposed to the king's rule and sought to limit his power. The causes of the English Civil War were complex and multifaceted. At its heart, however, was a struggle for power between the king and Parliament. The king believed in the divine right of monarchs, which gave him unlimited power and authority, while the parliamentarians believed that the king should be subject to the law and accountable to Parliament. The war began in 1642, when King Charles I attempted to arrest several members of Parliament who were opposed to his rule. This led to a breakdown in relations between the king and Parliament, and the country was soon plunged into conflict. The war was fought on a number of fronts, with battles taking place across the country. The Royalists were initially successful, winning a number of early victories, but the parliamentarians were eventually able to gain the upper hand thanks to the leadership of figures such as Oliver Cromwell. The war was marked by a number of significant events, including the execution of the king in 1649, which marked the end of the monarchy and the establishment of the Commonwealth, a period of Republican rule that lasted until the restoration of the monarchy in 1660. The impact of the English Civil War on English society was significant. The war led to the establishment of parliamentary democracy and the rule of law, as well as the curtailment of the power of the monarchy. It also had a profound impact on English culture and identity, with many of the key figures in the war becoming national heroes and symbols of resistance. Despite its significance, however, the English Civil War was also marked by violence and tragedy. The conflict led to the deaths of thousands of people and caused widespread suffering and disruption across the country. The legacy of the English Civil War continues to be felt to this day. Its impact on English society and politics can still be seen in the way that the country is governed, and its influence on English culture and identity remains strong. In many ways, the English Civil War was a turning point in English history. It marked the end of the medieval period and the beginning of the modern era, with the country becoming more focused on democracy, liberty, and the rule of law. It also helped to shape the English identity, with the country becoming a symbol of resistance and defiance against oppression. Despite its complexities and controversies, however, the English Civil War remains a powerful and enduring part of English history. Whether seen as a tragedy or a triumph, the conflict remains a significant and influential event that has helped to shape the course of English history for centuries to come. The restoration of the monarchy in England in 1660 marked the end of the Commonwealth period and the return of King Charles II to the throne. The period that followed was marked by political instability and the struggle for power between the monarchy and Parliament. The restoration was initially welcomed by many in England, who saw it as a return to stability and the end of the Republic. However, it soon became clear that the monarchy had not changed its ways, and that many of the problems that had led to the Civil War were still present. One of the key issues was the question of religious toleration. The monarchy was strongly opposed to religious dissent and sought to suppress those who did not conform to the Church of England. This led to a series of conflicts with religious groups, such as the Quakers and the Puritans. Another key issue was the struggle for power between the monarchy and Parliament. The Restoration saw the return of the monarchy, but Parliament was still a powerful force in English politics, and there were many who believed that it should have more power. These tensions came to a head in the late 1670s and early 1680s, when the so-called exclusion crisis led to a series of political upheavals. The crisis was sparked by the question of who would succeed Charles II, and whether his Catholic brother James should be allowed to inherit the throne. The crisis led to a struggle between the monarchy and Parliament, with the latter seeking to limit the power of the monarchy and ensure that James did not become king. This eventually led to the Glorious Revolution of 1688, in which James was deposed and replaced by his Protestant daughter Mary and her husband William of Orange. The Glorious Revolution was a significant event in English history, marking the beginning of a new era of constitutional government and the end of absolute monarchy. The revolution also had a profound impact on English culture and identity, with many seeing it as a symbol of resistance against tyranny and oppression. The legacy of the Restoration and the Glorious Revolution can still be felt in English society today. The principles of constitutional government and religious toleration that were established during this period remain central to English political life and have been the foundation of the country's democracy for centuries. Despite its significance, however, the Restoration and the Glorious Revolution were not without their controversies. The question of religious toleration in particular remained a contentious issue for many years, with various religious groups continuing to struggle for recognition and acceptance. In many ways, the Restoration and the Glorious Revolution can be seen as a continuation of the themes that were present during the Civil War. The struggle for power between the monarchy and Parliament and the question of religious toleration were both key issues that had been present throughout the conflict, and which continued to shape English society and politics for years to come. Overall, the Restoration and the Glorious Revolution were significant events that had a profound impact on English history and society. They helped to establish the principles of constitutional government and religious toleration that remain central to English political life, and marked the beginning of a new era in English history that would be defined by democracy, liberty, and the rule of law. It was during the Stuart dynasty that the kingdoms of England and Scotland were first united under a single monarch. This union, however, was not without its challenges, particularly from those who remained loyal to the deposed Stuart monarchs. The period known as the Jacobite rebellions was marked by a series of uprisings and attempts to restore the Stuarts to the throne, which ultimately failed but left a lasting impact on British history. The first of the Jacobite uprisings occurred in 1689, shortly after James II was deposed in the Glorious Revolution. James's supporters, known as Jacobites, rallied around his son James Francis Edward Stuart, who was living in France at the time. They hoped to overthrow the new monarchs, William III and Mary II, and restore the Catholic Stuarts to the throne. The rebellion was centered in Scotland, where many Highland clans remained loyal to the Stuarts, and it was quickly suppressed by the government forces. The Second Jacobite Uprising took place in 1715, when James Francis Edward Stuart made his way to Scotland and declared himself king. Once again, the rebellion was centered in Scotland, and many Highland clans joined the cause. The government forces, however, were better prepared this time, and the rebellion was ultimately crushed. The third and final Jacobite uprising occurred in 1745, led by James Francis Edward Stuart's son, Charles Edward Stuart, also known as Bonnie Prince Charlie. Once again, the rebellion was centered in Scotland, and many Highland clans joined the cause. This time, however, the rebellion gained significant momentum, and Bonnie Prince Charlie was able to capture Edinburgh and make his way south to Derbyshire before being forced to retreat. The rebellion was ultimately defeated at the Battle of Culloden in 1746, where the government forces used their superior firepower to crush the Jacobite army. The impact of the Jacobite rebellions was significant. They highlighted the tension between the different regions of Britain and the challenges of ruling a country with such diverse cultural and political identities. They also had a lasting impact on Scottish identity, particularly in the Highlands, where the clans had been fiercely loyal to the Stuarts. The rebellions also marked the end of the Stuart dynasty and the beginning of the Hanoverian era, which saw significant changes to British politics and society. Despite their ultimate failure, the Jacobite rebellions continue to capture the imagination of historians and the general public alike. They are often portrayed as a romantic and doomed attempt to restore a lost cause, and the stories of Bonnie Prince Charlie and the Highland clans have become deeply ingrained in Scottish folklore. The legacy of the Jacobite rebellions can still be felt in modern Scotland, where the Stuarts remain a popular topic of discussion and debate. In summary, the Jacobite rebellions were a significant period in Scottish and British history. They were marked by a series of uprisings and attempts to restore the Catholic Stuarts to the throne, which ultimately failed but left a lasting impact on British culture and identity. The rebellions highlighted the tension between different regions of Britain and the challenges of ruling a diverse and culturally rich country. Despite their failure, the Jacobite rebellions continue to capture the imagination and remain an important part of Scottish and British history. Chapter 7: The Glorious Revolution. In the annals of English history, the Glorious Revolution stands as a momentous occasion that marked the end of the reign of the House of Stuart and ushered in a new era of constitutional monarchy. The Glorious Revolution was a pivotal moment in the long struggle between the monarchy and the Parliament, which began in earnest during the reign of James I and continued through the turbulent years of the Civil War and the Restoration. By the late 17th century, tensions between the king and the Parliament had reached a boiling point, and the country was on the brink of a crisis. The Glorious Revolution was brought about by a complex set of factors, including political, religious, and economic grievances. The political tensions between the king and the Parliament had been simmering for years, and the issue of the succession was a major point of contention. James II, the last Stuart monarch, had alienated many of his subjects with his Catholic sympathies and his efforts to centralize power in his own hands. In addition, his attempts to circumvent the laws passed by Parliament had angered many of the country's most powerful politicians. The religious dimension of the Glorious Revolution cannot be understated. The Protestant majority in England feared that James II's Catholicism would lead to a resurgence of Catholicism in the country and a curtailment of their own rights and freedoms. James II's efforts to promote Catholicism, including the appointment of Catholics to key positions in government and the military, had only heightened these fears. Finally, there were economic grievances at play as well. The country was mired in an economic downturn, and many people blamed the king's policies for their hardships. The merchants, in particular, were unhappy with James II's attempts to interfere in their trade and commerce. Against this backdrop, the Glorious Revolution unfolded. In 1688, a group of English nobles invited William of Orange, the Dutch stadtholder, to come to England and take the throne from James II. William was married to James II's daughter, Mary, and was a staunch Protestant who had long been seen as a potential savior of the Protestant cause in England. William arrived in England with an army of Dutch soldiers, and James II's army quickly deserted him. James II was forced to flee to France, and William and Mary were proclaimed joint monarchs of England. This marked the first time in English history that a monarch had been deposed without violence or bloodshed. The Glorious Revolution was a turning point in English history. It marked the end of the absolute monarchy and the beginning of the constitutional monarchy, in which the monarch was subject to the laws and the will of the Parliament. The revolution also paved the way for the development of the modern political parties and the emergence of a two-party system in England. In the years that followed, William and Mary worked to consolidate their power and to address the various grievances that had led to the revolution. They passed a number of important laws, including the Bill of Rights, which affirmed the rights of Parliament and the people and curtailed the powers of the monarch. They also worked to promote religious tolerance, which helped to ease some of the religious tensions that had fueled the revolution. The Glorious Revolution had far-reaching implications beyond England. It helped to establish the principle of limited government and the rule of law, which became a cornerstone of Western political thought. It also inspired other movements for liberty and democracy throughout Europe and the world. In summary, the Glorious Revolution was a momentous event in English history, and one that had profound implications for the development of democracy and human rights around the world. It marked the end of the Stuart dynasty and the beginning of a new era of constitutional monarchy, in which the monarch was subject to the laws and the will of the people. The reign of James II, which lasted from 1685 to 1688, was marked by his unpopular policies, which ultimately led to the Glorious Revolution of 1688. James II, the younger brother of King Charles II, succeeded the throne after the death of his brother. Unlike his brother, James was a devout Catholic and was determined to restore Catholicism as the official religion of England. From the beginning of his reign, James made clear his intention to pursue policies that would be unpopular with his Protestant subjects. He appointed Catholics to key positions in government, the army, and the church, and granted them religious toleration. James also sought to repeal laws that discriminated against Catholics, and to establish a standing army, which was viewed with suspicion by many Englishmen. James's policies aroused opposition from many quarters, including the powerful Whig Party, which had been instrumental in the overthrow of James's father, King James I, in the Glorious Revolution of 1688. The Whigs were joined by members of the Church of England, who saw James's policies as a threat to the established church, and by many ordinary Englishmen, who were alarmed by the prospect of a Catholic monarch. James's decision to have a son in 1688, who would have been raised as a Catholic, was the final straw for many Englishmen. In response, a group of Protestant nobles invited James's Protestant daughter, Mary, and her husband, the Dutch Prince William of Orange, to invade England and assume the throne. William landed in England in November 1688, and was soon joined by many English nobles and soldiers who had defected from James's army. James, seeing that he had little support, fled to France. The English Parliament declared that James had abdicated the throne, and William and Mary were proclaimed joint monarchs. The Glorious Revolution marked a turning point in English history, and was a triumph for parliamentary government and the Protestant religion. The Bill of Rights, which was passed in 1689, established the supremacy of Parliament over the monarch, and guaranteed freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and other basic rights. The Glorious Revolution also had significant consequences for Europe, as it helped to establish England as a leading power on the continent. William III, who was a skilled military commander, led a coalition of European powers against France in the War of the League of Augsburg, 1688-97, and the 9 Years' War, 1688-97. These wars were fought over issues of religion, trade, and territorial control, and had far-reaching consequences for the balance of power in Europe. In summary, James II's reign was marked by his unpopular policies, which ultimately led to the Glorious Revolution of 1688. The revolution established parliamentary government and the Protestant religion as the dominant forces in English society, and had significant consequences for Europe as a whole. Despite the upheavals of the time, however, the Glorious Revolution helped to establish England as a leading power in Europe, and paved the way for a century of stability and prosperity. The Glorious Revolution of 1688 was a pivotal moment in English history, when the country experienced a profound political shift that would alter its trajectory for centuries to come. The events leading up to this momentous occasion were complex and multifaceted, involving a series of political, religious, and economic tensions that had been simmering beneath the surface for many years. One of the key factors leading up to the Glorious Revolution was the reign of James II, who had come to the throne in 1685 following the death of his brother Charles II. James was a Catholic, which immediately raised suspicions among many Protestants in England, who feared that he would attempt to impose his faith on the country and roll back the gains of the Reformation. James had already caused consternation by appointing Catholics to high positions in the government and army, and by openly practicing his faith in public. These concerns were compounded by the economic problems that England was facing at the time, including high taxes and inflation. Many people blamed James for these difficulties, and his unpopularity only increased as he continued to pursue his pro-Catholic policies. As James's reign progressed, it became clear that he was determined to push through his agenda, even if it meant alienating many of his subjects. He dissolved Parliament on several occasions, hoping to replace it with a more compliant body that would do his bidding. He also issued a series of declarations of indulgence, which suspended the laws against Catholics and other nonconformists, and caused widespread outrage among Protestants. It was against this backdrop of political, religious, and economic unrest that William of Orange, the Dutch stadtholder, began to emerge as a potential challenger to James's authority. William was married to James's daughter Mary, and was a Protestant champion who had fought against Catholic powers in Europe. He had long been concerned about James's pro-Catholic policies, and was rumored to be considering an invasion of England to depose him. In June 1688, William sailed with a fleet of ships to England, where he was greeted by a large number of supporters. James attempted to resist him, but was unable to muster enough support to mount an effective defense. William quickly consolidated his power, and James was forced to flee to France. The events of the Glorious Revolution were remarkable for several reasons. Firstly, they demonstrated the power of popular opinion in shaping political outcomes. Despite James's attempts to suppress dissent and stifle opposition, he was ultimately unable to withstand the tide of public opinion that was turning against him. Secondly, the Glorious Revolution marked a crucial moment in the development of constitutional government in England. The events of 1688 helped to establish the principle that the monarch was subject to the rule of law, and could be removed from power if they were deemed to be acting against the interests of the country. This was a radical departure from the earlier conception of the monarch as an absolute ruler, and helped to pave the way for the development of parliamentary democracy. Finally, the Glorious Revolution had important international implications. It helped to establish England as a major player on the European stage, and strengthened its position as a champion of Protestantism and constitutional government. It also marked the beginning of a long period of Anglo-Dutch cooperation, which would shape European politics for many years to come. In summary, the Glorious Revolution of 1688 was a transformative moment in English history, which helped to shape the country's political, social, and economic development for centuries to come. It demonstrated the power of popular opinion, established the principles of constitutional government, and had important international implications. The Bill of Rights is a landmark document in English constitutional history, and its impact continues to be felt today. It was drafted in the aftermath of the Glorious Revolution of 1688, which saw the overthrow of King James II and the installation of William and Mary on the throne. The Bill of Rights was designed to limit the power of the monarchy and protect the rights of the people. The origins of the Bill of Rights can be traced back to the reign of James II. James was a Catholic and was determined to promote the interests of his fellow Catholics at the expense of the Protestant majority. He appointed Catholics to key positions in the government and the army, and he issued a series of proclamations that were seen as attacks on the rights and privileges of English subjects. The reaction to James's policies was swift and strong. A group of influential nobles and politicians, known as the Whigs, began to agitate for his removal from the throne. They invited William of Orange, the Protestant ruler of the Netherlands, to invade England and depose James. William landed in England in November 1688, and James fled to France. The new regime was established through the Convention Parliament, which met in 1689. This parliament was unusual in that it was not called by the monarch, but was convened by the people themselves. Its first act was to declare that James had abdicated the throne, and it then invited William and Mary to become joint monarchs. The Convention Parliament also drew up a Declaration of Rights, which outlined the grievances of the English people against James and set out the principles that would guide the new government. The Declaration of Rights was later transformed into the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is a complex document, and it covers a wide range of topics. Some of its key provisions include: the monarch cannot suspend or dispense with the laws or levy taxes without the consent of Parliament. The monarch cannot maintain a standing army without the consent of Parliament. The monarch cannot interfere with the freedom of speech or debates in Parliament. The right to petition the monarch for redress of grievances. The right to bear arms for self-defense. The right to a fair and speedy trial, including the right to trial by jury. The prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment. The Bill of Rights also made clear that the succession to the throne would be determined by law, not by the arbitrary will of the monarch. This was a significant departure from the past, when the monarch had been free to choose his or her successor. The Bill of Rights had a profound impact on English constitutional history. It established the principle of limited monarchy, which remains a cornerstone of the British system of government to this day. It also laid the groundwork for the development of parliamentary democracy by giving Parliament the power to control taxation and the military. The Bill of Rights was also a significant step forward for individual rights and freedoms. It enshrined the right to trial by jury, the right to bear arms, and the prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment. These were all important protections for ordinary people against the arbitrary exercise of power by the state. In summary, the Bill of Rights was a seminal document in English constitutional history. It was the product of a long struggle for liberty and freedom, and it established important principles that continue to shape the British system of government today. Its legacy can be seen in the constitutional protections enjoyed by British citizens, and in the vibrant parliamentary democracy that exists in the country today. The Glorious Revolution of 1688, also known as the Bloodless Revolution, was a turning point in English history. It marked the overthrow of King James II and the establishment of a constitutional monarchy in England. The revolution was led by William of Orange, who was invited by a group of English nobles to invade England and depose James II. The revolution was bloodless, and it resulted in a significant shift in power from the monarch to Parliament. The background to the Glorious Revolution can be traced back to the reign of James II's predecessor, Charles II. Charles II had a tumultuous reign, marked by political instability, religious conflict, and financial troubles. He was succeeded by his brother, James II, who was a Catholic. James II's accession to the throne was controversial, as many Protestants in England feared that he would try to impose Catholicism on the country. James II did little to allay these fears. He appointed Catholics to key positions in the government and the army, and he granted religious toleration to Catholics and other non-Anglican denominations. This policy of religious tolerance was seen as a threat to the established Church of England and to the power of the landed aristocracy, who were largely Anglican. In addition, James II's attempts to assert his royal prerogative and to govern without the consent of Parliament further alienated him from the English political establishment. The situation came to a head in 1688, when James II's queen gave birth to a son, who was widely believed to be the legitimate heir to the throne. This posed a problem for the English nobles who opposed James II, as it meant that the Catholic line of succession was secure. In response, a group of English nobles invited William of Orange, the Protestant stadtholder of the Dutch Republic and husband of James II's Protestant daughter, Mary, to invade England and depose James II. William landed in England in November 1688 with a large army, and James II's support quickly crumbled. James II fled to France, and William and Mary were declared joint monarchs of England. The revolution was largely bloodless, as James II's army largely refused to fight against William's forces. The Glorious Revolution had significant consequences for English political and constitutional history. It marked the beginning of the modern British Constitution, which is based on the principle of parliamentary sovereignty. The Bill of Rights, which was passed by Parliament in 1689, established that the monarch could not suspend or dispense with laws passed by Parliament, that parliamentary elections must be held regularly, and that there could be no taxation without parliamentary consent. The revolution also marked the beginning of a new era of religious toleration in England. The Toleration Act of 1689 granted religious freedom to Protestants who were not members of the Church of England, and it marked the beginning of a process of religious pluralism that would characterize English society in the centuries to come. The Glorious Revolution had wider implications for Europe as well. It marked the end of the divine right of kings and the beginning of a new era of constitutionalism. It also helped to cement England's position as a major European power, as William III went on to play a leading role in the wars against Louis XIV of France. In summary, the Glorious Revolution of 1688 was a turning point in English history. It marked the overthrow of James II and the establishment of a constitutional monarchy in England. The revolution had significant consequences for English political and constitutional history, establishing the principle of parliamentary sovereignty and religious toleration. It also had wider implications for Europe, helping to usher in a new era of constitutionalism and cementing England's position as a major European power. Chapter 8: The Industrial Revolution. In the annals of English history, few events have had a more profound and far-reaching impact on society and the economy than the Industrial Revolution. This momentous period of transformation, spanning the late 18th and early 19th centuries, witnessed the emergence of new technologies, industries, and forms of social organization that would reshape the country forever. The origins of the Industrial Revolution can be traced to a number of different factors. One of the most important was the growing demand for goods and services that had been fueled by the expansion of trade and the rise of colonialism in the preceding centuries. With more people able to buy and sell goods than ever before, there was a need for faster and more efficient methods of production that could keep pace with this increased demand. At the same time, there were also significant technological innovations taking place in fields such as agriculture, textiles, and transportation that were making it easier and cheaper to produce goods. For example, the invention of new machinery, such as the cotton gin and spinning jenny, allowed for more efficient production of cotton textiles, while improvements in transportation systems such as roads, canals, and railways made it easier to move goods across the country. Another important factor was the availability of capital, which was crucial for investing in new businesses and technologies. In the wake of the financial revolution of the early 18th century, there was a growing class of wealthy investors who were looking for new opportunities to put their money to work. These investors were eager to fund new ventures that promised to generate high returns, and many were willing to take risks on untested technologies and business models. Perhaps most importantly, however, the Industrial Revolution was the product of a unique set of social, political, and economic conditions that allowed for these innovations to take root and flourish. In particular, it was the combination of a strong and stable central government, a vibrant and dynamic capitalist economy, and a skilled and innovative workforce that provided the ideal environment for technological and social change. With these conditions in place, a wave of industrialization swept across the country, transforming entire communities and revolutionizing the way people lived and worked. New factories and mills sprang up in cities and towns, and a growing number of people left the countryside to work in these new industries. This led to a profound shift in the social and economic structure of the country, as traditional forms of agriculture and craft production were replaced by large-scale industrial enterprises. The effects of this transformation were felt in almost every aspect of British society. The rise of industrialization led to significant improvements in standards of living for many people, as the new factories and mills provided jobs and income for thousands of workers. At the same time, however, it also led to a growing divide between rich and poor, as the new industrialists became increasingly wealthy while many workers struggled to make ends meet. The Industrial Revolution also had a profound impact on British culture and politics. As traditional forms of authority and social hierarchy were upended by the forces of industrialization, new forms of social and political organization emerged to take their place. The rise of trade unions, for example, represented a new way for workers to assert their rights and advocate for better working conditions, while the growth of the middle class and the rise of mass consumerism led to a new emphasis on individualism and self-expression. In many ways, the Industrial Revolution represented the culmination of centuries of social, economic, and technological change in Britain. It was a period of transformation and upheaval, but also one of great promise and opportunity. As the country moved into the 19th century, it was clear that the forces of industrialization would continue to shape British society and culture for many years to come. The history of England is often described as a tale of transformation, where centuries of slow social and economic evolution culminated in the rapid and profound changes wrought by the Industrial Revolution. This chapter will explore the origins of this epochal transformation, tracing the roots of the Industrial Revolution back to the earlier period of commercial and technological expansion that laid the foundation for England's economic preeminence in the world. The first seeds of the Industrial Revolution were sown during the 16th and 17th centuries, when English merchants began to establish trade networks that spanned the globe. These networks brought exotic goods from the New World and the East Indies to England, and facilitated the growth of domestic manufacturing industries that supplied the growing demand for luxury goods among the upper classes. At the same time, English scientists and inventors were developing new technologies that promised to revolutionize industry and agriculture. Among the most important of these innovations were the steam engine, developed by Thomas Newcomen in 1712, and the spinning jenny, invented by James Hargreaves in 1764. These technologies enabled manufacturers to produce goods on a scale and at a speed that had never before been possible, and paved the way for the mass production methods that would become the hallmark of the Industrial Revolution. But it was not just the development of new technologies that paved the way for the Industrial Revolution. Equally important was the emergence of new social and economic structures that facilitated innovation and experimentation. One of the most important of these was the rise of the capitalist class, which provided the financial backing and entrepreneurial spirit necessary to transform promising technologies into profitable enterprises. Another important factor was the emergence of new forms of labor, particularly the proletarianization of the English working class. As the old feudal order disintegrated, many formerly independent artisans and laborers were forced to seek employment in the emerging factories and mills that dotted the landscape. This new class of wage laborers, while exploited and oppressed in many ways, provided the crucial workforce that drove the rapid expansion of industry in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Of course, the story of the Industrial Revolution is not without its darker side. The rapid expansion of industry brought with it a host of social and environmental problems, including dangerous working conditions, rampant pollution, and widespread poverty and inequality. These issues would become major themes in the social and political movements of the 19th and 20th centuries, as workers and reformers struggled to address the negative consequences of industrialization and create a more just and equitable society. Nonetheless, it is impossible to overstate the transformative impact of the Industrial Revolution on English society and the world at large. By the end of the 18th century, England had become the world's leading industrial power, with a level of wealth and technological sophistication that was unmatched anywhere else in the world. This success would continue well into the 19th century, as England led the way in the development of new technologies and industries that would reshape the global economy and society for generations to come. The Industrial Revolution transformed British society in numerous ways, none more so than the impact on urbanization. As factories and mills sprung up across the country, a wave of migration began as people sought work and better lives in the cities. This migration, combined with the rapid expansion of industry, led to a profound transformation of Britain's urban landscape. In the early 18th century, cities in Britain were relatively small, and most people lived in rural areas. London was the only city with more than 100,000 inhabitants, and it was also one of the most crowded and unsanitary places in the world. However, by the mid-19th century, the picture was very different. Cities like Manchester, Birmingham, and Glasgow had grown rapidly, and London's population had more than doubled. Urbanization had become a defining feature of British society, and the country was becoming an urbanized society. The impact of the Industrial Revolution on urbanization was not uniform. The speed and scale of industrialization varied between regions and industries, and different cities were affected in different ways. However, there were some common features that characterized the urbanization process across the country. One of the most significant changes brought about by the Industrial Revolution was the growth of the factory system. Factories required large numbers of workers to operate the machines, and this led to the development of new urban areas around the factories. These areas were often located near raw materials or transportation networks, and they were characterized by the construction of large factories, mills, and warehouses. The factory system also created new patterns of work, and it led to the development of new forms of social organization. Workers in the factories were no longer self-employed artisans or laborers working on a farm. Instead, they were employed by a factory owner and worked in large groups in the same place. This created new forms of social interaction and community, as well as new forms of conflict and exploitation. The growth of industry also led to the expansion of transport networks. Canals, roads, and railways were built to transport raw materials and finished goods around the country, and this created new opportunities for trade and commerce. This, in turn, led to the development of new urban centers, as towns and cities grew up around the transport hubs. However, the rapid expansion of industry and urbanization also had negative consequences. The growth of factories and mills led to the development of slums, as workers flocked to the cities and lived in overcrowded, unsanitary conditions. Disease and malnutrition were rampant, and infant mortality rates were high. The living conditions in the cities were often unbearable, and many people died young. The impact of urbanization on British society was profound. It transformed the country from a predominantly rural society to an urban one, and it created new forms of work, social organization, and conflict. It also had negative consequences, as the rapid expansion of industry led to the development of slums and poor living conditions. Despite the challenges posed by urbanization, it also created new opportunities and possibilities. The growth of industry created jobs and increased standards of living for many people, and it led to the development of new technologies and innovations. The transformation of British society was not without its costs, but it also created new possibilities and potential for the future. The Industrial Revolution is one of the most significant periods in English history, marked by a rapid transformation of the country's economy, industry, and society. This transformation was driven by technological advancements, which allowed for the mass production of goods, and led to the growth of towns and cities, changes in working conditions, and a shift in societal norms. This essay will focus on the role of women and children during this period of immense change. The Industrial Revolution brought about a fundamental change in the nature of work. The traditional way of life, where families worked together on farms or in small cottage industries, gave way to a system of factories and mills where work was done on a much larger scale. This change was accompanied by new technologies that allowed for the mass production of goods, which in turn led to a significant increase in demand for labor. Women and children were the two main groups that were most affected by the Industrial Revolution. Women had always played a significant role in the household economy, and many had also worked in cottage industries. However, the rise of the factory system created new opportunities for women to work outside the home. Women were able to take on a range of jobs in factories, including spinning, weaving, and sewing. Despite the new opportunities presented by the factory system, women's wages were often much lower than men's wages for doing the same work. This was due in part to the fact that women were seen as a secondary source of income for their families, and their wages were often not seen as being essential to the survival of the household. Additionally, many employers saw women as being less productive than men, and thus not deserving of the same wages. Children were also a significant part of the labor force during the Industrial Revolution. Children as young as 6 or 7 were often employed in factories, working long hours in dangerous and unhealthy conditions. Many children worked as apprentices, learning a trade under the tutelage of a skilled worker. This was a system that had existed for centuries, but the Industrial Revolution saw an increase in the number of children working in factories and mills. Like women, children were paid very low wages, and their work was often dangerous and physically demanding. Many children suffered from respiratory problems and other illnesses due to the poor air quality and lack of ventilation in the factories. Children were also susceptible to accidents, as they often had to work with large and dangerous machinery. The working conditions of women and children during the Industrial Revolution were the subject of much debate and controversy. Many reformers argued that the exploitation of women and children was morally wrong, and that steps needed to be taken to improve working conditions and wages. However, many employers and politicians saw the exploitation of women and children as necessary for the continued growth of the economy. One significant reform movement that emerged during this period was the Campaign for Factory Reform. Reformers argued that children should not be forced to work in factories, and that women should be paid the same wages as men for doing the same work. The movement gained momentum throughout the 19th century, and by the mid-1800s, many laws had been passed to improve working conditions and protect the rights of women and children. In summary, the Industrial Revolution had a profound impact on English society, bringing about significant changes in the economy, industry, and society. Women and children were the two groups that were most affected by these changes, with women taking on new roles in the workforce and children being employed in factories and mills. The working conditions of women and children were the subject of much debate and controversy, with many arguing that the exploitation of these groups was morally wrong. Despite these debates, the Industrial Revolution paved the way for significant advancements in technology and industry, which would shape English society for centuries to come. It is a truth universally acknowledged that the Industrial Revolution changed the course of human history. For centuries, mankind had been bound by the limitations of manual labor and traditional ways of life. But with the advent of new machines, new sources of power, and new modes of production, everything changed. The world was transformed, and nothing would ever be the same again. The origins of the Industrial Revolution can be traced back to the late 18th century, when a series of technological innovations began to revolutionize the way goods were produced. These innovations included the spinning jenny, the power loom, and the steam engine, which allowed for the mass production of textiles and other goods on a scale never before seen. With these new machines, it became possible to produce goods more quickly and cheaply than ever before, and to distribute them to a wider audience than ever before. As the Industrial Revolution gathered steam, it became clear that the old ways of doing things were no longer sufficient. Traditional crafts and trades were replaced by factories and assembly lines, where workers were expected to perform repetitive tasks in exchange for a wage. The production of goods became more efficient and more productive, but at a cost. Workers were often subjected to grueling hours, poor working conditions, and dangerous machinery, and many were unable to keep up with the pace of change. Despite these challenges, the Industrial Revolution continued to gather momentum. Advances in technology continued to make production faster and more efficient, and new sources of power, such as electricity and gas, allowed for even greater expansion of the industrial economy. As factories and mills sprang up across the country, new towns and cities emerged, creating a new kind of urban society. One of the most significant impacts of the Industrial Revolution was the way it transformed the role of women and children in society. With machines taking over many of the tasks that had traditionally been done by hand, women and children became a vital part of the industrial workforce. This meant that many families were forced to send their children to work in factories and mines at an early age, in order to help support the family. The rise of the factory system also had a profound impact on the way that work was organized. The traditional guilds and trades that had once dominated the economy were replaced by large, centralized corporations, where workers were expected to perform a specific task in exchange for a wage. This created a new kind of class system, where workers were divided into skilled and unskilled, and where wages were determined by the market rather than by tradition. Despite the many benefits of the Industrial Revolution, it also had its downsides. The rise of factories and mines created new forms of pollution, and the growth of urbanization brought with it new problems of poverty, crime, and social unrest. The new machines and modes of production also threatened to destroy traditional ways of life, and to erode the bonds of community and family that had once held society together. Yet despite these challenges, the Industrial Revolution continued to gather steam, and by the end of the 19th century, it had transformed the world in ways that would have been unimaginable only a few generations before. The rise of factories and the factory system had created a new kind of economy, one that was more efficient, more productive, and more dynamic than anything that had come before. And while the challenges of poverty, pollution, and social unrest remained, they were challenges that society was now better equipped to face. In the end, the legacy of the Industrial Revolution was a mixed one. It had transformed the world, but it had also created new challenges and new problems. Yet despite these challenges, the Industrial Revolution had shown that human ingenuity and technological innovation could overcome even the most daunting obstacles. Chapter 9: The Victorian Age. It is with great pleasure that I turn my attention to the reign of Queen Victoria and the Victorian era, a period of great transformation and progress in English history. For nearly 6 decades, from 1837 to 1901, Victoria reigned over a rapidly changing society, one that witnessed immense developments in industry, science, and culture. It was a time of immense prosperity and achievement, as well as a time of great social upheaval and struggle. In this chapter, I will explore the reign of Queen Victoria, the events that shaped it, and the legacy it left behind. Victoria ascended to the throne in 1837 at the age of 18, following the death of her uncle, King William IV. Her reign was to be one of the longest and most significant in English history, spanning 6 decades and covering a period of immense change and transformation. As she came to the throne, the country was undergoing a profound shift as the Industrial Revolution continued to gather pace, transforming the economy, society, and culture of England. Victoria herself was a figurehead of this new era, embodying the values of hard work, self-reliance, and enterprise that were at the heart of this new age. One of the defining events of Victoria's reign was the Great Exhibition of 1851, held in the newly built Crystal Palace in London. This was a celebration of British industry and technology, showcasing the latest innovations and inventions of the age. It was a spectacular event, drawing visitors from all over the world, and cementing Britain's place as a global leader in industry and commerce. The Great Exhibition was a fitting tribute to the achievements of the Victorian era, and a testament to the power of human ingenuity and innovation. Another major event of the Victorian era was the Crimean War, fought between 1853 and 1856. This was a conflict between Russia and an alliance of European powers, including Britain, France, and Turkey. The war was a brutal and bloody affair, marked by terrible suffering and loss of life on both sides. However, it was also a time of great innovation and progress, with advances in medical science and technology saving countless lives on the battlefield. The Crimean War was a defining moment in Victorian history, a time when the country stood up against tyranny and oppression, and demonstrated its military might and strategic vision. Throughout Victoria's reign, there were many other notable events and achievements, including the expansion of the British Empire, the rise of democracy and social reform, and the emergence of new cultural and artistic movements. One of the most significant of these was the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, a group of artists who rejected the prevailing Victorian aesthetic in favor of a more naturalistic and emotive style. The Pre-Raphaelites were a revolutionary force in the world of art, and their work had a profound impact on the cultural landscape of the era. In addition to these cultural and artistic achievements, the Victorian era was also a time of great social progress and reform. This was an era when the working classes began to demand better conditions and greater rights, and when women began to assert their own voice and demand greater political and social freedoms. The Victorian era was marked by many notable figures who fought tirelessly for these causes, including William Wilberforce, who campaigned against slavery, and Florence Nightingale, who revolutionized nursing and healthcare. It is difficult to overstate the impact that the Victorian era had on modern society. This was a period of immense change and transformation, one that saw the emergence of new industries, new technologies, and new social movements. The Victorian era was marked by immense progress and achievement, but also by great challenges and struggles. It was a time of both triumph and tragedy, of great success and great hardship. The Victorian era was a period of great social and economic change in England, marked by the reign of Queen Victoria from 1837 to 1901. During this time, the country experienced a period of industrialization and urbanization, which led to significant changes in social hierarchies and the class system. The Victorian class system was hierarchical and rigidly structured, with individuals being placed into distinct social classes based on their birth, occupation, and income. At the top of the social ladder were the aristocracy and the gentry, who were wealthy landowners with large estates and a privileged way of life. These individuals held significant political and social power, and their status was often tied to their ownership of land. Below the aristocracy were the middle classes, which were made up of professionals, business owners, and other individuals with significant wealth and education. This group was further divided into upper middle and lower middle classes, with the former being considered more socially and financially secure than the latter. At the bottom of the social hierarchy were the working classes, who were employed in manual labor jobs such as factory workers, miners, and agricultural laborers. These individuals had little social or economic mobility, and their living conditions were often characterized by poverty, overcrowding, and poor sanitation. The Victorian era saw significant changes to the social hierarchies of England, with the growth of the middle classes and the emergence of new forms of wealth and social mobility. This was largely due to the growth of industry and the expansion of the economy, which created new opportunities for individuals to accumulate wealth and gain social status. One of the most significant changes to the class system during the Victorian era was the emergence of the self-made man. This was an individual who had risen from the working classes to achieve significant wealth and social status through their own hard work and determination. Examples of self-made men from this era include Andrew Carnegie, who began his career as a telegraph messenger before becoming one of the wealthiest men in America. The emergence of the self-made man challenged the traditional aristocratic and landed gentry classes, and led to new forms of social mobility and opportunities for upward mobility. This also led to a greater emphasis on education and self-improvement, as individuals sought to better themselves and gain entry into the middle classes. Another significant change during the Victorian era was the emergence of the women's rights movement, which challenged the traditional gender roles and expectations of Victorian society. Women were increasingly seeking greater rights and opportunities, and the movement led to significant changes in education, employment, and political representation. Despite these changes, the Victorian era was also marked by significant social inequalities and tensions, particularly between the working classes and the middle and upper classes. This was exacerbated by the growth of urbanization and the associated problems of poverty, crime, and poor living conditions. In summary, the Victorian era was a period of significant social and economic change in England, marked by the growth of industry and urbanization. This led to significant changes in social hierarchies and the class system, with the emergence of new forms of wealth and social mobility. However, these changes also led to significant tensions and inequalities, particularly between the working classes and the middle and upper classes. In the Victorian era, literature played an important role in shaping society and the attitudes of the British people. The reign of Queen Victoria, which spanned from 1837 to 1901, was a time of great social and political change in Britain. The Industrial Revolution had brought about new technological advances and a rapid expansion of the economy, but it had also brought about many social problems, such as poverty, child labor, and urbanization. In the midst of all this change, Victorian literature provided a way for people to make sense of their world and their place in it. One of the most notable aspects of Victorian literature was its focus on realism. Writers such as Charles Dickens, George Eliot, and Thomas Hardy wrote about the struggles of everyday life in a way that was both detailed and unflinching. They showed the harsh realities of poverty, disease, and social inequality, but also the resilience of the human spirit in the face of adversity. These authors were known for their vivid characterizations and their ability to capture the complexities of human nature. At the same time, there was also a strong emphasis on moral values in Victorian literature. Many of the most popular works of the era were written with a didactic purpose in mind, seeking to impart a sense of morality and social responsibility to the reader. Novels such as Jane Eyre by Charlotte Brontë and Great Expectations by Charles Dickens dealt with themes such as love, duty, and social class, and presented a vision of the world in which good ultimately triumphs over evil. Victorian literature was also marked by a fascination with the past. The historical novel, which had been popular in the 18th century, enjoyed a revival in the Victorian era. Works such as Sir Walter Scott's Ivanhoe and Emily Bronte's Wuthering Heights drew upon historical settings and events to explore themes of power, love, and identity. This interest in the past was also reflected in the Gothic fiction of the era, which often featured haunted castles, mysterious strangers, and other supernatural elements. In addition to its literary achievements, the Victorian era was also a time of great scientific and intellectual advancement. Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, published in his landmark work on the origin of species in 1859, challenged traditional religious beliefs and sparked controversy throughout Britain. The impact of Darwin's ideas on Victorian society was profound, and his work continues to be studied and debated to this day. The Victorian era was also a time of great social change. The rise of the middle class and the growth of the urban population led to new challenges and opportunities for women, who began to demand greater rights and freedoms. This was reflected in the literature of the era, with female authors such as George Eliot and Elizabeth Gaskell writing about the struggles of women in a male-dominated society. Overall, Victorian literature played a significant role in shaping the cultural and intellectual landscape of Britain in the 19th century. It provided a way for people to make sense of the rapid changes taking place in their world, and offered a vision of a society in which justice, morality, and compassion could triumph over the forces of greed and selfishness. Today, the works of Victorian authors continue to be read and studied, and their influence on the world of literature and culture is as strong as ever. The Victorian era, spanning the reign of Queen Victoria from 1837 to 1901, was a time of great change in British society. The Industrial Revolution, which had begun in the late 18th century, continued to transform the country, leading to rapid urbanization and a new way of life for many people. In this chapter, we will examine the impact of the Industrial Revolution on Victorian society. One of the key features of the Industrial Revolution was the shift from an agrarian economy to a manufacturing economy. This led to the growth of cities and the creation of a new urban working class. Many people left rural areas in search of work in factories and mills, leading to overcrowding in cities and the development of slums. The working conditions in factories were often harsh, with long hours and dangerous machinery, and many workers lived in poverty. Despite these challenges, the Industrial Revolution also brought significant improvements in living standards for many people. New technologies and manufacturing processes led to the production of more goods at lower prices, making consumer goods more widely available. The growth of the railway network also made it easier for people and goods to move around the country, opening up new opportunities for trade and commerce. The Industrial Revolution had a profound impact on social hierarchies and the class system in Victorian England. The rise of the new urban working class challenged traditional notions of social status and power, and led to the emergence of new forms of political activism and social reform. Organizations such as trade unions and political parties began to emerge, representing the interests of working people and advocating for social and economic change. Despite these efforts, however, social inequality remained a significant problem in Victorian society. The wealth generated by the Industrial Revolution was concentrated in the hands of a small elite, while many working-class people struggled to make ends meet. The gap between rich and poor continued to widen throughout the Victorian era, and poverty and social deprivation remained major issues. The Industrial Revolution also had a significant impact on Victorian literature and culture. Many writers, artists, and intellectuals were fascinated by the rapid changes taking place in society and sought to capture these developments in their work. This led to the emergence of new literary forms and styles, such as the novel and realism, which sought to represent the experiences of ordinary people in a changing world. The Victorian era was also marked by significant developments in science and technology, which had a profound impact on the way people understood the world around them. The discoveries of Darwin and others challenged traditional religious beliefs, while new inventions such as the telegraph and the telephone transformed the way people communicated and connected with one another. In summary, the Industrial Revolution had a profound impact on Victorian society, transforming the country in many ways. While it brought significant improvements in living standards and opened up new opportunities for trade and commerce, it also led to significant social and economic inequality. The rise of the new urban working class challenged traditional social hierarchies, leading to the emergence of new forms of political activism and social reform. The impact of the Industrial Revolution on Victorian literature and culture was also profound, with new literary forms and styles emerging to capture the experiences of a changing world. Overall, the legacy of the Industrial Revolution continues to shape modern society and remains an important topic of study and debate. In the annals of English history, few periods loom as large as the Victorian Age. A period of peace and prosperity, it is characterized by the reign of one of England's longest-serving monarchs, Queen Victoria, whose reign lasted from 1837 to 1901. During this time, England experienced a rapid expansion in industry, commerce, and global power, becoming the most powerful nation on earth. The social hierarchy of Victorian England was marked by a strict class system. At the top were the aristocracy, who enjoyed great wealth and privilege but had little involvement in the day-to-day affairs of government. Next were the middle class, consisting of professionals, businessmen, and landowners. At the bottom were the working classes, who labored in factories and mines for meager wages and were largely excluded from political power. Victorian literature is often regarded as the high point of English literature, producing such classics as Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice, Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist, and the works of the Bronte sisters. These works explored themes of social inequality, morality, and the human condition, reflecting the concerns of Victorian society. The Industrial Revolution was a driving force of the Victorian Age, transforming England from an agrarian economy into an industrial powerhouse. Advances in manufacturing and transportation led to the growth of factories, railroads, and steamships, which made trade and commerce more efficient than ever before. This period also saw the rise of the British Empire, as England expanded its influence throughout the world, particularly in Africa, India, and Asia. However, this rapid industrialization came at a cost. The urbanization that accompanied the Industrial Revolution led to overcrowding, pollution, and the spread of disease. The working classes, who made up the bulk of the labor force, often worked long hours in dangerous conditions, with little job security or access to education or healthcare. The legacy of the Victorian Age is complex. While it was a time of great innovation and progress, it also saw widespread social inequality and exploitation. It is a period that continues to influence modern society, shaping our views on social justice, industrialization, and the role of government in regulating economic activity. In summary, the Victorian Age was a pivotal period in English history, characterized by rapid industrialization, expansion of empire, and a strict social hierarchy. It produced some of the greatest works of English literature, and saw England become the world's dominant economic and military power. Yet its legacy is also marked by inequality and exploitation, a reminder that progress can come at a great cost. Chapter 10: The Modern Era. As the 20th century dawned, Great Britain was still basking in the afterglow of the Victorian era. The British Empire was at its zenith, and the nation's wealth and power seemed invincible. However, the events of the next two world wars would shatter this illusion and forever alter the course of British history. The First World War erupted in 1914, and Britain found itself drawn into the conflict along with its European allies. The war was a brutal and protracted affair, with millions of lives lost on all sides. Britain suffered heavily, with its armies facing defeat after defeat on the Western Front. However, the nation persevered, and its contributions to the war effort ultimately helped turn the tide in favor of the Allied powers. The aftermath of the war was a difficult period for Britain. The country was burdened with debt and faced severe economic hardship. The government was forced to implement austerity measures and cut spending to balance the budget. The Treaty of Versailles, which ended the war, also imposed harsh reparations on Germany, further straining relations between the two countries. In the years leading up to the Second World War, Britain attempted to maintain peace with its European neighbors. However, the aggressive actions of Nazi Germany eventually led to a declaration of war in 1939. Once again, Britain found itself embroiled in a global conflict that would test its strength and resolve. The early years of the war were a difficult period for Britain. German forces quickly overran much of Europe, and the nation faced the threat of invasion. However, the heroic efforts of the British people, along with the assistance of Allied forces, would ultimately lead to victory. The Battle of Britain in particular was a turning point in the war, as the Royal Air Force repelled a sustained German assault and prevented a full-scale invasion of the British Isles. The war took a heavy toll on Britain. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians lost their lives, and the nation's infrastructure and economy were badly damaged. The post-war period was marked by a period of rebuilding and recovery, as Britain sought to rebuild its shattered cities and re-establish itself as a world power. The legacy of the two world wars continues to be felt in Britain today. The country's role in the conflicts helped shape its national identity and its place in the world. The wars also had a profound impact on British culture and society, with many of the values and beliefs that emerged during these periods still resonating today. Despite the hardships and sacrifices of the wars, Britain emerged stronger and more united. The nation's resilience and determination in the face of adversity remain an enduring testament to the spirit of the British people. It was during the mid-20th century that Britain underwent a seismic shift in its social structure. The devastation wrought by two world wars had left the country exhausted and impoverished, and a new approach was needed to lift it out of its malaise. The result was the creation of a comprehensive welfare state, which aimed to provide a safety net for all citizens, regardless of their social status or economic means. The origins of the welfare state can be traced back to the Beveridge Report of 1942, which laid out a blueprint for a new system of social security. At its heart was the idea that everyone should be entitled to a basic standard of living, with access to healthcare, education, and housing. This would be paid for through a system of progressive taxation, which would ensure that the burden of supporting the most vulnerable members of society was borne by those who could afford it. The reforms introduced in the wake of the report were wide-ranging and comprehensive. They included the creation of the National Health Service, which provided free healthcare to all citizens, regardless of their income or social status. This was a revolutionary concept at the time, and it transformed the way that healthcare was provided in Britain. Other reforms included the introduction of Social Security payments for those who were unable to work due to illness, disability, or unemployment. The aim was to provide a safety net for those who were most in need, and to ensure that they could maintain a basic standard of living even if they were unable to work. The welfare state also addressed the issue of housing, with the introduction of a system of council housing, which provided affordable accommodation for those who could not afford to buy their own homes. This was a radical departure from the previous system, which had relied on private landlords to provide accommodation for those on low incomes. The impact of the welfare state was profound. It helped to reduce poverty and inequality, and it ensured that everyone had access to the basic necessities of life. It also helped to create a sense of social solidarity, with everyone contributing to the system and everyone benefiting from it. However, the welfare state was not without its problems. It was expensive to maintain, and it led to high levels of taxation, which were unpopular with many. There were also concerns that the system was creating a culture of dependency, with some people relying on Social Security payments rather than seeking work. Despite these challenges, the welfare state remains a defining feature of modern Britain. It has helped to create a more equal and just society, and it has ensured that everyone has access to the basic necessities of life. It is a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of the British people that they were able to create such a system in the aftermath of the Second World War, and it remains one of their proudest achievements. As the 20th century dawned, the British Empire was at its height. Stretching across the globe, from Canada to Australia, from India to Africa, the empire was a symbol of British power and prestige. But by the end of the century, the empire was no more, and Britain had undergone a profound transformation. This transformation was driven by a series of events and changes, including the two world wars, the rise of nationalism, and the economic and social changes brought about by the post-war period. The world wars had a profound impact on Britain. During World War I, Britain lost nearly 1 million men, and the country was left exhausted and in debt. The war also brought about significant social and economic changes, including the extension of the franchise to women and the creation of the welfare state. World War II was even more devastating. Britain was bombed heavily by the Germans, and the country was left financially and physically bankrupt. But despite the hardships of the war, Britain emerged as one of the victorious powers, and its role in defeating Nazi Germany and its allies was crucial. The post-war period was a time of significant change in Britain. The country was in desperate need of reconstruction, and the Labour government of Clement Attlee set about implementing a radical program of reform. The welfare state was expanded, and the National Health Service was created. The government also nationalized key industries, such as coal and steel, and introduced a program of social housing. Decolonization was another significant change that took place in Britain during this period. As nationalist movements gained momentum in the colonies, the British government realized that it could no longer maintain its empire. India was granted independence in 1947, followed by a wave of decolonization across Africa and Asia. This process was not without its challenges, and there were many instances of violence and conflict as the colonies gained their independence. But ultimately, Britain was forced to confront the fact that its days as a colonial power were over. The end of the British Empire had a profound impact on Britain. The country had to adjust to a new role in the world, and to a new set of economic and political realities. The loss of empire was also accompanied by significant social and cultural changes. The influx of immigrants from former colonies, for example, had a profound impact on British society and contributed to the growth of multiculturalism. The rise of the welfare state and the end of the empire were not the only changes that took place in Britain during the post-war period. The country also underwent significant economic and social changes. The 1950s and 1960s saw a period of sustained economic growth, and the country underwent a process of modernization. This was accompanied by significant social change, with the rise of youth culture and the emergence of new forms of popular culture. The legacy of these changes can still be seen in Britain today. The country remains a prosperous and influential power, but it has had to adjust to a new set of economic and political realities. The country is now a member of the European Union and has had to navigate its way through a series of challenges and crises, including the global financial crisis and the Brexit referendum. In summary, the 20th century was a period of profound change in Britain. The world wars, the rise of the welfare state, decolonization, and the economic and social changes of the post-war period all contributed to a period of transformation that reshaped the country. Today, Britain is a different place than it was at the start of the century, but the legacy of these changes remains. It is a curious feature of history that great events often arise from the most unexpected sources. The swinging 60s, that vibrant decade of cultural, social, and political upheaval in Britain, was no exception. From the beginning of the decade, it was clear that a significant shift was taking place in British society, and the reverberations of this shift would continue to be felt for decades to come. At the heart of the cultural revolution of the 1960s was a rejection of the status quo. Young people in particular were tired of the old ways of doing things, and they were eager to break free of the constraints that had been placed upon them by their parents' generation. They sought a new kind of freedom, one that would allow them to express themselves in ways that had previously been unthinkable. The cultural revolution of the 1960s was multifaceted, encompassing everything from music and fashion to politics and sexuality. Perhaps the most significant aspect of the revolution was the emergence of rock and roll as a dominant cultural force. The Beatles, the Rolling Stones, and other British bands of the era had an enormous impact on young people all over the world, inspiring them to rebel against authority and embrace a new kind of freedom. But music was just the beginning. The 1960s also saw a revolution in fashion, with young people rejecting the conservative styles of their parents' generation in favor of bold, experimental looks. The miniskirt in particular was a symbol of the era, embodying the youthful energy and freedom that characterized the decade. Politics was another arena in which the cultural revolution of the 1960s had a profound impact. The decade saw the rise of the New Left, a movement that sought to challenge the establishment and promote radical social change. The anti-war movement, which opposed the Vietnam War, was a central part of the New Left, and it played a significant role in shaping the political landscape of the era. The cultural revolution of the 1960s also had a profound impact on sexuality. The era saw a significant shift in attitudes towards sex, with young people embracing new forms of sexual expression and challenging traditional gender roles. The contraceptive pill, which became widely available in the early 1960s, also played a significant role in changing attitudes towards sexuality. The legacy of the cultural revolution of the 1960s is complex and multifaceted. On the one hand, it represented a significant challenge to the status quo and a rejection of the old ways of doing things. It encouraged young people to embrace new forms of self-expression and to challenge the constraints that had previously been placed upon them. On the other hand, the cultural revolution of the 1960s also had its drawbacks. The rejection of traditional values and institutions led to a sense of moral relativism that many people found troubling. The rise of drug culture and the associated social problems that came with it were also a cause for concern. Nevertheless, the cultural revolution of the 1960s remains one of the most significant periods in British history. It represented a time of great change and upheaval, and it paved the way for many of the social and cultural developments that followed. Its legacy can still be felt today, in everything from fashion and music to politics and social attitudes. It is with great interest that we turn our attention to the modern era of British history. The 21st century presents us with a unique set of challenges and opportunities, which will undoubtedly shape the course of Britain's future. In this chapter, we shall examine these developments and attempt to provide a comprehensive analysis of this fascinating period in British history. The first notable event of the 21st century was the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, which shocked the world and ushered in a new era of international relations. Britain, as a close ally of the United States, was deeply affected by these events and quickly became embroiled in the War on Terror. The subsequent wars in Afghanistan and Iraq have been a defining feature of British foreign policy in the 21st century and have had a profound impact on the nation's social and economic development. In domestic affairs, the 21st century has seen the rise of populist politics and the erosion of traditional party allegiances. The Scottish independence referendum of 2014, which narrowly rejected independence, exposed deep-seated divisions within the country and has led to renewed calls for greater autonomy. Meanwhile, the Brexit referendum of 2016, which narrowly voted in favor of leaving the European Union, has created enormous uncertainty and upheaval within the British political landscape. The economic implications of Brexit have been a major source of concern for many. The UK's departure from the EU has had a profound impact on the country's trade and investment relationships, and has created significant uncertainty for businesses and investors. The ongoing negotiations over the terms of the UK's departure from the EU have been fraught with difficulty and have highlighted the challenges of negotiating international trade agreements in the 21st century. Despite these challenges, there have been many positive developments in the 21st century. Britain's economy has continued to grow, albeit at a slower rate than in previous decades. The country has also made significant progress in addressing social and environmental issues, such as reducing carbon emissions and improving access to healthcare. In cultural terms, the 21st century has seen a continuation of the trend towards globalization and cultural exchange. British music, film, and television remain hugely popular around the world, and the country has continued to attract large numbers of tourists and students from overseas. At the same time, there has been a growing recognition of the need to preserve and celebrate Britain's unique cultural heritage, particularly in the face of rapid social and technological change. In summary, the 21st century has been a period of significant change and transformation for Britain. The country has faced numerous challenges, including the War on Terror, the Scottish independence referendum, and the Brexit vote. At the same time, there have been many positive developments, including continued economic growth and progress in addressing social and environmental issues. As we look towards the future, it is clear that Britain will continue to face a complex and uncertain set of challenges, but also that the country has the resources and resilience to meet them head-on. This has been History of England, written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Copyright 2023 by A.J. Kingston. Production copyright 2023 by A.J. Kingston. Book 2, History of Scotland, written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Chapter 1, Ancient Scotland. The early history of Scotland is shrouded in the mists of prehistory, with only fragmentary evidence surviving to illuminate the lives of its first inhabitants. Yet, despite the lack of written records, the story of Scotland's first settlers is one of remarkable resilience and adaptability, as they forged a living in a harsh and unforgiving landscape. Archaeological evidence suggests that the first settlers arrived in Scotland around 10,000 years ago, after the end of the last ice age. These early inhabitants, known as the Mesolithic peoples, were nomadic hunter-gatherers who relied on the natural resources of the land and sea to sustain themselves. In the absence of written records, our knowledge of these early inhabitants comes from the objects they left behind. Mesolithic sites in Scotland contain a variety of stone tools, such as flint blades and arrowheads, as well as evidence of fishing and shellfish gathering. These objects are testament to the ingenuity and resourcefulness of Scotland's first settlers, who were able to survive in a harsh and unpredictable environment through their mastery of the tools and techniques of hunting and gathering. The arrival of farming in Scotland, around 4000 BC, marked a significant turning point in the country's prehistory. The Neolithic peoples who brought agriculture with them from the continent were the first to settle in one place and to begin cultivating crops and rearing animals. The establishment of settled communities, with their associated structures of social organization and division of labor, paved the way for the development of more complex societies in the centuries that followed. One of the most striking legacies of Scotland's Neolithic peoples is their monumental architecture. The most famous of these structures is undoubtedly the stone circle of Callanish on the Isle of Lewis, which dates back to around 3000 BC. Other notable Neolithic sites in Scotland include the standing stones of Stennis and Brodgar in Orkney, as well as the chambered cairns of Maeshowe and Midhow. The Bronze Age, which began around 2500 BC, saw the introduction of metalworking to Scotland, as well as the development of new forms of burial, such as cist graves and stone circles. It was during this period that the first signs of social stratification began to emerge, with the emergence of a ruling elite who were able to accumulate wealth and power through their control of trade and resources. The Iron Age, which began around 800 BC, saw the further development of this trend towards social complexity, with the emergence of powerful tribal confederacies and the construction of impressive hill forts, such as Dunad in Argyll and the Brochs of northern Scotland. The Iron Age also saw the emergence of a distinctive Scottish culture, with its own unique language, customs, and beliefs. Despite the lack of written records, the story of Scotland's first settlers is a remarkable testament to the ingenuity, resourcefulness, and resilience of human beings in the face of the challenges of the natural world. From the hunter-gatherers of the Mesolithic period to the powerful tribal confederacies of the Iron Age, Scotland's prehistoric peoples left a rich and diverse legacy that continues to fascinate and inspire us to this day. In the annals of Scotland's history, no people are more associated with the country than the Celts. The Celts were a diverse group of tribes that inhabited much of Western and Central Europe during the Iron Age, including the British Isles. The Celts were noted for their fierce independence and their love of freedom, as well as their rich culture and traditions. The Celts played a pivotal role in the history of Scotland, and their legacy can still be seen in the country today. The Celts arrived in Scotland sometime around 700 BC, and they quickly established themselves as a dominant force in the region. The earliest Celtic settlers were from the Hallstatt culture, a group that originated in Central Europe. Over time, these settlers were joined by other Celtic tribes, including the Latine culture, who brought with them new technologies, artistic styles, and social structures. The Celts were organized into tribes, with each tribe having its own leader or chieftain. These chieftains were responsible for maintaining law and order within their tribe, as well as for leading their warriors into battle. Celtic society was hierarchical, with the most powerful chieftains controlling the largest territories and wielding the most influence. Despite their tribal differences, the Celts shared a common language and culture. They were known for their love of music, poetry, and storytelling, and many of their myths and legends have survived to this day. The Celts were also skilled metalworkers, producing intricate jewelry and weapons. One of the most famous Celtic tribes in Scotland were the Picts. The Picts were a confederation of tribes that inhabited much of Scotland, from the late Iron Age until the early Middle Ages. The Picts are known for their distinctive art style, which featured intricate designs and symbols carved into stone. The Picts were also renowned for their military prowess, and they were a formidable opponent for the Romans when they attempted to conquer Scotland in the 2nd century AD. The arrival of the Romans in Scotland marked a turning point in Celtic history. The Romans attempted to conquer Scotland in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, but they were never able to fully subjugate the Celtic tribes. The Romans did, however, leave their mark on Scotland, building impressive fortifications and roads that can still be seen today. In the 5th century AD, a new wave of Celtic invaders arrived in Scotland, the Gaels. The Gaels were originally from Ireland, but they quickly established themselves in Scotland, particularly in the west and north of the country. The Gaels brought with them a new language, Gaelic, which would become the dominant language of Scotland for centuries. The arrival of the Gaels marked the beginning of a new era in Scottish history. The Gaels established powerful kingdoms such as Dalriada and Pictavia, and they played a crucial role in the spread of Christianity throughout Scotland. The Gaels were also renowned for their poetry and music, and their culture had a profound influence on Scottish society. In summary, the Celts were a fascinating people who had a profound impact on Scottish history and culture. Their legacy can still be seen today in the art, music, and traditions of Scotland, and they continue to captivate the imaginations of people around the world. It is an often overlooked fact that the earliest known inhabitants of Scotland were not Celts, but a mysterious people known as the Picts. Little is known about these people, and much of their history has been lost to the mists of time. However, what is known about them paints a picture of a proud and formidable people who played a pivotal role in the early history of Scotland. The Picts were first mentioned in written records in the 3rd century AD by the Roman historian Eumenes. He described them as the most powerful people of all Britain, and noted that they lived north of the Antonine Wall, which marked the northernmost extent of Roman control in Britain. The Picts were known for their fierce resistance to Roman rule, and their ability to withstand even the most determined Roman attempts to subdue them. Despite their reputation as fierce warriors, the Picts were also known for their artistic abilities. They were skilled in the creation of intricate carvings, jewelry, and other decorative items, many of which survive to this day. These works of art often feature intricate designs, including knotwork and stylized animals, which have become emblematic of Scottish art and culture. The Picts were organized into a series of loosely connected kingdoms, which often waged war against one another. The most powerful of these kingdoms was centered around the city of Fortriu, in what is now northern Scotland. The Picts were also known for their complex social hierarchy, which included a class of warrior nobles known as the aristocracy of the sword. These warriors were often buried with elaborate grave goods, including weapons, jewelry, and other items of prestige. One of the most fascinating aspects of Pictish society was their use of a unique form of writing, known as the Pictish symbol system. This system consisted of a series of abstract symbols, which have yet to be fully deciphered. The symbols were often carved onto stones and other objects, and their meaning and purpose remain a mystery to this day. Some historians have speculated that the symbols may have been used for religious or magical purposes, while others believe they may have had a more practical function, such as marking boundaries or identifying clans. Despite their cultural and artistic achievements, the Picts were ultimately conquered by the Gaelic-speaking Scots, who arrived in Scotland from Ireland in the 6th century AD. The exact nature of this conquest remains a matter of debate among historians, with some arguing that it was a peaceful assimilation, while others suggest that it was a more violent process. Today, little physical evidence of the Picts remains, and much of what is known about them comes from written accounts by their Roman and Gaelic neighbors. However, their legacy lives on in the form of their art and culture, which continue to inspire and fascinate people around the world. The Picts may have been a mysterious and enigmatic people, but their impact on Scottish history and culture is undeniable. It was during the height of the Roman Empire that the mighty legions of Rome set their sights on the wild and rugged land of Scotland. The Romans had already conquered much of Britain, but Scotland was a challenge like no other. The land was rugged, the climate harsh, and the people fiercely independent. The first Roman invasion of Scotland took place in 79 AD, under the command of Gnaeus Julius Agricola. Agricola was an experienced general, and he was determined to bring Scotland under Roman rule. He led his troops north, building forts and roads as he went. The Romans encountered fierce resistance from the native tribes, particularly the Picts. The Picts were a confederation of Celtic tribes who inhabited Scotland north of the Firth of Forth. They were renowned for their ferocity and their resistance to Roman rule. Despite the Pictish resistance, Agricola was able to secure a series of victories, and by 83 AD, he had established a chain of forts across Scotland. He even pushed as far north as the Moray Firth, where he built a fort at Inverness. However, Agricola's success was short-lived. He was recalled to Rome in 85 AD, and the Roman presence in Scotland was scaled back. Over the next century, the Romans made occasional incursions into Scotland, but they never established a permanent presence there. Despite the relatively short-lived Roman presence in Scotland, their influence on the region was significant. The Romans brought with them new technology, such as the use of stone to build forts and roads. They also introduced Christianity, which would have a lasting impact on Scottish society. The Roman invasion of Scotland also had an impact on the Picts. The Picts had never been a unified people, but the threat of the Romans forced them to come together to defend their land. This led to the emergence of a Pictish kingdom, which would eventually become one of the most powerful in Scotland. The legacy of the Roman invasion can still be seen in Scotland today. The remains of Roman forts and roads can be found throughout the country, and many place names in Scotland have Roman origins. The Romans also left their mark on Scottish culture, with the Roman conquest being celebrated in Scottish folklore. In summary, the Roman invasion of Scotland was a significant event in Scottish history. Despite the relative brevity of their presence, the Romans had a lasting impact on the region. Their legacy can still be seen in Scotland today, in the remains of their forts and roads, and in the culture and traditions of the Scottish people. It is said that history is written by the victors, but in the case of ancient Scotland, it is the stones and artifacts that tell the story of this land and its people. The Picts, Scotland's first kingdom, left a legacy that still fascinates and mystifies us to this day. The Picts were a confederation of tribes that lived in what is now Scotland, from the late Iron Age to the early Middle Ages. They are known to have spoken a Celtic language, but their society and culture were distinct from the Gaelic-speaking Celts of Ireland and the Highlands. One of the most enduring legacies of the Picts is their stone art. Pictish stones are found throughout Scotland, often in areas that were once part of their kingdom. These stones are usually carved with intricate symbols and patterns, and some also feature depictions of people and animals. The meaning of these symbols is not fully understood, but they likely had religious or spiritual significance. Some of the most common symbols include the crescent and V rod, the double disc and Z rod, and the serpent. Another significant artifact from the Pictish era is the St. Andrew's sarcophagus. This stone coffin, believed to have been made in the 8th or 9th century, is adorned with intricate carvings of biblical scenes and Pictish symbols. It is now housed in the Museum of Scotland, in Edinburgh. The Picts were also known for their metalwork, particularly their intricate silver and gold jewelry. The Hunterston brooch, one of the most famous examples of Pictish metalwork, is a large silver brooch that is decorated with interlacing animals and geometric patterns. It was likely made in the 8th century and was found in Ayrshire in the 19th century. Despite their impressive artistic achievements, much of what we know about the Picts comes from the writings of their enemies. The Romans, who invaded Scotland in the 1st century AD, wrote about the painted people who they encountered in the north. Later, the Irish monks who lived in Scotland from the 6th century onwards also wrote about the Picts. These sources suggest that the Picts were a fierce and warlike people who were known for their skill in battle. They were also known for their complex political system, which was based on a series of federations rather than a single central government. The Picts' legacy extends far beyond their art and artifacts, however. The language they spoke, Pictish, has been lost to history, but it likely influenced the development of Scots Gaelic and other Celtic languages. The Picts also left their mark on the landscape of Scotland, with many of their hill forts and settlements still visible today. In summary, the Picts were a fascinating and enigmatic people who played a significant role in the early history of Scotland. Their artistic achievements, particularly their stone carvings, continue to captivate us today, while their military prowess and complex political system have earned them a place in the annals of history. Though much of their culture and language has been lost to time, their legacy lives on in the landscape of Scotland and the DNA of its people. Chapter 2: The Kingdom of Alba. In the early Middle Ages, Scotland was a land of many kingdoms and tribes. Among these, the Kingdom of Alba would eventually rise to prominence and dominate the others. The origins of this kingdom can be traced back to the 9th century, when a powerful dynasty emerged in the area around modern-day Dunkeld. At this time, Scotland was still largely divided into smaller kingdoms, each ruled by a different dynasty. The most powerful of these was the Kingdom of the Picts, which had dominated Scotland for centuries. However, by the 9th century, the Picts were in decline, and a new power was rising in their midst. This power was the Kingdom of the Scots, who had originally come from Ireland and settled in Argyll on the west coast of Scotland. They were led by a powerful dynasty known as the House of Alpin, which traced its lineage back to the legendary King Fergus. The House of Alpin was able to expand its power in Scotland by forming alliances with other tribes and kingdoms, including the Picts. By the early 9th century, they had established themselves as the dominant force in the area around Dunkeld, and were beginning to push into Pictish territory. The turning point came in 843, when King Kenneth MacAlpin of the House of Alpin succeeded in uniting the Picts and the Scots under his rule. This marked the beginning of the Kingdom of Alba, which would eventually become the Kingdom of Scotland. Under the House of Alpin, the Kingdom of Alba continued to expand and consolidate its power. The kings of Alba extended their influence northwards, pushing back the Vikings and other rivals, and establishing their authority over the whole of Scotland. The Kingdom of Alba was also notable for its cultural and intellectual achievements. The kings of Alba were patrons of the arts and literature, and under their rule Gaelic culture flourished. Many of the most famous Gaelic poems and stories were written during this time, and the kingdom became known for its scholarship and learning. In the centuries that followed, the Kingdom of Alba would continue to evolve and adapt, facing many challenges and changes along the way. However, it was the House of Alpin that laid the foundations for Scotland's emergence as a unified and powerful nation. Their legacy would be felt for centuries to come, and their influence can still be seen in Scotland today. In the early 9th century, Scotland was a fragmented land, divided into several small kingdoms, each ruled by its own king. These petty kings constantly quarreled with each other, raiding and plundering their neighbors' lands. It was a time of great instability and insecurity, and the people of Scotland longed for a strong and capable leader who could unite the warring factions and bring peace to the land. That leader came in the person of Kenneth MacAlpin, the King of Dalriada, a small kingdom in western Scotland. In the year 843, Kenneth launched a surprise attack on the Pictish kingdom of Fortriu, located in what is now the northeast of Scotland. The Picts were caught off guard, and their king was killed in battle. Kenneth then proceeded to seize the throne of Fortriu for himself, becoming the first king of the new Kingdom of Alba. Kenneth's achievement was remarkable. For the first time, a single ruler held sway over the entire northern part of Britain, from the River Forth in the south to the River Spey in the north. His new kingdom was not yet fully formed, however. The Picts and Scots, who had been bitter enemies for centuries, had different cultures, languages, and traditions. It would take time and effort to create a sense of unity and common purpose among them. Kenneth was a wise and shrewd ruler, however, and he knew that he needed to gain the support of the Pictish nobles if he was to succeed in his mission. He therefore made a series of strategic marriages, marrying into prominent Pictish families and forging alliances with their leaders. He also adopted many Pictish customs and practices, such as their system of land tenure and their use of symbols and emblems to denote their royal status. Over time, the Picts and Scots began to merge into a single people, speaking a common language and sharing a common culture. Kenneth's successors continued to build on his work, consolidating their power and expanding their territory. They also faced new challenges, such as invasions by Viking raiders and territorial disputes with their southern neighbor, the Kingdom of England. Through it all, the Kingdom of Alba endured, a testament to the vision and leadership of Kenneth MacAlpin. His legacy lives on in the name of Scotland itself, which comes from the Latin word Scotia, meaning land of the Scots. Kenneth's achievement was to unite the diverse peoples of Scotland under a single banner, laying the foundation for the nation that would emerge in the centuries to come. As we delve into the annals of Scottish history, we encounter a time when the Kingdom of Alba was coming into being. This era, which spanned from the 8th to the 11th centuries, was marked by the reign of one of Scotland's most famous kings, Kenneth MacAlpin. This king's legacy would continue to shape the course of Scottish history for generations to come. The origins of the Kingdom of Alba can be traced back to the Pictish Kingdom, which was a confederation of tribes that occupied the northern and eastern parts of Scotland. It was around the 8th century that the Pictish Kingdom was first united under one ruler, and the first signs of a distinct Scottish identity began to emerge. It was Kenneth MacAlpin who is credited with the unification of Scotland. He became king of the Picts in the late 8th century, and then went on to conquer the neighboring kingdom of Dalriada, which was a Gaelic kingdom located in what is now western Scotland and Ireland. By doing so, he created a new kingdom, which he called Alba, and became its first king. The reign of Kenneth MacAlpin was marked by a significant shift in the cultural landscape of Scotland. The Picts had their own language, which was distinct from the Gaelic language of the Scots, but under MacAlpin's reign, Gaelic became the dominant language of the new kingdom. This language shift was accompanied by a blending of Pictish and Gaelic cultures, as well as a merging of the two kingdoms' religious practices. The rise of the Gaelic language and culture in Scotland was not just a reflection of MacAlpin's reign, but also of the influence of the wider Gaelic world. The Gaelic people had a rich literary and cultural tradition, and their influence can be seen in the development of Scottish literature, art, and music. One of the most significant literary works to emerge from this era was the Book of Deer, which is one of the oldest surviving manuscripts in the Scottish Gaelic language. This manuscript contains a variety of texts, including religious works and land charters, and provides a valuable insight into the language and culture of early medieval Scotland. The art and architecture of this period was also influenced by Gaelic traditions, and this is evident in the design of Pictish stones, which were intricately decorated with a range of symbols and designs. These stones were used to mark the graves of important people, as well as to commemorate significant events and battles. The legacy of Kenneth MacAlpin's reign and the rise of the Gaelic language and culture in Scotland would continue to shape the country's identity for centuries to come. Even today, Gaelic remains an important part of Scotland's cultural heritage and is recognized as one of the country's official languages. The unification of Scotland under Kenneth MacAlpin was not without its challenges, and the kingdom faced a number of threats from both external and internal forces. The Vikings in particular posed a significant threat to the newly formed kingdom, and their raids and invasions would continue to be a problem for Scotland throughout the medieval period. Despite these challenges, however, the legacy of MacAlpin's reign endured, and the Kingdom of Alba would continue to grow and develop over the centuries that followed. The unification of Scotland under one ruler marked a significant turning point in the country's history, and laid the foundations for the strong and proud nation that we know today. It is a common historical trend that a period of unification and consolidation is often followed by a period of upheaval and conflict. Scotland, in the centuries after the unification of the Pictish and Gaelic kingdoms, was no exception. The Norsemen, or Vikings as they are more commonly known, would wreak havoc on the coasts and islands of Scotland for centuries to come, leaving an indelible mark on the land and its people. The Vikings first began to raid the shores of Scotland in the late 8th century, and by the 9th century, they had established several settlements in the north and west of the country. The Norse invaders were a seafaring people from Scandinavia, who were known for their fierce raids on coastal communities throughout Europe. Their attacks were sudden and brutal, and they would strike without warning, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The Norsemen brought with them their own culture, customs, and language, which had a significant impact on the people and culture of Scotland. The Vikings were renowned for their seafaring skills and their longships, which allowed them to travel far and wide across the seas. They established trading links with the Picts and Gaelic Scots, which helped to bring new ideas and technologies to Scotland. The Norse invasions and settlements had a profound impact on the culture and society of Scotland. The Vikings were skilled craftsmen and traders, and they introduced new ideas and technologies to Scotland. They brought with them the art of shipbuilding and navigation, as well as the use of iron in weapons and tools. They also introduced new agricultural techniques, such as the use of plows and the cultivation of crops such as oats and barley. However, the Vikings were also known for their brutality and violence, and their raids and settlements had a devastating impact on the people of Scotland. The Norsemen were infamous for their raids on monasteries and churches, which were seen as symbols of the Christian faith. They were also known for their practice of slavery, and many Scots were taken captive and sold as slaves in Viking markets throughout Europe. The Viking era in Scotland lasted for several centuries, and it was marked by periods of conflict and coexistence between the Norse settlers and the native Scots. The Vikings established several kingdoms in Scotland, including the Kingdom of the Isles and the Earldom of Orkney. These kingdoms were ruled by Norse lords, who held power over the local population. The Viking era in Scotland came to an end in the 11th century, following the defeat of the Norse forces at the Battle of Largs in 1263. The victory by the Scots marked the end of the Norse presence in Scotland, and it paved the way for the eventual consolidation of the Kingdom of Scotland. The legacy of the Norse invasions and settlements can still be seen in Scotland today. Many of the place names in the north and west of Scotland have Norse origins, such as the Orkney Islands, the Shetland Islands, and the Isle of Skye. The influence of the Vikings can also be seen in the culture and traditions of Scotland, such as the celebration of Up Helly Aa in Shetland, which is a festival that is rooted in Viking history and culture. In summary, the Norse invasions and settlements had a significant impact on the history and culture of Scotland. The Vikings were skilled seafarers and traders who introduced new ideas and technologies to Scotland, but they were also known for their brutality and violence. The legacy of the Vikings can still be seen in Scotland today, and it serves as a reminder of the enduring impact of the Norsemen on the land and its people. In the annals of Scottish history, the Kingdom of Alba represents a critical period of unification and consolidation that paved the way for the emergence of the medieval Scottish state. However, despite its considerable achievements, the kingdom ultimately proved vulnerable to external pressures and internal rivalries that weakened its institutions and undermined its power. This led to the decline of the House of Alpin and the rise of the House of Dunkeld, a new dynasty that would shape the destiny of Scotland in the centuries to come. The origins of the House of Dunkeld can be traced back to the reign of King Kenneth II, 971 to 995, the last monarch of the House of Alpin. Despite his efforts to strengthen the royal authority and promote Gaelic culture, Kenneth faced growing challenges from the Norsemen, who had settled in the Hebrides and established a powerful kingdom known as the Kingdom of the Isles. These Norse Gaelic lords, led by Sigurd the Stout, posed a threat to the fragile balance of power in Scotland and sought to expand their influence into the mainland. In 995, Kenneth was assassinated by one of his own subjects, possibly in a plot orchestrated by the Norse Gaelic lords or by his own kinsman who coveted the throne. His death marked the end of the House of Alpin and ushered in a period of instability and conflict that would last for over a century. The subsequent reigns of Kenneth's sons, Constantine III and Kenneth III, were marred by internal strife, Norse incursions, and a general sense of disillusionment among the Gaelic aristocracy. It was against this backdrop of turmoil and uncertainty that the House of Dunkeld emerged as a viable contender for the Scottish crown. The dynasty was founded by a little-known figure named Crinan the Thane, who was the son-in-law of Kenneth II and the Abbot of Dunkeld. Crinan was a powerful figure in his own right, as he held extensive lands in Argyll and served as the chief advisor to the kings of Alba. He was also a staunch advocate of the church and promoted the interests of the Gaelic clergy in the royal court. Crenan's son Duncan I succeeded to the throne in 1034 after the death of Malcolm II, the last king of the House of Alpin. Duncan's reign was marked by a series of conflicts with his kinsmen and rivals, including Macbeth, the powerful Mormar of Moray, who had ambitions of his own to become king. In 1040, Macbeth launched a rebellion against Duncan and defeated him in battle, seizing the Scottish crown for himself. The reign of Macbeth was controversial and divisive, as he was seen by some as a usurper who had violated the sacred traditions of the Scottish monarchy. Nevertheless, he proved to be an able and energetic ruler, who consolidated his power and promoted the interests of the Gaelic aristocracy. He also established a close relationship with the church, patronizing several monasteries and winning the support of the clergy. However, Macbeth's reign was short-lived, as he was eventually overthrown by the forces of Duncan's son, Malcolm III, who was supported by the English king Edward the Confessor. In 1057, Malcolm defeated Macbeth in battle and seized the Scottish crown, ushering in a new era of Scottish history. The House of Dunkeld would rule Scotland for over 2 centuries, presiding over a period of relative stability and prosperity. The dynasty's most famous monarch, David I, was a great patron of the church and oversaw a program of reform and expansion that transformed the Scottish church and society. He also forged close ties with the English monarchy and introduced Norman-style institutions and customs into Scotland. Chapter 3: Wars of Independence. The history of Scotland is replete with tales of conflict and war, but none are quite as iconic or significant as the wars of independence that raged throughout the late 13th and early 14th centuries. These wars would shape the course of Scottish history for centuries to come, establishing Scotland as a nation and solidifying its place as a power in Europe. The Wars of Independence were sparked by the death of Alexander III, King of Scotland, in 1286. With no clear heir to the throne, a power vacuum emerged and a number of rival factions vied for control. It was during this time that Edward I of England, also known as Edward Longshanks, sought to assert his own claim to the Scottish throne. Edward was determined to bring Scotland under his control, and saw the power vacuum as an opportunity to do so. Edward's first attempt to claim the Scottish throne was through the so-called Great Cause, a legal case designed to determine the rightful heir to the Scottish throne. Edward claimed that his own candidate John Balliol was the rightful heir, and when the Scottish court ruled in his favor, he demanded that Balliol recognize him as his overlord. This set the stage for a long and bitter conflict between Scotland and England. In 1296, Edward invaded Scotland, seizing control of several key towns and castles. However, the Scottish resistance was fierce, and a number of Scottish leaders, including William Wallace and Andrew de Moray, emerged as powerful opponents to English rule. The Battle of Stirling Bridge in 1297 was a turning point in the war, with Wallace and Moray leading a surprise attack that resulted in a crushing defeat for the English. This was followed by a period of relative Scottish dominance, with Wallace and Moray leading a guerrilla war against the English and establishing themselves as powerful symbols of Scottish resistance. However, the English were not to be deterred, and in 1305 they captured Wallace and executed him for treason. This was a major blow to the Scottish cause, but it did not deter other Scottish leaders from continuing the fight. In 1314, the Scots scored a decisive victory at the Battle of Bannockburn, with Robert the Bruce leading the Scottish forces to victory against a much larger English army. This victory solidified Scotland's independence and established Robert the Bruce as a powerful and respected leader. The Wars of Independence would continue for several more years, but the Battle of Bannockburn was a turning point in the conflict. The Scots had proven that they were a force to be reckoned with, and the English began to realize that they could not simply crush Scottish resistance through military might. The legacy of the Wars of Independence is a complex one, with many different interpretations and perspectives. For the Scots, the wars were a crucial moment in their history, establishing Scotland as a nation and solidifying its place in Europe. For the English, the wars were a costly and ultimately futile attempt to assert their dominance over a proud and independent people. Despite the complexity of their legacy, however, there can be no doubt that the Wars of Independence were a defining moment in Scottish history. They were a period of intense struggle and conflict, but they were also a period of great courage and determination. Above all, they were a period that established Scotland as a nation and set the stage for centuries of Scottish history to come. It is not uncommon in the history of nations for great men to emerge in times of crisis. Such was the case with William Wallace, a man who would become known as a champion of Scottish independence during the Wars of Independence against England. The background to the Wars of Independence dates back to the late 13th century, when Scotland was ruled by King Alexander III. Upon his death in 1286, there was no clear successor to the throne, and this led to a succession crisis that lasted several years. The situation was complicated by the fact that King Edward I of England, who was a close relative of Alexander III, had designs on the Scottish crown. Edward I even went so far as to arbitrate the succession crisis, and in 1292 he declared John Balliol to be the rightful king of Scotland. However, Edward I soon grew dissatisfied with Balliol's rule, and in 1296 he invaded Scotland, beginning the first of the Wars of Independence. It was in this context that William Wallace emerged as a leader of the Scottish resistance. Born in the late 1270s or early 1280s, Wallace was a minor nobleman who had been educated in the church. However, his life was forever changed in 1297, when he led a band of men in a surprise attack on a detachment of English soldiers near Lanark. This was the first in a series of successful military actions that would make Wallace a hero to the Scottish people. The most famous of these actions was the Battle of Stirling Bridge, which took place on September 11, 1297. The English army, led by the Earl of Surrey, had marched north from Berwick and had taken up a position on the south side of the River Forth. Wallace and his lieutenant, Andrew Moray, had gathered a force of Scottish soldiers and had taken up a position on the north side of the river. The English expected the Scots to cross the bridge over the river and attack them, but instead Wallace and Moray led their men across a narrow ford a few miles upstream. When the English realized what was happening, they attempted to cross the bridge to engage the Scots, but they were slowed down by the narrowness of the bridge and the weight of their armor. The Scots, on the other hand, were able to move quickly and efficiently, and they soon engaged the English in hand-to-hand combat. The result was a stunning victory for the Scots, with the English suffering heavy losses and Surrey himself narrowly escaping capture. The Battle of Stirling Bridge was a turning point in the Wars of Independence. It showed that the Scottish army, though smaller and less well-equipped than the English, was capable of defeating the English in open combat. It also made William Wallace a hero to the Scottish people and a symbol of resistance against English oppression. In the years that followed, Wallace continued to fight for Scottish independence, leading raids and attacks against English garrisons and supply lines. However, his luck eventually ran out, and he was captured by the English in 1305. He was taken to London, where he was tried for treason and executed in a brutal manner. Despite his ultimate fate, William Wallace remains a legendary figure in Scottish history. He was a man who rose to greatness in a time of crisis, a man who inspired his countrymen to fight for their freedom, and a man who sacrificed everything for his beliefs. His legacy lives on in the hearts of the Scottish people, and his memory is honored to this day as a symbol of Scottish resistance and independence. It was during the reign of Edward I that the seeds of the Scottish Wars of Independence were sown. Edward, who sought to exert his authority over Scotland, tried to force the Scots to accept his overlordship. However, the Scots, under the leadership of William Wallace, rose up against Edward's rule. In 1297, Wallace defeated an English army at the Battle of Stirling Bridge, giving the Scots hope that they could resist English domination. But it was Robert the Bruce who would ultimately lead Scotland to victory in the Wars of Independence. After Wallace's execution in 1305, Bruce emerged as the dominant figure in Scottish politics. He was crowned king in 1306, but his early attempts to resist the English were unsuccessful and he was forced to flee to the Highlands. It was there that Bruce regrouped and began his campaign to drive the English out of Scotland. He won a series of victories over the English, culminating in the Battle of Bannockburn in 1314. In that battle, Bruce's army, despite being outnumbered, defeated the English army and secured Scotland's independence. Bruce's victory at Bannockburn was a turning point in Scottish history. It showed that the Scots could resist the English and win, and it gave the Scottish people a sense of national pride and identity. Bruce went on to rule Scotland for over 20 years, and his reign saw the consolidation of Scotland as an independent kingdom. The Wars of Independence had a profound impact on Scotland and on the relationship between Scotland and England. They helped to establish the idea of Scottish nationhood and identity, and they set the stage for the long and often tumultuous relationship between Scotland and England that would continue for centuries to come. In the annals of Scottish history, the Wars of Independence stand out as a testament to the indomitable spirit of the Scottish people. These conflicts, which took place in the late 13th and early 14th centuries, pitted the armies of Scotland against those of England in a struggle for control of the Scottish crown. Though the conflict was largely fought by men, the role of Scottish women cannot be overlooked. During this time, Scottish women played an important role in supporting the war effort. Whether by tending to the wounded, providing food and supplies to the troops, or even taking up arms themselves, women made significant contributions to the cause of Scottish independence. One of the most notable examples of women's involvement in the Wars of Independence is the story of William Wallace's wife, Marion Braidfute. Though little is known about her life, she is said to have fought alongside her husband at the Battle of Falkirk in 1298. According to legend, when Wallace was forced to retreat, Marion rallied the troops and led them back into battle, inspiring them to victory. While this story is likely apocryphal, it speaks to the important role that women played in the struggle for Scottish independence. Another notable woman of this era was Isabel Macduff, the Countess of Buchan. In 1306, she played a key role in the crowning of Robert the Bruce as King of Scotland. According to tradition, she was the one who placed the crown on his head, an act that was seen as a symbol of the legitimacy of his claim to the throne. However, her involvement in the coronation led to her capture and imprisonment by the English, where she remained for several years. In addition to these individual acts of heroism, women played an important role in the everyday workings of Scottish society during the Wars of Independence. With many men away fighting in the war, women were left to manage the household and provide for their families. This often meant taking on roles that were traditionally reserved for men, such as farming and other forms of manual labor. Women also played an important role in supporting the Scottish troops. They would often provide food and other supplies to the soldiers, sometimes traveling great distances to do so. In some cases, women would even join the army themselves, taking up arms alongside the men and fighting for their country's independence. Despite the important contributions that women made during the Wars of Independence, their role in Scottish history has often been overlooked. This is due in part to the fact that historical records from this time are often incomplete, making it difficult to determine the full extent of women's involvement in the war effort. Additionally, the fact that women were largely excluded from positions of power and influence in medieval society means that their contributions were often marginalized or ignored. However, recent efforts by historians and scholars have shed new light on the role of women in Scottish history. By looking beyond traditional historical narratives and exploring the stories of individual women, we can gain a greater appreciation for the diversity and complexity of Scottish society during the Wars of Independence. In summary, the role of Scottish women in the Wars of Independence was significant and deserves greater recognition. Whether by taking up arms themselves, supporting the troops through acts of service, or managing households and farms while their husbands were away at war, women made important contributions to the struggle for Scottish independence. By exploring their stories and their place in Scottish history, we can gain a deeper understanding of the richness and complexity of the Scottish past. In the annals of Scottish history, few events stand as tall as the Wars of Independence. These bitter conflicts, fought over several decades between the Kingdom of Scotland and the Kingdom of England, would come to define Scotland's sense of national identity and leave a lasting imprint on the country's cultural heritage. But the story of the Wars of Independence is not merely one of bloody battles and heroic deeds. It is also a tale of political intrigue, religious conflict, and the inexorable march of history. The origins of the Wars of Independence can be traced back to the late 13th century, when the English King Edward I, known as the Hammer of the Scots, sought to extend his dominion over the northern kingdom. In 1296, he invaded Scotland and deposed its king John Balliol, installing a puppet ruler in his place. But the Scots were not so easily subjugated, and over the next few years, a series of rebellions broke out across the country. The first major conflict of the Wars of Independence took place in 1297 at the Battle of Stirling Bridge. Here, a Scottish army led by William Wallace, a minor nobleman, achieved a stunning victory over a much larger English force. Wallace's success was due in part to his tactical genius. He chose to fight on a narrow bridge, preventing the English from using their superior numbers to their advantage, but also to the fact that his army was highly motivated and fiercely committed to the cause of Scottish independence. The victory at Stirling Bridge proved to be a turning point in the Wars of Independence, and for a time it seemed as though the Scots might achieve their goal of driving the English out of their country altogether. But the English were not so easily defeated, and in 1298, they counterattacked at the Battle of Falkirk. This time the Scots were soundly beaten, and Wallace himself was forced to flee the field. Despite this setback, the cause of Scottish independence continued to burn brightly, and in 1306, a new champion emerged in the form of Robert the Bruce. Like Wallace before him, Bruce was a member of the Scottish nobility who had become disenchanted with English rule. He began his campaign for independence by murdering his rival for the Scottish throne, John Comyn, and proclaiming himself king. Bruce's early attempts to win Scottish independence were met with setbacks and defeats, and for several years he was forced to live as a fugitive, pursued by the English authorities. But he never lost faith in his cause, and in 1314 he achieved a stunning victory over the English at the Battle of Bannockburn. Here, his army of Scottish knights and foot soldiers routed a much larger English force, killing or capturing many of their leaders in the process. The victory at Bannockburn was a turning point in the Wars of Independence, and it marked the beginning of a new phase in the conflict. Over the next few years, the Scots continued to fight off English incursions, winning a number of important battles and consolidating their control over much of the country. In 1320, a group of Scottish nobles sent a letter to the Pope, known as the Declaration of Arbroath, in which they declared their loyalty to Bruce and their determination to defend Scotland's independence at all costs. The Wars of Independence would drag on for several more years, and there were many more battles and skirmishes before they finally came to an end. But by the early 14th century, it was clear that Scotland had won a great victory. The country had established itself as a sovereign nation, with its own culture, language, and political institutions. Chapter 4: The Renaissance and Reformation. It is with great pleasure that we turn our attention to the intellectual and cultural renaissance that took place in Scotland during the 16th century. After the tumultuous events of the Wars of Independence, Scotland began to experience a period of relative stability and prosperity, and this allowed for a flowering of artistic, literary, and philosophical activity that would have a profound impact not only on Scotland but on the wider world as well. At the heart of this Renaissance was a group of thinkers and artists who became known as the Scottish Renaissance or the Scottish Enlightenment. These individuals were characterized by their commitment to reason, empirical inquiry, and the pursuit of knowledge. They rejected dogma, superstition, and tradition, and instead sought to understand the world through observation and experimentation. One of the most important figures of the Scottish Renaissance was the philosopher David Hume. Hume's skeptical and empiricist approach to philosophy challenged many of the traditional assumptions of his time, and his ideas continue to be influential to this day. His treatise on human nature, published in 1739 to 1740, argued that all knowledge comes from sense experience, and that there is no such thing as innate ideas or knowledge. Another important figure of the Scottish Renaissance was the economist Adam Smith. Smith's The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, argued that free markets and competition were the best means of achieving economic prosperity, and his ideas continue to be influential to this day. Smith also wrote extensively on moral philosophy, and his Theory of Moral Sentiments, published in 1759, argued that moral behavior was based on a natural sympathy for others rather than on religious or other dogmatic principles. Other important figures of the Scottish Renaissance included the poet Robert Burns, who wrote extensively about the beauty of the Scottish landscape and the struggles of ordinary people, and the architect Robert Adam, whose neoclassical designs helped to shape the look of buildings and public spaces throughout Scotland. The Scottish Renaissance was not just a period of intellectual and artistic flourishing, however. It also had important political implications, as many of its thinkers and writers were committed to the idea of Scottish independence and self-government. This was particularly true in the aftermath of the failed Jacobite uprising of 1745, which had been an attempt to restore the Stuart monarchy to the throne of Scotland and England. The Scottish Renaissance was thus characterized by a deep sense of Scottish national identity, and many of its figures sought to promote Scotland as a distinct and vibrant nation. This was evident in the poetry of Burns, who wrote about the beauty of the Scottish landscape and the resilience of its people, and in the architectural designs of Adam, who sought to create buildings and public spaces that reflected the history and character of Scotland. In summary, the Scottish Renaissance was a period of intellectual, artistic, and political flowering that had a profound impact on Scotland and the wider world. Its commitment to reason, empiricism, and the pursuit of knowledge laid the groundwork for many of the scientific and philosophical advances of the modern era, and its emphasis on Scottish national identity and self-government helped to shape the course of Scottish history. It is a testament to the enduring legacy of the Scottish Renaissance that its ideas and values continue to inspire thinkers and artists to this day. It is often said that Scotland has produced some of the most significant religious reformers in history. The Scottish Reformation was a complex and multifaceted event that changed the religious landscape of Scotland forever. This movement was a response to the widespread dissatisfaction with the Roman Catholic Church, which had been the dominant force in Scotland for centuries. The Scottish Reformation was a part of the wider Protestant Reformation that was sweeping across Europe in the 16th century. The Scottish Reformation was largely led by John Knox, who was a former Roman Catholic priest turned Protestant reformer. Knox's ideas were heavily influenced by the works of Martin Luther and John Calvin. He saw the Catholic Church as corrupt and in need of reform. Knox believed that the Bible was the ultimate authority on religious matters, and that the Church should be stripped of its power and influence. The Scottish Reformation began in earnest in 1560, when the Scottish Parliament officially adopted Protestantism as the official religion of Scotland. This was a significant moment in Scottish history, as it marked the end of the Roman Catholic Church's dominance over the country. The Scottish Parliament passed a series of laws that abolished the Catholic Church's authority in Scotland and created a new Protestant Church of Scotland. The Reformation had a significant impact on Scottish society. The Catholic Church had been one of the largest landowners in Scotland, and the Reformation led to the confiscation of its lands and wealth. This wealth was redistributed to the new Protestant Church of Scotland and to the Scottish nobility. This led to a significant shift in power as the nobility gained more wealth and influence. The Reformation also had a profound effect on Scottish culture. The Scottish Protestant Church emphasized the importance of education, and many new schools were founded throughout Scotland. This led to a rise in literacy rates and an increase in the number of Scots who were able to read and write. The Scottish Protestant Church also had a significant impact on the Scottish language, as many Scots began to use English rather than Gaelic. Despite the Reformation's success in Scotland, it was not without its challenges. The Catholic Church had a strong presence in Scotland, and many Catholics were resistant to the new Protestant Church. This led to a series of violent conflicts between Catholics and Protestants, which continued for many years after the Reformation. The Scottish Reformation also had a significant impact on the wider world. The ideas of John Knox and other Scottish reformers inspired religious reform movements in other countries, including England and the Netherlands. The Reformation also had a significant impact on the development of democracy, as the Protestant Church emphasized the importance of individual freedom and the rights of the individual. In summary, the Scottish Reformation was a significant event in Scottish history. It led to the establishment of the Protestant Church of Scotland and the end of the Roman Catholic Church's dominance over the country. The Reformation had a profound impact on Scottish society, culture, and politics. It also had a significant impact on the wider world, inspiring religious reform movements and the development of democracy. The Scottish Reformation is a testament to the power of ideas and the ability of individuals to effect change in the world. The Reformation in Scotland was a tumultuous period marked by religious and political upheaval. At the heart of this movement was John Knox, a fiery preacher and staunch advocate for the Scottish Presbyterian Church. Knox's influence on Scottish society was profound, shaping the religious, political, and cultural landscape of the nation for centuries to come. Knox was born in Haddington, Scotland in 1514, at a time when the country was still firmly under the control of the Catholic Church. He began his career as a priest, but soon became disillusioned with the Church's corruption and excesses. Inspired by the teachings of Martin Luther and other reformers, Knox joined the Protestant movement and became a vocal critic of Catholicism. In 1547, Knox was captured by French forces during the siege of St. Andrew's Castle. He spent nearly 2 years as a prisoner on a French galley, enduring harsh conditions and grueling work. Despite this, he continued to spread his message of religious reform, even converting some of his fellow prisoners to his cause. After his release, Knox fled to Geneva, Switzerland, where he studied under John Calvin, one of the most influential theologians of the Protestant Reformation. It was during this time that Knox developed his own unique brand of Presbyterianism, which emphasized the importance of individual conscience and the authority of the Bible over the teachings of the Church. In 1559, Knox returned to Scotland, where he played a leading role in the Protestant Reformation. He preached across the country, drawing large crowds and inspiring a wave of religious fervor. His message resonated with many Scots, who were tired of the corruption and excesses of the Catholic Church. Under Knox's guidance, the Scottish Parliament passed a series of laws that abolished Catholicism and established the Scottish Presbyterian Church as the official religion of the country. Knox himself was appointed as the first minister of Edinburgh's St. Giles Cathedral, a position he held until his death in 1572. Knox's influence on Scottish society was far-reaching. He played a key role in establishing the Presbyterian Church as a powerful force in Scottish life, and his teachings shaped the country's political and cultural landscape for centuries to come. He also played a significant role in the development of the Scottish national identity, emphasizing the importance of Scottish traditions and customs in the face of English domination. Today, Knox is remembered as one of Scotland's greatest reformers and a champion of religious liberty. His legacy can be seen in the continued importance of the Presbyterian Church in Scotland, as well as in the country's proud tradition of cultural and intellectual achievement. During the 16th century, Scotland was embroiled in a religious and political conflict that would shape the country's history for centuries to come. At the center of this struggle was Mary Stuart, the queen who would become known as Mary Queen of Scots. Her life was marked by intrigue, betrayal, and ultimately tragedy. Yet her reign was also a time of intellectual and cultural flourishing, as Scotland embraced the ideas of the Renaissance and began to assert its own distinctive identity. Mary Stuart was born in 1542, the daughter of King James V of Scotland and his French wife Mary of Guise. Her father died just days after her birth, leaving her to inherit the throne as an infant. The young queen was sent to France to be raised in the court of her mother's family, where she received a first-class education and became fluent in French, Italian, and Latin. She also developed a love of music, poetry, and the arts, which would remain with her throughout her life. In 1558, Mary married the French Dauphin Francis and became Queen Consort of France. But her happiness was short-lived, as Francis died just 2 years later. Mary returned to Scotland, where she was greeted with suspicion by many of her subjects. She was a Catholic in a Protestant country, and her French upbringing and sophisticated manners were seen as foreign and out of place. Yet Mary was determined to rule Scotland with strength and intelligence, and she set about consolidating her power. The Queen's reign was marked by a series of struggles between the Catholic and Protestant factions in Scotland. Mary was a devout Catholic and saw herself as the defender of the old faith. But many of her subjects had embraced the teachings of the Protestant Reformation, which had swept through Europe in the 16th century. Scotland was divided along religious lines, and Mary struggled to maintain order. In 1567, Mary's troubles deepened when her husband, Lord Darnley, was murdered. Many believed that Mary herself was involved in the plot, as Darnley had become a liability to her rule. But the Queen denied any involvement and quickly married James Hepburn, the Earl of Bothwell. This move proved to be a disastrous mistake, as Bothwell was widely believed to be responsible for Darnley's death. Mary was imprisoned and forced to abdicate in favor of her infant son, James VI. The Queen's subsequent escape and flight to England, where she sought the protection of her cousin Queen Elizabeth I, would prove to be her undoing. Elizabeth saw Mary as a threat to her own rule, and kept her imprisoned for over 18 years. During this time, Mary became a focus of Catholic resistance to Elizabeth's Protestant regime. Her beauty, charm, and tragic fate made her a romantic figure in the eyes of many, and she became a symbol of Scotland's struggle for independence. Mary was eventually executed in 1587, after being convicted of plotting against Elizabeth's life. Her death was a turning point in Scottish history, and it marked the end of the struggle between the Catholic and Protestant factions. But it also solidified Scotland's sense of its own distinct identity, as a country with a proud history and a strong cultural heritage. The reign of Mary Queen of Scots was a time of great intellectual and cultural flourishing in Scotland. The Queen herself was a patron of the arts, and she brought many French artists and musicians to her court. Scotland began to develop its own unique literary tradition, with the works of writers like Robert Burns, Sir Walter Scott, and Robert Louis Stevenson capturing the spirit of the country's landscape and people. The Queen's reign also saw the spread of Protestantism throughout Scotland, and the establishment of the Presbyterian Church as the dominant religious institution. The history of Scotland is a rich and complex tapestry, woven together from many threads of influence, conquest, and cultural exchange. One of the most fascinating periods in Scottish history is undoubtedly the Renaissance and Reformation era, which saw a flowering of intellectual and artistic creativity, as well as a tumultuous struggle between Protestant and Catholic factions for political and religious power. The Renaissance in Scotland was characterized by a renewed interest in the classical arts and sciences, as well as a growing awareness of Scottish cultural identity. Scholars and artists across the country sought to revive the glories of ancient Greece and Rome, while also celebrating the distinctive traditions and language of Scotland. This period of cultural awakening was also marked by significant political changes, as Scotland moved towards a more centralized monarchy and a more unified national identity. One of the most important figures of the Scottish Renaissance was King James IV, who ruled from 1488 to 1513. James was a devoted patron of the arts, and his reign saw the flourishing of Scottish literature, music, and architecture. He was particularly interested in the work of Italian humanist scholars, and he invited several of them to Scotland to help him establish a humanist academy at the University of St. Andrews. The Reformation in Scotland began in the early 16th century, and it was initially driven by a desire for greater religious freedom and a rejection of the corrupt practices of the Catholic Church. The Scottish reformers were heavily influenced by the writings of the German theologian Martin Luther and the Swiss reformer John Calvin. They sought to simplify and purify the Christian faith and to reject the elaborate rituals and traditions of the Catholic Church. The Scottish Reformation was a long and complex process, marked by political intrigue, religious fervor, and violent conflict. The country was deeply divided between Protestant and Catholic factions, and there were many bloody clashes between them. One of the most famous events of this period was the Battle of Flodden, which took place in 1513 and saw the Scottish army suffer a devastating defeat at the hands of the English. The most important figure of the Scottish Reformation was undoubtedly John Knox, who was born in 1514 and became a leading Protestant preacher in Scotland. Knox was a fiery and charismatic figure, who preached a message of religious and political reform. He was instrumental in establishing the Presbyterian Church in Scotland, which rejected the hierarchy and sacramentalism of the Catholic Church and emphasized the authority of Scripture and the preaching of the Word. One of the most controversial figures of this period was Mary, Queen of Scots, who was a staunch Catholic and a staunch opponent of the Scottish Reformation. Mary was deposed in 1567 after a long period of political turmoil, and she spent the rest of her life in exile. Her legacy has been the subject of much debate and speculation, with some seeing her as a tragic victim of the brutal politics of the era, while others view her as a ruthless and manipulative figure who was responsible for much of the bloodshed and unrest of the time. Despite the tumultuous events of the Renaissance and Reformation period, Scotland emerged as a more confident and unified nation by the end of the 16th century. The cultural and intellectual achievements of this era laid the foundations for Scotland's future greatness as a center of learning and innovation, while the religious reforms that were initiated during this time helped to establish a distinctive Scottish identity that has endured to the present day. The legacy of the Renaissance and Reformation in Scotland is a testament to the resilience and creativity of the Scottish people, and a reminder of the enduring power of human creativity and imagination. Chapter 5: The Union of the Crowns. In the early 17th century, the kingdoms of Scotland and England were united under the rule of one monarch, James VI of Scotland and I of England. This was a significant event in the history of both countries, and its impact can still be felt today. To understand the significance of James VI and I, we must examine the political and cultural landscape of the time. James VI of Scotland was born in 1566, the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and her second husband, Lord Darnley. Mary was forced to abdicate the throne in favor of her infant son, who was raised by various regents until he came of age. James was a learned man, with a strong interest in theology, philosophy, and politics. He was also deeply committed to the idea of divine right monarchy, which held that the monarch was chosen by God to rule and was therefore above the law. In 1603, Elizabeth I of England died without an heir, and James VI of Scotland was the next in line for the English throne. He made the journey south and was crowned King James I of England. This was the beginning of the Stuart dynasty, which would rule both Scotland and England until the 18th century. One of the most significant achievements of James VI and I was the union of the two kingdoms. Although Scotland and England shared a monarch, they remained separate states with different legal and religious systems. James was determined to unify the two countries, and he worked tirelessly to achieve this goal. In 1603, he issued a proclamation declaring that he was now the King of Great Britain, and he began to use the term British to refer to the people of both countries. James's efforts to unify Scotland and England were not always successful, however. There was significant resistance to the idea of a united kingdom, particularly in Scotland. Many Scots felt that they were being forced to give up their identity and traditions in order to become part of a larger entity. There were also concerns about the power of the English monarchy, which many Scots saw as a threat to their own freedoms and autonomy. Despite these challenges, James VI and I continued to work towards the goal of a united kingdom. He introduced a number of reforms designed to create a more centralized government, including the creation of a privy council to advise the monarch on matters of state. He also worked to establish a uniform legal system throughout the country and to promote the Anglican Church in Scotland. In addition to his efforts to unify Scotland and England, James VI and I was also a patron of the arts and sciences. He was a prolific writer himself, producing works on theology, politics, and witchcraft. He also supported the work of other writers and scholars, including William Shakespeare, whom he appointed as the official playwright for the royal court. James VI and I's reign was not without controversy, however. He faced significant opposition from various groups, including the Puritans in England and the Presbyterians in Scotland. He was criticized for his extravagant spending, and there were concerns about his pro-Catholic policies, particularly his attempts to form an alliance with Spain. Despite these challenges, James VI and I's reign had a significant impact on the history of Scotland and England. His efforts to unify the two countries laid the foundation for the modern United Kingdom, and his support for the arts and sciences helped to usher in a period of great cultural and intellectual flourishing. Today, James VI and I is remembered as one of the most important monarchs in British history, and his legacy can still be seen in the political and cultural landscape of the country. In the early 17th century, Scotland found itself in the midst of a tumultuous period of political and religious upheaval. The death of Queen Elizabeth I in 1603 marked a significant turning point in Scottish history, as it resulted in the union of the crowns and the accession of James VI of Scotland to the throne of England. This event had profound implications for Scotland, as it fundamentally altered the country's relationship with its southern neighbor and led to a period of significant political and cultural change. James VI had long been fascinated by England, and had spent many years studying the language, literature, and culture of his southern neighbors. When he ascended to the English throne, he was determined to unite the two kingdoms under a single monarch, and to create a new, unified state that would be greater than the sum of its parts. To this end, he made a number of important decisions that had a profound impact on the future of Scotland. One of the most significant of these decisions was his decision to move his court from Edinburgh to London, which marked the beginning of a gradual shift in power from Scotland to England. Although James maintained a strong interest in Scottish affairs and continued to invest heavily in the development of his northern kingdom, the fact that he was spending much of his time in London inevitably led to a growing sense of distance between the two nations. This sense of distance was further compounded by James's decision to implement a policy of religious toleration in England, which had a profound impact on the religious landscape of both nations. In Scotland, the Presbyterian Church had long been the dominant religious force, and was deeply suspicious of James's attempts to promote religious tolerance. This led to a growing sense of tension between the Scottish and English churches, and helped to set the stage for the religious conflicts that would define much of the 17th century. Despite these challenges, James VI was able to use his position as King of England to advance the interests of his native Scotland in a number of important ways. He made a number of important investments in Scottish infrastructure, including the construction of new roads and bridges, and he also made significant efforts to promote Scottish trade and commerce. These efforts helped to lay the groundwork for Scotland's future economic development, and played a key role in establishing the country as a major player in the emerging global economy. Despite these successes, however, the Union of the Crowns remained a source of controversy and conflict throughout James's reign, and would continue to be a contentious issue for many years to come. In Scotland, many nationalists and religious conservatives viewed the Union as a betrayal of their national identity and their Presbyterian faith, and continued to resist the efforts of the English monarchs to centralize power and influence in London. In the long term, the Union of the Crowns would prove to be one of the most important events in Scottish history, as it set the stage for many of the political and cultural changes that would define the country in the centuries to come. It helped to establish Scotland as a major player on the world stage, and laid the groundwork for many of the social and economic developments that would transform the country in the years that followed. Despite its many challenges and controversies, the Union of the Crowns was a defining moment in Scottish history, and one that would continue to shape the country's identity and future for centuries to come. The Plantation of Ulster, one of the most significant events in Scottish and Irish history, was a large-scale settlement of English and Scottish Protestants in Northern Ireland during the early 17th century. The plantation was a political and economic strategy designed to consolidate English and Scottish control over Ireland, as well as to pacify the Irish Catholic population. It had a profound impact on Scottish society, both in terms of its economic and social consequences, and its role in shaping Scottish attitudes towards Ireland and the Irish. The Plantation of Ulster was initiated by James VI of Scotland, who became James I of England in 1603. James was keen to assert his authority over Ireland, and saw the plantation as a means to this end. The aim was to create a loyal Protestant population in Ulster, thereby strengthening the monarch's grip on the region. The land in Ulster was confiscated from Gaelic Irish chieftains and redistributed to English and Scottish settlers, who were encouraged to build farms and towns. In exchange for the land, the settlers were required to pay rent to the crown and swear allegiance to the king. The plantation had a significant impact on Scottish society. Many Scots were attracted to Ulster by the prospect of cheap land and the promise of religious freedom. The Scottish settlers were mostly Presbyterian, and their arrival in Ulster led to the spread of Presbyterianism throughout Northern Ireland. This had important consequences for Scotland, where Presbyterianism had been growing in popularity since the Reformation. The Scottish Presbyterian Church in Ulster became an important center of religious and cultural identity for Scottish settlers, who saw themselves as defending their faith against the Catholic Irish. The plantation also had important economic consequences for Scotland. Many of the settlers who went to Ulster were tenant farmers who had been dispossessed of their land in Scotland due to the enclosure movement. The enclosure movement, which involved the privatization of common lands, had created a class of landless farmers in Scotland who were forced to seek new opportunities elsewhere. Ulster provided an ideal destination for these displaced farmers, who were able to establish themselves as independent landowners. The economic benefits of the plantation were not limited to the settlers themselves. The Scottish economy benefited from the increased trade and investment that resulted from the plantation. Scottish merchants and manufacturers supplied the settlers with goods and services, and Scottish banks financed their enterprises. The plantation also led to an increase in shipping and shipbuilding, as Scottish merchants sought to exploit the new opportunities that Ulster presented. The impact of the plantation on Scottish society was not uniformly positive, however. The fact that many of the settlers were dispossessed tenant farmers meant that the plantation exacerbated social tensions in Scotland. The displaced farmers who went to Ulster were often poor and desperate, and many of them struggled to establish themselves in their new homes. The plantation also had a negative impact on the Gaelic-speaking population of Scotland, who were seen as backward and uncivilized by the Protestant settlers. This attitude towards Gaelic culture persisted for centuries and contributed to the marginalization of Gaelic-speaking communities in Scotland. The plantation of Ulster had a lasting impact on Scottish attitudes towards Ireland and the Irish. The Scottish settlers who went to Ulster saw themselves as distinct from the Irish, both culturally and religiously. They identified with their Scottish heritage and regarded the Irish as a backward and superstitious people. This attitude towards the Irish persisted for centuries and contributed to the tensions between Scotland and Ireland that characterized the 19th and 20th centuries. In summary, the plantation of Ulster had a profound impact on Scottish society. It provided an opportunity for displaced farmers to establish themselves as independent landowners, and it stimulated economic growth and development. The 17th century was a tumultuous time in Scottish history, with religious and political upheavals shaping the course of events. One of the most significant movements to emerge from this era was the Covenanters, a group of Scottish Presbyterians who pledged to defend their religious rights and resist the imposition of royal authority. The Covenanters emerged as a response to the religious policies of King James VI and I, who sought to bring the Scottish Kirk under his control. James believed that the Scottish Church should follow the English model of episcopacy, which would grant the monarch greater power over religious affairs. However, many Scots resisted this idea, seeing it as an encroachment on their religious freedom. The first sign of organized resistance to James's policies came in 1638, when the National Covenant was signed. This document declared the signatories' loyalty to the Scottish Kirk and their opposition to any attempt to subvert its independence. The Covenant became a rallying cry for Presbyterians across Scotland, who saw it as a bulwark against the encroachment of royal authority. The Covenanters gained strength during the reign of Charles I, who continued his father's efforts to impose episcopacy on the Scottish Kirk. In response, the Covenanters organized themselves into a political movement, holding illegal conventicles and refusing to recognize the authority of the king's bishops. The government responded with force, arresting and executing Covenanter leaders and confiscating their lands and property. Despite these repressive measures, the Covenanters remained a potent force in Scottish politics, with many people sympathetic to their cause. Their resistance reached a climax in 1640, when they allied with the English Parliament in the Second Bishops' War against Charles I. The Covenanters were instrumental in the English victory, and in return, they were granted certain religious freedoms and protections. The Covenanters continued to resist royal authority during the civil wars that followed. They supported the parliamentarian cause and fought against the royalists, seeing them as a threat to their religious and political freedom. The Covenanter army, under the leadership of David Leslie, was instrumental in the defeat of the royalists at the Battle of Philiphaugh in 1645. After the wars, the Covenanters continued to resist the authority of Charles II, who sought to impose episcopacy once again. The government responded with a series of brutal measures, including the so-called killing times of the 1680s, when Covenanter sympathizers were hunted down and executed. Despite these setbacks, the Covenanters remained a potent force in Scottish politics, and their ideas helped to shape the political landscape of the country for centuries to come. They inspired later movements for religious and political freedom, including the Scottish Enlightenment and the Scottish Nationalist movement. Today, the legacy of the Covenanters lives on in the Scottish psyche, with their struggle for religious freedom and political autonomy serving as a reminder of the importance of resistance in the face of tyranny. Their story is a testament to the enduring power of ideas and the resilience of the human spirit in the face of oppression. The year 1603 marked a significant event in Scottish and English history, the Union of the Crowns. The accession of James VI of Scotland as King James I of England was a momentous occasion, and the repercussions of this union continue to shape Scottish identity to this day. The Union of the Crowns marked the beginning of a new era for Scotland. It brought an end to centuries of conflict between the two nations and opened up new opportunities for trade and diplomacy. However, the union was not without its challenges, and it raised questions about the future of Scottish identity. James VI of Scotland had spent his entire life in Scotland and had little experience of English politics and culture. Despite this, he was determined to make the union a success and began a series of reforms aimed at integrating Scotland into the wider British state. One of the most significant reforms introduced by James was the creation of a new Scottish aristocracy. This was intended to bring Scotland into line with English norms and to ensure that the country was governed by a loyal and compliant elite. The new aristocracy was made up of the leading figures in Scottish society, including lawyers, merchants, and landowners, who were granted titles and given positions of power and influence. However, the creation of the new Scottish aristocracy did not go unchallenged. Many Scots resented the fact that English influence was being imposed on their country, and they saw the new aristocracy as a threat to their traditional way of life. This led to a series of uprisings and rebellions, including the Jacobite risings of the 18th century, which were fueled by a deep sense of resentment and anger towards the British state. Despite these challenges, the Union of the Crowns proved to be a lasting success. It paved the way for the creation of the United Kingdom in 1707 and ensured that Scotland had a voice in the British Parliament. It also opened up new opportunities for Scottish trade and commerce, and allowed Scotland to become an important player in the wider British Empire. However, the legacy of the Union of the Crowns is still felt today. Scotland remains a distinct nation within the United Kingdom, with its own language, culture, and history. The Scottish Parliament, which was established in 1999, has given Scotland a greater degree of autonomy and has allowed the country to assert its distinct identity within the UK. In recent years, there has been a renewed sense of Scottish nationalism, fueled in part by the uncertainty surrounding Brexit and the growing political divide between Scotland and England. Many Scots feel that their voice is not being heard within the wider UK and are calling for greater independence. The legacy of the Union of the Crowns is a complex and contested one. While it brought an end to centuries of conflict and opened up new opportunities for Scotland, it also raised questions about the future of Scottish identity and sparked a deep sense of resentment towards the British state. Today, Scotland remains a distinct and proud nation within the UK, and its history and culture continue to shape the country's identity and place in the world. Chapter 6: The Enlightenment. It is difficult to overstate the impact of the Enlightenment on Scotland, a country whose intellectual and cultural landscape was transformed by this intellectual movement. The Scottish Enlightenment was characterized by a vigorous pursuit of knowledge, a commitment to rational inquiry, and a belief in the power of reason to improve the human condition. This intellectual climate gave rise to a remarkable group of thinkers whose ideas and achievements continue to influence our world to this day. The roots of the Scottish Enlightenment can be traced back to the 17th century, when Scotland was emerging from a period of political and religious upheaval. The Scottish Reformation had left the country divided, with a significant portion of the population adhering to the principles of Presbyterianism. This created an environment in which independent thought and inquiry were valued, as people sought to understand the world around them and make sense of their place within it. In this context, a number of institutions and societies were established that would play a key role in the development of the Scottish Enlightenment. The Royal Society of Edinburgh, founded in 1783, provided a forum for scientific inquiry and research, while the Edinburgh Philosophical Society, established in 1736, brought together thinkers from a wide range of disciplines to share ideas and debate issues of common interest. One of the most important figures of the Scottish Enlightenment was David Hume, whose philosophical ideas had a profound impact on the intellectual climate of the time. Hume's skepticism and empiricism challenged many of the established beliefs of his day, and his writings on human nature and the nature of knowledge remain influential to this day. His treatise of human nature, published in 1739, was a landmark work in the development of modern philosophy, and his essays on a wide range of subjects from aesthetics to politics continue to be read and debated by scholars around the world. Another influential figure of the Scottish Enlightenment was Adam Smith, whose work on economics and political philosophy revolutionized the way we think about the relationship between individuals, society, and the state. Smith's Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, remains a foundational text in the field of economics, and his ideas about the importance of free markets, individual liberty, and the division of labor continue to shape our understanding of economic systems and their role in society. The Scottish Enlightenment was not limited to philosophy and economics, however. Scotland was also home to a number of great literary figures, including Robert Burns, whose poetry captured the spirit of the age and spoke to the aspirations and concerns of ordinary people. Burns' work celebrated the natural beauty of Scotland and the importance of community, and his poems continue to be cherished by Scots and non-Scots alike. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Scottish Enlightenment was the way in which it brought together people from diverse backgrounds and disciplines, and encouraged them to collaborate and exchange ideas. This cross-fertilization of ideas and perspectives helped to foster a vibrant intellectual community that was open to new ideas and eager to explore the limits of human knowledge. The legacy of the Scottish Enlightenment can be seen in many aspects of modern Scottish society, from its universities and cultural institutions to its political and economic systems. Scotland remains a place where intellectual curiosity and independent thought are valued, and where the pursuit of knowledge is seen as a noble and worthwhile endeavor. In summary, the intellectual climate of the Scottish Enlightenment was characterized by a commitment to reason, empiricism, and a belief in the power of human knowledge to improve the human condition. The ideas and achievements of this remarkable period continue to inspire and influence scholars and thinkers around the world, and the legacy of the Scottish Enlightenment can be seen in many aspects of modern Scottish society. The Scottish Enlightenment was a period of intellectual and cultural flourishing that spanned the 18th and early 19th centuries. It was characterized by a commitment to reason, empirical inquiry, and a belief in the power of knowledge to improve the human condition. The Scottish Enlightenment produced a remarkable group of thinkers whose ideas and achievements continue to shape our world today. One of the most important figures of the Scottish Enlightenment was David Hume. Hume's philosophy challenged many of the established beliefs of his day and had a profound impact on the intellectual climate of the time. He was a skeptic and an empiricist, arguing that our knowledge of the world is based on our experiences and perceptions, and that we cannot know anything beyond that. His treatise of human nature, published in 1739, was a groundbreaking work that laid out the foundations of modern philosophy. Hume's ideas about human nature and the nature of knowledge continue to be studied and debated by scholars around the world. Another key figure of the Scottish Enlightenment was Adam Smith. Smith is best known for his work on economics, particularly his book The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776. In this book, Smith argued that free markets, driven by self-interest, were the best way to promote economic growth and improve the standard of living for all. He also developed a theory of the division of labor, arguing that by breaking down production into smaller, specialized tasks, workers could become more efficient and productive. Smith's ideas about the importance of individual liberty and the role of the state in economic affairs continue to influence economic theory and policy today. The Scottish Enlightenment was also characterized by a number of important literary figures. Robert Burns is perhaps the most famous of these. Burns was a poet and songwriter whose work celebrated the natural beauty of Scotland and the importance of community. His poems spoke to the aspirations and concerns of ordinary people, and his legacy continues to be celebrated today. Other important literary figures of the Scottish Enlightenment include James Boswell, whose biography of Samuel Johnson remains a classic of the genre, and Tobias Smollett, a novelist and travel writer whose works offer a fascinating glimpse into life in 18th century Scotland. The Scottish Enlightenment was not limited to philosophy and literature, however. Scotland was also home to a number of important scientific thinkers, including James Hutton and Joseph Black. Hutton was a geologist who made important contributions to our understanding of the Earth's history, while Black was a chemist who discovered carbon dioxide and developed important theories about heat and energy. Both of these men were pioneers in their fields, and their ideas continue to influence scientific research today. The Scottish Enlightenment was characterized by a remarkable spirit of collaboration and cross-disciplinary exchange. Scholars from different fields and backgrounds came together to share ideas and engage in intellectual debate. This intellectual community was fostered by a number of institutions, including the University of Edinburgh, which was founded in 1583 and became a centre for scientific and philosophical research during the Scottish Enlightenment. The Royal Society of Edinburgh, which was founded in 1783, provided a forum for scientific inquiry and research, while the Edinburgh Philosophical Society, established in 1736, brought together thinkers from a wide range of disciplines to share ideas and debate issues of common interest. The legacy of the Scottish Enlightenment can be seen in many aspects of modern Scottish society, from its universities and cultural institutions to its political and economic systems. Scotland remains a place where intellectual curiosity and independent thought are valued, and where the pursuit of knowledge is seen as a noble and worthwhile endeavor. In summary, the Scottish Enlightenment was a remarkable period of intellectual and cultural flourishing that produced a remarkable group of thinkers whose ideas and achievements continue to shape our world today. In the annals of Scottish history, no city has left a more lasting mark on the world of ideas than Edinburgh. The Scottish capital was the birthplace of the Scottish Enlightenment, an intellectual and cultural movement that transformed the nation and left a lasting legacy on the world. At the heart of this movement were a group of thinkers, writers, and scientists who gathered in Edinburgh during the late 18th century. They shared a deep commitment to reason, rationality, and empirical observation, and sought to apply these values to every aspect of human knowledge. One of the key figures of the Scottish Enlightenment was Adam Smith, the economist and philosopher who wrote The Wealth of Nations. Smith was a professor of moral philosophy at the University of Edinburgh, where he taught his students about the importance of free markets and individual liberty. His ideas would go on to shape the economic policies of nations around the world. Another prominent figure in the Scottish Enlightenment was David Hume, the philosopher and historian who wrote extensively on human nature and the foundations of knowledge. Hume challenged traditional notions of religion and morality, arguing that reason and empirical observation were the only reliable sources of truth. Edinburgh was also home to a vibrant literary scene during the Scottish Enlightenment. The city was home to a number of literary clubs and societies, where writers and intellectuals gathered to share their work and discuss new ideas. The most famous of these was the Select Society, which counted many of the leading figures of the Scottish Enlightenment among its members. One of the most important works to emerge from the Scottish Enlightenment was the Encyclopaedia Britannica, which was first published in Edinburgh in 1768. The encyclopedia was edited by a group of Scottish intellectuals, who sought to create a comprehensive compendium of human knowledge that was grounded in reason and empirical observation. The impact of the Scottish Enlightenment was felt far beyond the borders of Scotland. The ideas of Adam Smith, David Hume, and others were widely circulated throughout Europe and America, where they had a profound influence on the development of modern political and economic thought. Despite the immense influence of the Scottish Enlightenment, it was not without its critics. Many traditionalists saw the movement as a threat to traditional values and religious beliefs, and sought to suppress its ideas. However, the intellectual and cultural ferment of Edinburgh during the late 18th century was too powerful to be contained, and the ideas of the Scottish Enlightenment continued to spread and evolve long after its heyday. Today, Edinburgh is recognized as one of the great intellectual capitals of the world, and continues to attract scholars and thinkers from around the globe. The city's rich intellectual heritage is celebrated through a variety of museums, galleries, and cultural events, and its impact on the world of ideas continues to be felt to this day. In summary, the Scottish Enlightenment was a defining moment in the history of human thought, and Edinburgh played a central role in its development. The city's commitment to reason, rationality, and empirical observation helped to transform the world of ideas, and its impact continues to be felt today. From Adam Smith and David Hume to the Encyclopaedia Britannica and beyond, the legacy of the Scottish Enlightenment is a testament to the power of human reason and the enduring importance of intellectual inquiry. The Scottish Enlightenment was a period of remarkable intellectual and cultural ferment that transformed the world of ideas in Scotland and beyond. At the heart of this movement were a group of thinkers and writers who shared a deep commitment to reason, rationality, and empirical observation, and sought to apply these values to every aspect of human knowledge. The legacy of the Scottish Enlightenment in science and philosophy is a testament to the enduring importance of these values and to the power of human reason to shape our understanding of the world around us. One of the most significant contributions of the Scottish Enlightenment to science was the development of the empirical method, which involved the systematic observation and measurement of natural phenomena. This approach was pioneered by figures such as Francis Hutcheson, who believed that the natural world was governed by laws that could be discovered through observation and experimentation. This emphasis on empirical observation paved the way for the scientific discoveries of the 19th and 20th centuries, and has had a profound impact on the way we understand the world today. The Scottish Enlightenment also made significant contributions to the field of philosophy. Perhaps the most famous of these was the work of David Hume, who challenged traditional notions of causality and the foundations of knowledge. Hume's skeptical approach to philosophy challenged his contemporaries to rethink their assumptions about the nature of reality and helped to lay the foundations for modern philosophy. His influence can be seen in the work of later philosophers such as Immanuel Kant, who sought to reconcile Hume's skepticism with a more systematic approach to philosophy. Another key figure in the Scottish Enlightenment was Adam Smith, whose work in economics and political philosophy had a profound impact on the development of modern capitalism. Smith's advocacy of free markets and individual liberty helped to shape the economic policies of nations around the world, and his ideas continue to be influential today. The Scottish Enlightenment was also notable for its contributions to the field of mathematics. James Gregory, a Scottish mathematician and astronomer, was a pioneer of the calculus and made significant contributions to the study of optics. Other Scottish mathematicians of the period, such as Colin Maclaurin and Robert Simpson, made important contributions to the development of algebra and geometry, respectively. The Scottish Enlightenment also had a profound impact on the natural sciences. James Hutton, a Scottish geologist and farmer, is widely regarded as the father of modern geology. His work on the age and formation of the Earth helped to lay the foundations for the modern science of geology, and his influence can be seen in the work of later scientists such as Charles Lyell. The legacy of the Scottish Enlightenment in science and philosophy is a testament to the enduring importance of reason, rationality, and empirical observation. The emphasis on empirical observation that was pioneered during this period continues to shape the way we understand the natural world, while the skeptical approach to philosophy championed by Hume has inspired generations of thinkers to question their assumptions and challenge their beliefs. The legacy of Adam Smith and other Scottish economists has had a profound impact on the development of modern capitalism, while the contributions of Scottish mathematicians and scientists have helped to shape the modern world in countless ways. Today, the legacy of the Scottish Enlightenment can be seen in a wide range of fields, from science and philosophy to literature and the arts. The values that were championed during this period continue to inspire and inform the work of scholars and thinkers around the world, and the impact of the Scottish Enlightenment is felt in every corner of modern society. From the development of modern science to the evolution of political and economic systems, the legacy of the Scottish Enlightenment is a testament to the power of human reason to shape our understanding of the world and our place in it. The Scottish Enlightenment was a period of intellectual and cultural ferment that had a profound impact on the nation of Scotland and its people. One of the most significant legacies of the Scottish Enlightenment was its impact on Scottish identity and nationalism. The movement helped to create a sense of national pride and self-confidence that continues to shape Scottish culture and politics to this day. At the heart of the Scottish Enlightenment was a group of thinkers and writers who shared a deep commitment to reason, rationality, and empirical observation. They sought to apply these values to every aspect of human knowledge, and to use them to challenge traditional assumptions and beliefs. This emphasis on rational inquiry helped to create a new sense of intellectual and cultural vitality in Scotland, and helped to challenge the sense of cultural inferiority that had long plagued the nation. The impact of the Scottish Enlightenment on Scottish identity can be seen in a number of different areas. One of the most significant was the development of a distinctive Scottish literary and artistic tradition. Writers such as Robert Burns and Sir Walter Scott celebrated the beauty and diversity of Scottish culture and landscape, and helped to create a new sense of pride in Scotland's heritage. This cultural renaissance helped to create a new sense of national identity, and helped to inspire later generations of Scottish writers and artists. The Scottish Enlightenment also had a significant impact on the development of Scottish nationalism. The movement helped to create a new sense of national pride and self-confidence, and helped to challenge the traditional assumption that Scotland was a subordinate part of the United Kingdom. The ideas of the Scottish Enlightenment helped to inspire a new generation of Scottish politicians and intellectuals who sought to create a more independent and self-reliant Scotland. Perhaps the most significant legacy of the Scottish Enlightenment on Scottish nationalism was its impact on the development of Scottish political thought. Figures such as Adam Smith and David Hume were pioneers of political economy and political philosophy, and their ideas had a profound impact on the development of modern political thought. Smith's advocacy of free markets and individual liberty helped to shape the economic policies of nations around the world, while Hume's skeptical approach to philosophy challenged traditional assumptions about the nature of political power and the relationship between the individual and the state. The influence of the Scottish Enlightenment on Scottish political thought can be seen in the development of modern Scottish nationalism. The movement helped to create a new sense of national identity and pride, and helped to inspire a new generation of Scottish politicians and intellectuals who sought to create a more independent and self-reliant Scotland. Today, Scottish nationalism continues to be a potent force in Scottish politics, and the legacy of the Scottish Enlightenment continues to shape the way that Scots think about their place in the world. In summary, the impact of the Scottish Enlightenment on Scottish identity and nationalism was profound and far-reaching. The movement helped to create a new sense of national pride and self-confidence, and inspired a generation of writers, artists, and politicians who sought to create a more independent and self-reliant Scotland. The ideas of the Scottish Enlightenment continue to shape the way that Scots think about their place in the world, and the legacy of the movement continues to be felt in Scottish culture and politics to this day. Chapter 7: Industrialization and the Clearances. The rise of industry and manufacturing in Scotland during the 18th and 19th centuries was a transformational period in the history of the nation. The development of new technologies and the growth of trade and commerce helped to create a new era of economic prosperity and social change that would have a profound impact on Scotland and the world. One of the key factors in the rise of industry and manufacturing in Scotland was the abundance of natural resources available in the country. Scotland was rich in natural resources such as coal, iron, and timber, which were essential for the growth of industry and manufacturing. The abundance of these resources helped to attract entrepreneurs and investors to the country, and helped to create the conditions for the growth of new industries. Another important factor in the rise of industry and manufacturing in Scotland was the development of new technologies. Innovations such as the steam engine and the spinning jenny revolutionized the way that goods were produced, and helped to increase the efficiency and productivity of Scottish industries. The development of new technologies also helped to create new opportunities for entrepreneurs and investors, and helped to attract skilled workers to Scotland. The growth of trade and commerce was also a significant factor in the rise of industry and manufacturing in Scotland. The expansion of global trade during the 18th and 19th centuries created new markets for Scottish goods, and helped to increase demand for Scottish products around the world. The growth of trade and commerce also helped to create new opportunities for Scottish merchants and entrepreneurs, and helped to fuel the growth of new industries. One of the most significant industries to emerge during the period of industrialization in Scotland was the textile industry. The development of new technologies, such as the spinning jenny and the power loom, helped to revolutionize the production of textiles, and Scotland quickly became a major producer of textiles for the global market. The textile industry helped to create new jobs and opportunities for Scottish workers, and helped to fuel the growth of other industries such as shipping and banking. The rise of industry and manufacturing in Scotland had a profound impact on the nation and its people. The growth of industry created new opportunities for Scottish workers and helped to attract new immigrants to the country. The expansion of trade and commerce helped to create new markets for Scottish goods and helped to increase the nation's wealth and prosperity. The development of new technologies helped to increase the efficiency and productivity of Scottish industries and helped to create new opportunities for entrepreneurs and investors. However, the rise of industry and manufacturing in Scotland was not without its challenges. The growth of industrialization led to significant social and environmental problems, including urbanization, pollution, and worker exploitation. The working conditions in Scottish factories were often harsh and dangerous, and many workers were forced to work long hours in unsafe conditions for very little pay. Despite these challenges, the rise of industry and manufacturing in Scotland was a transformational period in the history of the nation. The development of new technologies and the growth of trade and commerce helped to create a new era of economic prosperity and social change that would have a profound impact on Scotland and the world. Today, the legacy of the Scottish Industrial Revolution can be seen in the nation's thriving modern economy and its continued innovation and growth in fields such as renewable energy and high-tech manufacturing. The Industrial Revolution was a period of profound social and economic change that had a significant impact on Scottish society. The development of new technologies and the growth of industry and manufacturing created new opportunities for Scottish workers and entrepreneurs, but also led to significant social and environmental problems. One of the most significant impacts of the Industrial Revolution on Scottish society was the growth of urbanization. The growth of industry and manufacturing led to the development of new urban centers, such as Glasgow and Edinburgh, which attracted thousands of workers from the countryside. These workers often lived in crowded and unsanitary conditions, and many suffered from poor health and inadequate living conditions. The growth of urbanization also led to the development of new social problems, such as poverty, crime, and social unrest. The rapid pace of industrialization created significant disparities in wealth and income, with many workers struggling to make ends meet while a small elite enjoyed vast wealth and privilege. This led to significant social unrest and political agitation, as workers and reformers demanded greater rights and protections. The Industrial Revolution also had a significant impact on the role of women in Scottish society. With the growth of industry and manufacturing, many women found new opportunities for employment outside the home, particularly in the textile industry. However, women were often paid significantly less than men for the same work, and faced significant barriers to advancement and opportunity. The growth of industry and manufacturing also had a significant impact on the natural environment in Scotland. The development of new technologies and the growth of industry led to significant pollution and environmental degradation, as factories and mills spewed toxic chemicals and waste into the air and water. This led to significant health problems for both workers and local communities, and helped to create a growing movement for environmental reform and protection. Despite these challenges, the Industrial Revolution also had many positive impacts on Scottish society. The growth of industry and manufacturing created new opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship, and helped to fuel the nation's economic growth and prosperity. The expansion of global trade and commerce also helped to create new markets for Scottish goods and services, and helped to increase the nation's wealth and influence on the global stage. The Industrial Revolution also had a significant impact on the development of Scottish culture and identity. The growth of industry and manufacturing helped to create a new sense of national pride and self-confidence, as Scots became increasingly aware of their role in the global economy and the importance of their contributions to science, technology, and industry. In summary, the Industrial Revolution had a significant impact on Scottish society, creating new opportunities and challenges for workers, entrepreneurs, and communities. The growth of industry and manufacturing helped to fuel the nation's economic growth and prosperity, but also led to significant social and environmental problems. The legacy of the Industrial Revolution can be seen in the continued growth and innovation of Scotland's modern economy, and in the nation's ongoing efforts to address the challenges of social and environmental justice in the 21st century. The Highland clearances were a period of significant upheaval and displacement that had a profound impact on Scottish society and culture. The clearances were a series of evictions of tenants from their homes in the Scottish Highlands and Islands, often carried out by wealthy landowners seeking to clear the land for sheep farming and other forms of agriculture. The clearances began in the late 18th century and continued through the 19th century and had a devastating impact on the communities and families who were forced to leave their homes and communities. Many of those who were evicted were forced to emigrate to other parts of Scotland, or to other countries such as Canada, the United States, and Australia. The impact of the clearances on Scottish society was profound. The forced displacement of thousands of people created significant social and economic disruption, and led to the loss of many traditional Highland industries such as fishing, forestry, and traditional farming. The clearances also had a significant impact on Scottish culture and identity, as many of the emigrants who left Scotland were forced to abandon their traditional language and cultural practices in order to adapt to their new homes and communities. Despite these challenges, the legacy of the Highland clearances is complex and multifaceted. On the one hand, the clearances were a period of significant injustice and suffering, as thousands of people were forced from their homes and communities by wealthy landowners seeking to profit from the land. The clearances also had a significant impact on Scottish culture and identity, as many of the emigrants who left Scotland were forced to abandon their traditional language and cultural practices in order to adapt to their new homes and communities. However, the clearances also had some positive impacts on Scottish society. The displacement of many traditional industries in the Highlands helped to spur the growth of new industries and opportunities, such as fishing, forestry, and tourism. The clearances also helped to create a new sense of national pride and identity, as Scots across the country rallied to support those who had been displaced and to advocate for greater rights and protections for tenant farmers and workers. Today, the legacy of the Highland clearances can be seen in a number of different ways. Many communities in the Highlands and Islands continue to struggle with the long-term impact of the clearances, including the loss of traditional industries and the displacement of families and communities. The legacy of the clearances is also reflected in the continued debate and discussion around land reform and tenant rights in Scotland, as many Scots continue to seek greater protections and opportunities for those who live and work in the country's rural communities. In summary, the Highland clearances were a period of significant upheaval and displacement that had a profound impact on Scottish society and culture. The clearances created significant challenges and suffering for those who were forced to leave their homes and communities, and had a significant impact on the traditional industries and cultural practices of the Highlands and Islands. However, the legacy of the clearances is complex and multifaceted, and continues to be felt in Scottish society today. From the ongoing debate around land reform and tenant rights to the continued struggles of communities in the Highlands and Islands, the impact of the clearances on Scottish society and culture is a testament to the enduring power of history to shape our understanding of the world around us. The Industrial Revolution was a period of significant change and innovation that transformed the economies and societies of nations around the world. One of the key drivers of the Industrial Revolution was the migration of people from rural areas to urban centers, seeking new opportunities and employment in the growing industrial and manufacturing sectors. Scottish emigrants played a significant role in this process, bringing their skills, expertise, and entrepreneurial spirit to the development of new industries and technologies. One of the most significant contributions of Scottish emigrants to the Industrial Revolution was in the field of engineering. Scots were renowned for their engineering expertise and played a key role in the development of new technologies such as the steam engine and the spinning jenny. Engineers such as James Watt and Thomas Telford were pioneers in their field, and their inventions and innovations helped to fuel the growth of industry and manufacturing around the world. Scottish emigrants were also significant contributors to the development of new industries, such as textiles, shipbuilding, and banking. Scottish merchants and entrepreneurs played a key role in the expansion of global trade and commerce, helping to create new markets for Scottish goods and services and contributing to the growth of the nation's economy. Many Scottish emigrants were also instrumental in the development of new financial institutions and systems, such as the Bank of Scotland and the Scottish banking system, which helped to fuel the growth of commerce and industry around the world. The role of Scottish emigrants in the Industrial Revolution was not without its challenges, however. Many Scots who emigrated to other parts of the world faced significant discrimination and prejudice, particularly in the United States and Canada. Scottish immigrants were often seen as a threat to local jobs and economies, and were subject to discrimination and violence as a result. Despite these challenges, the impact of Scottish emigrants on the Industrial Revolution was significant and far-reaching. The skills, expertise, and entrepreneurial spirit of Scots played a key role in the development of new industries and technologies, and helped to fuel the growth of commerce and industry around the world. Today, the legacy of Scottish emigrants can be seen in the continued growth and innovation of the nation's economy, and in the contributions of Scottish engineers, entrepreneurs, and workers to industries around the world. In summary, the role of Scottish emigrants in the Industrial Revolution was a significant and enduring one. The contributions of Scots to the development of new technologies, industries, and financial systems helped to fuel the growth of commerce and industry around the world, and played a key role in shaping the course of global history. The legacy of Scottish emigrants continues to be felt in the ongoing growth and innovation of the Scottish economy, and in the contributions of Scots to industries and communities around the world. The legacy of industrialization and the clearances on Scottish culture and society is a complex and multifaceted one. While the period of industrialization brought about significant economic growth and innovation, it also had a profound impact on the social and cultural fabric of the nation. Similarly, while the clearances were a period of significant displacement and hardship, they also helped to shape the modern landscape of Scotland, both physically and culturally. One of the most significant legacies of industrialization and the clearances on Scottish culture and society is the ongoing struggle for social and environmental justice. The rapid pace of industrialization created significant disparities in wealth and opportunity, and led to significant social unrest and political agitation. Similarly, the clearances led to the forced displacement of thousands of people from their homes and communities, creating significant disruption and hardship. Today, these legacies continue to shape Scottish society, as Scots work to address the ongoing challenges of inequality and environmental degradation. Another important legacy of industrialization and the clearances on Scottish culture and society is the impact on traditional industries and cultural practices. The displacement of traditional industries in the Highlands and Islands helped to spur the growth of new industries and opportunities, such as fishing, forestry, and tourism. However, it also led to the loss of many traditional practices and cultural traditions, as emigrants were forced to abandon their traditional language and customs in order to adapt to their new homes and communities. Despite these challenges, the legacy of industrialization and the clearances on Scottish culture and society is also one of innovation and resilience. The growth of industry and manufacturing helped to create new opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship, and helped to fuel the nation's economic growth and prosperity. Similarly, the displacement of traditional industries helped to create new opportunities and industries, such as tourism, that continue to shape the modern landscape of Scotland. Perhaps most importantly, the legacy of industrialization and the clearances on Scottish culture and society is one of ongoing adaptation and transformation. Scots have shown themselves to be resilient and innovative in the face of significant challenges, adapting to changing economic and social conditions and working to shape the course of their own history. From the ongoing struggle for social and environmental justice, to the continued growth and innovation of the nation's economy, the legacy of industrialization and the clearances is a testament to the enduring power of Scottish culture and society. In summary, the legacy of industrialization and the clearances on Scottish culture and society is complex and multifaceted. While these periods brought about significant economic growth and innovation, they also had a profound impact on the social and cultural fabric of the nation. Today, the ongoing struggles for social and environmental justice, the impact on traditional industries and cultural practices, and the ongoing resilience and innovation of the Scottish people continue to shape the course of Scotland's history and culture. Chapter 8: Home Rule and the Wars. The Home Rule movement was a political movement that emerged in Scotland in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, seeking greater autonomy and self-government for the Scottish people. The movement was born out of a growing sense of national pride and identity, as Scots became increasingly aware of their distinct culture and history, and began to demand greater recognition and representation within the British political system. The Home Rule movement was driven by a number of key figures, including politicians, intellectuals, and activists, who sought to push for greater autonomy and representation for Scotland within the United Kingdom. Some of the key demands of the Home Rule movement included the establishment of a separate Scottish Parliament, the creation of a separate Scottish legal system, and greater control over Scottish resources and finances. The impact of the Home Rule movement on Scotland was significant and far-reaching. While the movement was ultimately unsuccessful in achieving its primary goal of Scottish independence, it helped to raise awareness and support for greater autonomy and self-government within Scotland. The movement also helped to galvanize Scottish national identity and pride, and contributed to the growing sense of cultural and political distinctiveness that has come to define modern Scotland. Perhaps most importantly, the Home Rule movement helped to create a new sense of political engagement and activism within Scotland. The movement encouraged Scots to become more involved in the political process, and helped to foster a greater sense of political awareness and engagement among the Scottish people. This legacy can still be seen today, as Scotland continues to be a politically engaged and active nation with a vibrant and dynamic political culture. In recent years, the legacy of the Home Rule movement has been reflected in the ongoing debate and discussion around Scottish independence. While the Home Rule movement ultimately failed to achieve its primary goal of independence, it helped to lay the groundwork for future efforts to achieve greater autonomy and self-government for Scotland. Today, the debate around Scottish independence continues to be a central issue within Scottish politics and reflects the enduring legacy of the Home Rule movement in shaping the political and cultural landscape of Scotland. In summary, the Home Rule movement was a significant political and cultural movement that had a profound impact on Scotland. The movement helped to raise awareness and support for greater autonomy and self-government within Scotland, and contributed to the growing sense of national identity and pride that has come to define modern Scotland. While the movement ultimately failed to achieve its primary goal of independence, it helped to create a new sense of political engagement and activism within Scotland, and continues to shape the ongoing debate around Scottish independence and self-government. The Great War, also known as World War I, was a global conflict that had a profound impact on Scottish society. The war was fought between 1914 and 1918, and involved the major powers of Europe, including the United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Russia. The impact of the Great War on Scotland was significant and far-reaching. The war had a devastating impact on Scottish communities, as thousands of young men were drafted into the military and sent to fight on the front lines in Europe. Many of these men never returned home, and the loss of so many young lives had a profound impact on families and communities across the country. The war also had a significant impact on the economy and industry of Scotland. The demands of the war effort led to a significant expansion of industry and manufacturing, particularly in the areas of shipbuilding and munitions production. This growth in industry helped to fuel the nation's economic growth and prosperity, but also led to significant social and environmental problems, including increased pollution and the exploitation of workers. The Great War also had a significant impact on Scottish culture and identity. The war helped to galvanize a new sense of national pride and identity, as Scots from all walks of life came together to support the war effort and to defend their country. This legacy can still be seen today, as Scotland continues to be a proud and active participant in global affairs, and as Scots continue to draw inspiration from the bravery and sacrifice of those who fought in the war. Perhaps most importantly, the Great War had a profound impact on the political landscape of Scotland. The war helped to spur the growth of the Labour Party in Scotland, as workers and communities mobilized to demand greater rights and protections in the aftermath of the conflict. The war also helped to fuel the growing movement for Scottish independence, as Scots began to question their role within the British political system and to demand greater autonomy and self-government. In summary, the Great War was a period of significant upheaval and transformation that had a profound impact on Scottish society. The war led to significant loss of life and hardship for families and communities across the country, but also helped to spur the growth of industry and manufacturing and to create a new sense of national pride and identity. The legacy of the Great War can still be seen today, in the ongoing struggles for social and environmental justice, the continued growth and innovation of Scotland's economy, and the ongoing debate around Scottish independence and self-government. The Scottish National Party, SNP, is a political party in Scotland that was founded in 1934, with the primary goal of achieving Scottish independence from the United Kingdom. The SNP has been a central figure in Scottish politics for much of the 20th and 21st centuries, and has played a key role in the ongoing debate around Scottish identity, nationalism, and self-government. The SNP's quest for Scottish independence has been a central issue in Scottish politics for many decades. The party has campaigned tirelessly for greater autonomy and self-government for Scotland, arguing that Scotland should be allowed to determine its own destiny and to have greater control over its own resources and finances. The SNP's campaign for independence has been driven by a number of key factors, including a growing sense of national identity and pride, a desire for greater economic and political opportunities, and a belief that Scotland can thrive as an independent nation. The impact of the SNP on Scottish society has been significant and far-reaching. The party has helped to shape the political and cultural landscape of Scotland, and has played a key role in advancing the cause of Scottish independence. The SNP has also been instrumental in the growth and development of Scotland's economy, helping to create new industries and opportunities and to fuel the nation's economic growth and prosperity. Despite the ongoing struggle for independence, the SNP's impact on Scottish society extends far beyond the issue of independence. The party has been a key advocate for social and environmental justice, and has played a central role in advancing the cause of workers' rights, women's rights, and LGBT rights. The SNP has also been a vocal advocate for the protection of Scotland's natural resources and environment, and has worked tirelessly to create a more sustainable and equitable society for all Scots. Today, the legacy of the SNP can be seen in the ongoing debate and discussion around Scottish independence and self-government. While the party has yet to achieve its primary goal of independence, it has played a key role in shaping the course of Scottish history and identity, and has helped to create a new sense of national pride and identity among Scots. The ongoing debate around Scottish independence reflects the enduring legacy of the SNP, and the ongoing struggle for self-determination and autonomy that has defined Scottish society for many decades. In summary, the Scottish National Party has been a central figure in Scottish politics for many decades, and has played a key role in shaping the political, cultural, and economic landscape of Scotland. The SNP's campaign for independence has been driven by a desire for greater autonomy and self-government, and has helped to create a new sense of national pride and identity among Scots. The ongoing legacy of the SNP can be seen in the ongoing debate around Scottish independence and in the continued struggles for social and environmental justice that define Scottish society today. The Second World War was a global conflict that had a profound impact on Scotland. The war was fought between 1939 and 1945 and involved many of the major powers of the world, including the United Kingdom, Germany, Japan, and the United States. The impact of the Second World War on Scotland was significant and far-reaching. The war had a profound impact on Scottish communities, as thousands of young men were drafted into the military and sent to fight on the front lines in Europe and around the world. Many of these men never returned home, and the loss of so many young lives had a profound impact on families and communities across the country. The war also had a significant impact on the economy and industry of Scotland. The demands of the war effort led to a significant expansion of industry and manufacturing, particularly in the areas of shipbuilding and munitions production. This growth in industry helped to fuel the nation's economic growth and prosperity, but also led to significant social and environmental problems, including increased pollution and the exploitation of workers. The Second World War also had a significant impact on Scottish culture and identity. The war helped to galvanize a new sense of national pride and identity, as Scots from all walks of life came together to support the war effort and to defend their country. This legacy can still be seen today, as Scotland continues to be a proud and active participant in global affairs, and as Scots continue to draw inspiration from the bravery and sacrifice of those who fought in the war. Perhaps most importantly, the Second World War had a profound impact on the political landscape of Scotland. The war helped to spur the growth of the Labour Party in Scotland, as workers and communities mobilized to demand greater rights and protections in the aftermath of the conflict. The war also helped to fuel the growing movement for Scottish independence, as Scots began to question their role within the British political system and to demand greater autonomy and self-government. In summary, the Second World War was a period of significant upheaval and transformation that had a profound impact on Scottish society. The war led to significant loss of life and hardship for families and communities across the country, but also helped to spur the growth of industry and manufacturing and to create a new sense of national pride and identity. The legacy of the Second World War can still be seen today, in the ongoing struggles for social and environmental justice, the continued growth and innovation of Scotland's economy, and the ongoing debate around Scottish independence and self-government. The legacy of Home Rule and the wars on Scottish politics and society is a complex and multifaceted one. While the Home Rule movement and the wars that followed it were marked by significant political and social upheaval, they also helped to shape the modern landscape of Scottish society, culture, and politics. One of the most significant legacies of Home Rule and the wars on Scottish politics and society is the ongoing struggle for greater autonomy and self-government. The Home Rule movement helped to galvanize a new sense of national identity and pride among Scots, and sparked a renewed interest in Scottish culture, language, and history. This legacy continues to shape Scottish politics and society today, as Scots continue to demand greater control over their own resources and finances, and to push for greater representation and recognition within the British political system. Another important legacy of Home Rule and the wars on Scottish politics and society is the impact on traditional industries and cultural practices. The displacement of traditional industries and ways of life in Scotland helped to spur the growth of new industries and opportunities, such as tourism and technology. However, it also led to the loss of many traditional practices and cultural traditions, as Scots were forced to adapt to changing economic and social conditions. Despite these challenges, the legacy of Home Rule and the wars on Scottish politics and society is also one of resilience and innovation. Scots have shown themselves to be adaptable and innovative in the face of significant challenges, adapting to changing economic and social conditions and working to shape the course of their own history. From the ongoing struggle for social and environmental justice, to the continued growth and innovation of the nation's economy, the legacy of Home Rule and the wars on Scottish politics and society is a testament to the enduring power of Scottish culture and society. Perhaps most importantly, the legacy of Home Rule and the wars on Scottish politics and society is one of ongoing transformation and adaptation. Scots have shown themselves to be resilient and forward-thinking, responding to changing economic and social conditions and working to create a more just and equitable society for all. This legacy can still be seen today, in the ongoing debates around Scottish independence and self-government, and in the continued efforts to address social and environmental inequalities in Scottish society. In summary, the legacy of Home Rule and the wars on Scottish politics and society is a complex and multifaceted one. While these periods were marked by significant political and social upheaval, they also helped to shape the modern landscape of Scottish society and politics. Today, the ongoing struggles for greater autonomy and self-government, the impact on traditional industries and cultural practices, and the ongoing resilience and innovation of the Scottish people continue to shape the course of Scotland's history and culture. Chapter 9: The North Sea Oil Boom. The discovery and development of North Sea oil was a significant turning point in the economic and political history of Scotland. The discovery of oil in the North Sea in the 1960s and 1970s marked the beginning of a new era of prosperity and growth for Scotland, as the nation became one of the world's leading producers of oil and gas. The discovery of North Sea oil had a profound impact on the Scottish economy. The growth of the oil and gas industry led to the creation of thousands of new jobs, as well as a significant increase in government revenue. This revenue was used to fund a wide range of public services and infrastructure projects, including new schools, hospitals, and transport links. The impact of North Sea oil on Scottish politics was also significant. The oil and gas industry became a major political issue, as political parties and interest groups debated the best way to manage and distribute the nation's oil wealth. This debate ultimately led to the creation of the Scottish Parliament in 1999, which gave Scots greater control over their own resources and finances. Perhaps most importantly, the discovery and development of North Sea oil had a significant impact on Scottish culture and identity. The growth of the oil and gas industry helped to create a new sense of national pride and identity, as Scots began to see themselves as a key player on the global stage. This legacy can still be seen today, as Scotland continues to be a major producer of oil and gas, and as Scots continue to draw inspiration from the innovation and success of the industry. Despite the many benefits of North Sea oil, there have also been significant challenges and concerns associated with the industry. The growth of the oil and gas industry has led to increased environmental concerns, particularly around the impact of oil spills and offshore drilling on marine life and ecosystems. There have also been concerns around the impact of the industry on traditional industries and ways of life in Scotland, as the growth of the oil and gas industry has led to the displacement of many traditional industries and cultural practices. In summary, the discovery and development of North Sea oil was a significant turning point in the economic and political history of Scotland. The growth of the oil and gas industry helped to create a new era of prosperity and growth for Scotland, and had a significant impact on the nation's culture and identity. However, the industry also presented significant challenges and concerns, particularly around the impact on the environment and traditional industries. Today, the legacy of North Sea oil can still be seen in the ongoing debates around energy policy and the future of Scotland's oil and gas industry. The impact of oil on Scotland's economy has been significant and far-reaching. The discovery and development of North Sea oil in the 1960s and 1970s marked the beginning of a new era of prosperity and growth for Scotland, as the nation became one of the world's leading producers of oil and gas. The growth of the oil and gas industry had a significant impact on Scotland's economy. The industry created thousands of new jobs, particularly in areas such as engineering, manufacturing, and technology. The industry also generated significant government revenue, which was used to fund a wide range of public services and infrastructure projects. The impact of oil on Scotland's economy was not limited to the oil and gas industry itself. The growth of the industry also had a significant multiplier effect, as increased investment and economic activity in the oil and gas sector led to increased demand for goods and services in other sectors of the economy. This in turn helped to fuel the growth of other industries, such as tourism, hospitality, and finance. Despite the many benefits of the oil and gas industry, there were also significant challenges associated with its impact on Scotland's economy. The growth of the industry led to significant environmental concerns, particularly around the impact of oil spills and offshore drilling on marine life and ecosystems. There were also concerns around the impact of the industry on traditional industries and ways of life in Scotland, as the growth of the oil and gas industry led to the displacement of many traditional industries and cultural practices. Despite these challenges, the impact of oil on Scotland's economy has been largely positive. The oil and gas industry helped to create a new era of prosperity and growth for Scotland, and has played a key role in the nation's economic development and success. Today, the legacy of oil can still be seen in the ongoing growth and innovation of Scotland's economy, as well as in the continued debate around energy policy and the future of the oil and gas industry. In summary, the impact of oil on Scotland's economy has been significant and far-reaching. The growth of the oil and gas industry created thousands of new jobs and generated significant government revenue, which was used to fund a wide range of public services and infrastructure projects. While there were also significant challenges associated with the impact of the industry on the environment and traditional industries, the legacy of oil can still be seen in the ongoing growth and success of Scotland's economy. Today, the debate around energy policy and the future of the oil and gas industry continues to shape the course of Scotland's economic development and prosperity. The impact of oil on Scotland's environment has been significant and far-reaching. The discovery and development of North Sea oil in the 1960s and 1970s led to increased environmental concerns, particularly around the impact of oil spills and offshore drilling on marine life and ecosystems. The growth of the oil and gas industry led to significant environmental challenges for Scotland. The risk of oil spills and other accidents in the industry led to concerns around the impact of these incidents on marine life and ecosystems in the North Sea. The use of offshore drilling and other techniques also had a significant impact on the marine environment, as the industry required the use of large ships and drilling rigs that could disrupt marine ecosystems and cause damage to the seabed. The environmental impact of oil on Scotland was not limited to the oil and gas industry itself. The growth of the industry also led to increased environmental concerns around air and water pollution, as well as the impact of increased traffic and other forms of industrial activity on the environment. Despite these challenges, there have been significant efforts to address the environmental impact of oil on Scotland. Governments and environmental groups have worked to promote sustainable practices in the oil and gas industry, and to mitigate the environmental impact of oil spills and other accidents. There have also been efforts to promote alternative forms of energy, such as wind and solar power, as a way of reducing Scotland's reliance on fossil fuels and reducing its impact on the environment. Today, the impact of oil on Scotland's environment continues to be a key issue in the ongoing debate around energy policy and the future of the oil and gas industry. While there have been significant efforts to address the environmental impact of oil on Scotland, there is still much work to be done to ensure that the nation's natural resources and ecosystems are protected and preserved for future generations. In summary, the impact of oil on Scotland's environment has been significant and far-reaching. The growth of the oil and gas industry led to increased environmental concerns, particularly around the impact of oil spills and offshore drilling on marine life and ecosystems. While there have been significant efforts to address the environmental impact of oil on Scotland, there is still much work to be done to ensure that the nation's natural resources and ecosystems are protected and preserved for future generations. The ongoing debate around energy policy and the future of the oil and gas industry will continue to shape the course of Scotland's environmental future, as Scots work to balance the economic benefits of the industry with the need to protect and preserve Scotland's unique and valuable natural heritage. The Scottish independence movement and oil have been closely linked since the discovery and development of North Sea oil in the 1960s and 1970s. The growth of the oil and gas industry helped to create a new sense of national pride and identity among Scots, and sparked a renewed interest in Scottish culture, language, and history. However, it also led to significant political and economic debates, particularly around the question of how Scotland's oil wealth should be managed and distributed. The question of oil has been a key issue in the ongoing debate around Scottish independence. Proponents of independence argue that Scotland should have greater control over its own resources and finances, including the oil and gas reserves in the North Sea. They argue that Scotland could use its oil wealth to fund a wide range of public services and infrastructure projects, and to create a more just and equitable society for all. Opponents of independence, on the other hand, argue that Scotland's oil wealth is better managed as part of the United Kingdom. They argue that Scotland benefits from being part of a larger political and economic union, and that the UK as a whole is better equipped to manage and distribute the nation's oil wealth. The question of oil and Scottish independence has been particularly significant in recent years, as the global oil market has faced significant challenges and fluctuations. The drop in oil prices has had a significant impact on Scotland's economy, particularly in areas that are heavily reliant on the oil and gas industry. This has led to renewed debate around the question of how Scotland's oil wealth should be managed and distributed, and to calls for greater investment in alternative forms of energy and sustainable economic development. Despite these challenges, the question of oil and Scottish independence continues to be a key issue in the ongoing debate around the future of Scotland's political and economic landscape. Scots continue to grapple with the question of how best to manage and distribute the nation's resources and finances, and how to create a more just and equitable society for all. The legacy of oil and its impact on Scottish identity and culture will continue to shape the course of Scotland's history, as Scots work to balance the economic benefits of the industry with the need to protect and preserve Scotland's unique and valuable natural heritage. In summary, the Scottish independence movement and oil have been closely linked since the discovery and development of North Sea oil in the 1960s and 1970s. The question of oil has been a key issue in the ongoing debate around Scottish independence, as Scots grapple with the question of how best to manage and distribute the nation's resources and finances. The legacy of oil and its impact on Scottish identity and culture will continue to shape the course of Scotland's history, as Scots work to balance the economic benefits of the industry with the need to protect and preserve Scotland's unique and valuable natural heritage. The ongoing debate around energy policy and the future of the oil and gas industry will continue to be a key issue in the political and economic landscape of Scotland, as Scots work to shape the course of their own history and future. The legacy of the North Sea oil boom on Scotland's economy and politics has been significant and far-reaching. The discovery and development of North Sea oil in the 1960s and 1970s marked the beginning of a new era of prosperity and growth for Scotland, as the nation became one of the world's leading producers of oil and gas. The growth of the oil and gas industry had a profound impact on Scotland's economy. The industry created thousands of new jobs, particularly in areas such as engineering, manufacturing, and technology. The industry also generated significant government revenue, which was used to fund a wide range of public services and infrastructure projects. This revenue helped to fund key areas such as healthcare, education, and transportation, which are vital components of a modern economy. The impact of the North Sea oil boom on Scotland's politics was also significant. The growth of the oil and gas industry led to the creation of a new political class, as Scottish politicians began to play a greater role in the management and distribution of the nation's oil wealth. This, in turn, led to the creation of the Scottish Parliament in 1999, which gave Scots greater control over their own resources and finances. The legacy of the North Sea oil boom on Scotland's economy and politics continues to be felt today. The oil and gas industry remains a major contributor to Scotland's economy, providing thousands of jobs and generating significant government revenue. The legacy of the oil boom can also be seen in the ongoing debate around energy policy and the future of the oil and gas industry, as Scots continue to grapple with the question of how best to manage and distribute the nation's resources and finances. However, the legacy of the North Sea oil boom on Scotland's economy and politics has also had significant challenges and concerns associated with it. The growth of the oil and gas industry has led to increased environmental concerns, particularly around the impact of oil spills and offshore drilling on marine life and ecosystems. There have also been concerns around the impact of the industry on traditional industries and ways of life in Scotland, as the growth of the oil and gas industry has led to the displacement of many traditional industries and cultural practices. In summary, the legacy of the North Sea oil boom on Scotland's economy and politics has been significant and far-reaching. The growth of the oil and gas industry helped to create a new era of prosperity and growth for Scotland, and has played a key role in the nation's economic development and success. The impact of the oil boom can still be seen in the ongoing debates around energy policy and the future of the oil and gas industry. However, the industry has also presented significant challenges and concerns, particularly around the impact on the environment and traditional industries. The legacy of the North Sea oil boom will continue to shape the course of Scotland's economic and political development, as Scots work to balance the economic benefits of the industry with the need to protect and preserve Scotland's unique and valuable natural heritage. Chapter 10: Devolution and the Scottish Parliament. The establishment of the Scottish Parliament in 1999 marked a significant turning point in the history of Scotland. After centuries of political union with England, Scotland was granted a new level of autonomy and self-government, with the power to manage its own affairs and make decisions on key issues such as healthcare, education, and transportation. The creation of the Scottish Parliament was the result of a long and complex political process, driven by a range of social, economic, and cultural factors. For many Scots, the establishment of the Parliament was seen as a crucial step in the development of a distinct Scottish identity and political culture. It was also seen as a way of addressing some of the long-standing grievances and inequalities faced by Scotland, particularly in areas such as healthcare and education. The devolution of power to Scotland has had a significant impact on the country's politics and society. The establishment of the Scottish Parliament has created a new forum for political debate and decision-making, with Scots playing a greater role in shaping the policies and laws that affect their daily lives. The devolution of power has also led to greater regional diversity and the development of distinct political and cultural identities in different parts of the country. However, the devolution of power has also presented significant challenges and tensions. The devolution of power to Scotland has created new political fault lines and divisions, with some Scots advocating for greater autonomy and even independence from the United Kingdom. This has led to significant political debate and disagreement, particularly around the question of Scotland's relationship with the rest of the UK. The devolution of power has also presented significant challenges in terms of managing and coordinating policy and decision-making across different regions and levels of government. The devolution of power to Scotland has led to increased regional diversity and the development of distinct political and cultural identities in different parts of the country. This, in turn, has led to new tensions and disagreements between different regions and levels of government, as they seek to balance their own interests with the needs of the wider community. In summary, the establishment of the Scottish Parliament marked a significant turning point in the history of Scotland, granting the nation a new level of autonomy and self-government. The devolution of power to Scotland has had a significant impact on the country's politics and society, creating new political fault lines and divisions, and presenting significant challenges in terms of managing and coordinating policy and decision-making across different regions and levels of government. The legacy of devolution will continue to shape the course of Scotland's political and cultural development, as Scots work to balance the need for greater autonomy and self-government with the need for cooperation and collaboration with the wider UK community. The rise of Scottish cultural and artistic movements in the 20th and 21st centuries marked a significant shift in the nation's history and identity. For centuries, Scotland had been dominated by English culture and language, with Scottish traditions and languages often suppressed or marginalized. However, the 20th century saw the emergence of a new sense of Scottish identity and pride, fueled by a growing interest in Scotland's rich cultural and artistic heritage. The rise of Scottish cultural and artistic movements was driven by a range of social, economic, and political factors. The establishment of the Scottish Parliament in 1999 played a key role in creating a new sense of Scottish identity and pride, with Scots playing a greater role in shaping the policies and laws that affect their daily lives. The growth of the tourism industry in Scotland also played a significant role, as visitors from around the world flocked to Scotland to experience its unique culture and heritage. The rise of Scottish cultural and artistic movements was marked by a new focus on Scotland's rich cultural and artistic heritage. Artists, writers, and musicians began to draw inspiration from Scottish traditions and history, creating a new wave of Scottish art and literature that celebrated the nation's unique identity and culture. Scottish music in particular experienced a resurgence in popularity, with traditional Scottish instruments and styles becoming increasingly popular both in Scotland and around the world. The rise of Scottish cultural and artistic movements also had a significant impact on the nation's politics and society. The growth of Scottish cultural and artistic movements helped to create a new sense of national pride and identity, fueling a renewed interest in Scottish history, language, and traditions. This in turn has led to increased political activism and engagement, as Scots seek to shape the policies and laws that affect their daily lives. Despite the many successes of Scottish cultural and artistic movements, there have also been significant challenges and tensions associated with these movements. The rise of Scottish cultural and artistic movements has led to new debates and disagreements around the question of what constitutes Scottish culture, with some arguing that the focus on traditional Scottish culture and language can be exclusionary and marginalizing to those who do not fit into these categories. In summary, the rise of Scottish cultural and artistic movements in the 20th and 21st centuries marked a significant shift in the nation's history and identity, as Scots sought to reclaim and celebrate their unique cultural and artistic heritage. The legacy of these movements can be seen in the ongoing debates around Scottish identity and the role of culture and language in shaping the nation's future. The continued growth and development of Scottish cultural and artistic movements will continue to shape the course of Scotland's history and identity, as Scots seek to build a more just, equitable, and inclusive society for all. Immigration and multiculturalism have played an increasingly significant role in shaping Scotland's history and identity in the 20th and 21st centuries. For centuries, Scotland had been a largely homogeneous society, with a small minority of immigrants and people of different cultural backgrounds. However, the post-World War II era saw a significant influx of immigrants to Scotland, as people from around the world came to seek new opportunities and build a better life for themselves and their families. The growth of immigration and multiculturalism in Scotland has had a significant impact on the nation's politics and society. Immigrants have brought new perspectives, cultures, and traditions to Scotland, enriching the nation's cultural heritage and fostering greater social and economic diversity. The growth of multiculturalism has also created new opportunities for cooperation and collaboration across different communities and backgrounds, as Scots work to build a more just, equitable, and inclusive society for all. The impact of immigration and multiculturalism on Scotland's politics and society has not been without its challenges and tensions, however. The growth of immigration has led to new debates and disagreements around issues such as social integration, cultural diversity, and economic opportunity. Some Scots have expressed concern about the impact of immigration on traditional Scottish culture and values, while others have argued that immigrants and minority communities face discrimination and marginalization in Scottish society. Despite these challenges, the growth of immigration and multiculturalism has had a positive impact on Scotland's economy and society. Immigrants have contributed significantly to Scotland's economic growth and development, bringing new skills, ideas, and perspectives to the nation's workforce. The growth of multiculturalism has also fostered new forms of artistic and cultural expression, creating a new sense of diversity and richness in Scotland's cultural heritage. In summary, the growth of immigration and multiculturalism in Scotland in the 20th and 21st centuries has marked a significant shift in the nation's history and identity, as Scots seek to build a more just, equitable, and inclusive society for all. The impact of immigration and multiculturalism on Scotland's politics and society has been significant, creating new opportunities for cooperation and collaboration across different communities and backgrounds. Despite the challenges and tensions associated with these trends, the growth of immigration and multiculturalism has contributed significantly to Scotland's economic growth and development, and has helped to create a more diverse and vibrant society for all. The continued growth and development of these trends will continue to shape the course of Scotland's history and identity, as Scots work to build a brighter and more inclusive future for all. Scottish sports have played an important role in shaping the nation's history and identity, and have had a significant impact on Scottish society. Sports such as football, rugby, and golf have captured the imaginations of Scots and fans around the world, creating new opportunities for social and economic development and fostering a sense of national pride and identity. The growth of Scottish sports can be traced back to the 19th century, when a new wave of athletic clubs and associations began to emerge across the country. These organizations helped to popularize a range of sports, including football, rugby, and golf, and helped to create a new sense of community and belonging among Scots of all backgrounds. In the 20th century, Scottish sports experienced a new wave of growth and popularity, as they became increasingly integrated into the fabric of Scottish society. Football in particular became a major cultural phenomenon, with the rise of legendary teams such as Celtic and Rangers capturing the hearts and minds of fans around the world. The impact of Scottish sports on society has been significant. Sports have provided new opportunities for social and economic development, particularly in areas such as tourism, hospitality, and recreation. Sports have also fostered a sense of national pride and identity, with Scots coming together to support their favorite teams and athletes and to celebrate their shared cultural heritage. Despite the many successes of Scottish sports, there have also been significant challenges and tensions associated with these trends. The growth of professional sports has led to new debates and disagreements around issues such as commercialization, sponsorship, and player compensation. Some have also expressed concern about the impact of sports on traditional Scottish culture and values, with some fearing that the commercialization of sports may undermine the nation's unique cultural heritage. In summary, Scottish sports have played an important role in shaping the nation's history and identity, and have had a significant impact on Scottish society. The impact of Scottish sports on society has been significant, providing new opportunities for social and economic development, and fostering a sense of national pride and identity. Despite the challenges and tensions associated